We are here today, being joined by Chris. How's it going, Chris?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers and sisters. Yes, 12 hours of Spa. We are in for quite an amazing race. 22 teams have entered this particular event. We're just getting everybody in. We've got 20 representatives in at the moment. So we're in the midst of a warm-up, just 10 minutes of that remaining for our drivers to get themselves in and sorted out. But yeah, this is always one of the highlights of the Endurance Canada. Spa, of course, needs no introduction. An amazing circuit that is testing for all drivers of any category. So yes, looking forward to this. So, whilst our drivers then are continuing to just shake off the cobwebs and get themselves in and sorted out. So at the moment they are in the midst of a warm-up session. Qualifying happened yesterday, and qualifying, this is a two-class event, LMP2s, of which there are 14 of, and GTEs, of which there are 7, of which there are 8, beg your pardon. So we should be getting just a couple more in. We've got 21 of them, so just one more team to get their car in. Leading the way in the LMP2s is Satellite Racing B. They qualified on the top spots with a 1:56.672. And Martin Hemmingsen of a high-speed racing team on the second position. Oh, beg your pardon, Martin Hemmingsen is of DDoS Racing 75. He's actually on the second row. He is currently on the top of the practice timings, 1:58.695 for the LMP2. So as they continue to, just going a little bit wide there through P1, that keeps the car nice and steady. Currently second on our practice board is Alexander Jones. Admittedly, I'm not 100% familiar with who is in which team, so I'm having to ferret through the list to figure out who's driving for who. 1:59 at 1:30, so we're seeing times a little bit off the qualifying pace at the moment. I think there's having a few connection problems for some of our drivers, unfortunately, but hopefully they'll be able to get that all sorted out and get back on board. Sam Van Giel is in the high-speed racing team. He qualified on second position, just under a tenth behind Satellite Racing B team on the front row for the GTEs. Let's see who else we can find, who else is on track at the moment in this particular practice session.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Right.
Welcome back.
Here?
Yes.
Just, had some issues with my monitor there, guys. I apologise for that. Let me just move everything over. Okay, that's what you're all seeing.
Welcome back, Mr. Josh.
Hello. Right.
Let's get all the technical difficulties out of the way before we start.
Yeah. I think it's just right. I believe that's everything now moved. We are just waiting over to, form up and whatever, and they're all doing their little practice. From what you've seen so far, do you think there's anybody in particular we need to be looking out for in the race?
Well, the top four, looking at the qualifying times, the top four in the LMP2s are very, very close. Just 2:10, not even 2:10 separates the first four positions. Then there's a bit of a gap, 4th to 5th. So it looks like we could well see several kind of clusters of racing going on there. So, so the top four, Satellite Racing B, High Speed Racing Team, Anbu Racing, and DDoS Racing 75, all are very, very close. And then you've got another fairly close cluster as well, half a second separating 5th down to where are we? 5th down to 8th, and even just a second and a half down to 10th. So you've got quite a cluster there as well. So I would say that those top four are really going to be interesting to see in the LMP2s. The GTEs Not all of them set qualifying zones, unfortunately, but Blanks Racing and Backmarkers GOT Mad, or Backmarkers Got Mad, rather. Again, very close, just half a second separating those two teams. So we could well see several clumps of racing, but with any endurance event, it's very difficult just to kind of get into your rhythm very early on. The racing instinct takes over and could possibly jeopardise your strategy. But with such a long race, it's a 12-hour event, they've got to, they've just got to get into the rhythm. Bear in mind, it's a long way to go, and not necessarily concentrate on getting past whoever at the initial part. The qualifying doesn't have a great deal of bearing on a 12-hour event.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you were saying, it doesn't really. It matters, of course, just not too much. I mean, a 12-hour event is obviously endurance, so it's all about how you do in the race, really, compared to how you do in qualifying.
It's more a bragging right. Yeah,
precisely. But as you were saying, the grid are very close together in all little clusters, so I'm sure we're going to see some absolutely brilliant racing today. It's going to be really fun to watch, and watching them all go around, they all seem very fast. Compared to what I'd be able to do in these, definitely. Oh, God,
yeah. I couldn't even contemplate doing these kind of times.
God, yeah.
There is a reason I go for the commentary box. I know where my talent lies, and it is not behind the wheel. So, I'm far better suited behind the microphone.
Yeah, indeed, same. I'm not amazing behind the wheel, especially in these cars. These cars are very, the F1 cars I can handle to some degree. These cars, no way.
Yeah, there's a knack to dealing with LMP2s, and I don't have it. It's actually one category of car I mysteriously struggle with. I'm not a seasoned veteran by any stretch, but I have done quite a few strange challenges over on different simulators, shall we say, not on R32 particularly, but I've driven a wide range of cars, and just LMP2 for some odd reason I just don't get on with. GTEs, not so bothered with. GT3s, absolutely fine. LMP1s, LMP3s, absolutely fine. LMP2s, very weirdly, cannot control them. So,
yeah, they're all. I tried to do one of these endurance events once. I just been everywhere. It's so hard to control these cars, and these drivers have got a great level of skill, really, to do the speeds they're doing. And when you put a load of people who are very well skilled in the same lobby, you're just gonna find out who's the best, and you're definitely gonna see some very exciting racing.
Oh, completely, yeah, absolutely. So one of the lead GTEs out there at the moment is Alaric Enslin in the Porsche. It's such a high screaming Porsche, that one. I'm used to the kind of more growly ones you tend to find in the GT3 field, but that one has a hell of a screaming note to it.
Yeah.
There's Richard Taylor as well, so we're seeing 214.731 on the board for Alaric Enslin, 217.731 by the next Porsche down the road, which is Richard Taylor. Kyle House is running one of the Corvettes, so you go from the high scream of the Porsches to the deep growling V8 that the Corvettes run. And there's an M8 out there, that's Joshua Meyer. The M8s have got a whole different kind of engine tone. It's similar to the M6s with, as far as the engine is concerned, or certainly the sound of them. The M8 is an absolute beast, and that's also quite a handful of a car to deal with.
They're all very, very tricky cars, and at the end of the day, they're all going to be so brilliant out there, and just kind of preparing for this endurance, you can see just the level of skill they all do possess. The laps they're doing at the moment, they're all doing a decent amount of laps. I think 4 is the least amount of laps we've had in the field, so they're all definitely going out there practicing, and they're just getting ready for the endurance now.
Yeah, absolutely. The warm-up session is going to be coming to an end. Whilst this session's been going on, the admins have been assigning the qualification positions.
1 minute until race start.
So yeah, 1 more minute to go before the race is due to begin. The qualifying positions are being allocated in the background, so the grid will be formed correctly when we do switch over to it.
It's going to be an interesting start to a race. I haven't really seen these guys practice their lineups or anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
There always be issues in these kind of things. normally is.
Particularly in the GTEs, half of our GTEs didn't set a qualifying time, so they may well be holding on to. Yeah, we just don't know where they are in relative pace. We know where 4 of them are, but the other 4 we're not entirely certain of. But of course, different drivers handle these cars in different ways. This is part of the challenge with, team endurance events where, a setup could work brilliantly well for one driver and everyone else has to try and adapt to it, or you have kind of a baseline setup that works fairly well for most drivers, but may not be the way to get the absolute most out of the car. But it's all about consistency. It's the biggest part of endurance racing, is keeping it consistent, keeping out of trouble, keeping it, importantly, out of the wall. But so many times I've seen it in the past where we see the start happen 3 hours into a race. You start to get a feel for how where the pecking order is at that point. You return to it even after a break, 6 hours later, and the order's completely changed. Especially when you go through a night phase, where suddenly the leader's been in the wall and lost 3 laps because of repairs and things like that. So that's all part of the challenge of endurance racing. Just one mistake can be ever so costly.
Yeah, it's definitely all just down to consistency here. You've got to be so consistent, as you were saying with drivers, not always be suited up to certain setups that other drivers might. Just imagine how bad you must feel if you'd be the one that crashed the car. So it's another very, very important thing there.
Attention, non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
But there we go. So we are just now. We've entered the session now. I believe we are going to go down to the race shortly. So, any names we should look out for the beginning? Who do you think might make up a decent start? Do you think there's anybody in particular?
It's tricky to kind of do that in an endurance event, because you might get an absolutely blistering start, but if you throw it off the road within the next few laps, it's your start's absolutely thrown away. So the actual start itself is not so much irrelevant, but it doesn't carry as much weight as the likes of a sprint race or a Formula 1 race, etc., etc. So now the field is getting underway for this is a rolling start. Of course, it's not everybody having a bad one. It is. This is how the rolling start takes place. Ryan Nash will be taking the field. That is Satellite Racing B. They're of course getting the pole time yesterday, 1:56.672. Right behind him is Jamie I can't pronounce this properly. Tahui. I think that's what I'm going to run with.
Sounds about right.
I apologise wholeheartedly if I don't get anyone's names right. I'm not familiar with all of the field, so I'll get that out there right away. So that is High Speed Racing Team in the blue LMP2. Then you've got Anby Racing in third position. Alexis Clapano taking the wheel for the opening stint of that particular car. Then car number 4 is DDoS Racing 75. We saw Marty Hemmingsen in that, and he is the opening driver for that team. Next one down is a DDoS Racing 76. That is Samuel Bentley. He's taking the wheel of the orange and black LMP2. Alex Tunbridge is in the 6th position car of Infinity Racing LMP2 Team A. Nice and catchy name. Craig Dancy takes the position takes 7th for Natural Mullets Racing. Fabulous. Inspired by Pat Sharp himself. Wonderful team name. Love it. Who's next? Iceberg Sim Racing. That is Jose Ortuno is going to take the 8th position car. Then Jared van der Wiede. That's what I'm running with. Again, apologies if I haven't got that quite right. That is 9th place. That's SRF team. And then you have got Ross Smith, who takes control of the 10th position car. That is TCS Off Racing by Visceral Esports. Interesting, Visceral Esports signed one of the commentators that is going to be part of this series. Jess is going to be taking a commentary spot, I believe, later in the series, and she's signed for Visceral Esports. So well done to you, Jess.
Formation point. Leader has reached formation point. Please form up in a 2x2
now
fashion.
The drivers are going to be forming up the 2x2 line, so basically reforming a rolling grid. And you'll see the front runners now beginning to do so in the LMP2s. If we go back down to 14th, where our GTE, We're missing one of our LMP2 teams, unfortunately. So 15th is where our LMP2, our GTEs form. It looks like we have 6 of those. So they have formed their 2x2 grid.
This start's going to be really important to some people.
Yeah, absolutely. It can all go horribly wrong. If you have a bad start and you've got lots of people screaming up behind you. Equally, if you throw it into the wall or are thrown into the wall, as sometimes happens, then your start can go horribly wrong. But in an endurance event, anything can happen, so it's definitely not worth giving up. And Ryan Nash has floored it to signify we are racing here at Spa. 12 hours has now begun.
Race is green.
And away we go then. Ryan Nash taking turn 1 quite nicely. It's a battle for second position, or one of the LMPs to floor. Oh, there's a bit of a problem further back. I think that was the Van der Vida has dropped a few positions. Jose Otono has dropped as well. And now our GTEs have also gotten underway. Everyone's still on the road. No discarded bits of carbon fibre anywhere. As they now come up Rouge and Radion onto the Camel Straight. Then a couple of the LMPs are side by side. That's Smith and Hooper that are challenging each other for 11th place that they're fighting for. And our GTEs look like they're fighting as well. It's difficult to kind of keep up with absolutely everybody.
Somebody's going straight off track, straight on.
Oh no! He's falling down the field. Then it's always very difficult when the field is so heavily compact. You're conscious of your race strategy. As mentioned earlier, what point the braking points and acceleration points. Of course, they've been practicing in these cars for some considerable time. Leading out. If you come into this kind of event blind, you are very brave or very daft. But
yes.
So they know how to drive the circuit in the cars they're in, but they're trying to concentrate on their strategy, and their mirrors are completely full of competitors. Ryan Nash and Jamie Tahui, beg your pardon, have broken away a little bit. They've got Clapano and Hemmingsen. Hemmingsen remained in 4th position. There's a bit of a gap for 4th to 5th. Hemmingsen to Bentley. Bentley has pretty much the rest of the LMPs in very, very short succession. Let's have a quick look at our GTEs, see how they're doing. That's Wes Smith, 14th, leading the way in the M8 with how do you say that? Joshua Meyer, I think that is.
I think so.
Alaric Enslin in the lead Porsche with Lucas Lichten. Still coming side by side. My goodness, that is absolutely brave. 3 Blanchimont. Then Kyle House in the Corvette in the penultimate position. If it's not gone well for Richard Taylor, he's at the tail of the field. Doesn't look like anyone's come. Oh, there's an LMP facing the wrong way.
Yeah.
Borisov, and he's actually hit the wall trying to spin the thing around. He's got a little too much traction there. For some reason, he can't get reverse. Oh dear.
This is very much not what he wanted from his start at all.
That's Iceberg Sim Racing Team. They qualified in 8th and now find themselves right at the tail of the field. That is horrifically terrible start. I mean, it happens, unfortunately. The start just completely undoes. And we've had a change of race leader. Jamie Tahui, I can't say Tahuti, it's not correct at all. Tahui has taken the race lead. That's from High Speed Racing Team in the blue and black LMP. They've taken that from Ryan Nash, who was driving the pole-sitting Satellite Racing B team. Oh, that's Clapano going very, very wide for Ambu Racing. So 3rd and 4th have kept their position there. Martin Hemmingsen trying a move on the inside of the Camper chicane. Doesn't quite get it done just yet. But wow, a top 4. I didn't expect the top 4 to be so clustered. I kind of thought that I thought they spread out a little bit, but again, these are the top 4 teams that were within 0.2 of a second after qualifying. So I'm not surprised they've broken away from the field, but they've absolutely remained clumped up in an endurance race. You don't necessarily want to be just constantly racing, constantly having to defend. Especially not if you've been sat in the car for several hours. Of course, they haven't got to that point yet. But when fatigue starts to become a problem much later on, then they would rather the field is a bit more spread out when they're having to kind of think about keeping their eyes open as well. But of course, right now they can afford to kind of push hard, but keep in mind, keep it on the track, keep it undamaged. But yeah, this is a great spectacle for us.
All close together, they're just absolutely going at it at the moment. And top 4, you can just see their pace right here being so equal, pretty much, in pace. They're just sticking together in like an army formation, doing absolutely brilliantly here to follow each other without making any mistakes. But then again, they are trying to look for the moves and trying to look for the times when one of their guys ahead might make a mistake, and that's their opportunity to just pounce up the inside and get that position. And it's at that point that they need to start putting the pressure on the cars ahead. Obviously, when you're in a formation, if you do get past the car in front of you, you've still got another car in front of you. So ultimately, it doesn't mean you're going to get away from that position. It just means you're probably going to have to defend harder and try and get past the guy ahead as quickly as possible, really, in terms of that.
Absolutely true, but also they don't want to be making any unnecessary moves. In shorter races, I was taking F1 as a prime example. The old adage, if you're not going to go for a racing gap, you're not a racing driver, which is absolutely true when you're talking about a shorter race. When you're in a 12-hour situation or 6-hour, even a 3-hour situation, you don't want to be making unnecessary risks so early on. If you're in the final half an hour or final hour, sure, start to take a bit more risk because you haven't got the luxury of time on your side. You can't think, oh, okay, I've got a number of hours, we've got a number of driver stops, yada yada yada. You can't rely on that when you're in the closing stages of the race. But right now, I wouldn't imagine we're going to see a lot of lunging going on. But it wouldn't be the first time I've made a prediction and it'll be proved wrong within the next few laps. So we'll see. It looks like Tahui is beginning to break away a little bit in the high-speed racing team. Starting to get a bit of a gap between himself and Ryan Nash. Certainly not an unassailable gap. Ryan Nash doesn't have any particular luxury of space, as Clapano's been nailed to his rear wing for a while, and Hemmingsen right there as well in the mixture. That's Van der Wiede that's lost a position then. Craig Dancy has just shot through on the inside of the first turn, but they're still going at it. Oh no, don't go too wide, don't go too wide into a ring. Someone's going to have to back out of that before it gets nasty. And that's what I thought would happen. They had to kind of dance over the hatchings, and that's going to allow Van der Wiede to fly through on the inside of Dancy.
Yeah, surely here he's got it by the looks of it, and just try and keep consistent. Try not to get too hot-headed in the seat there. You want to try and just keep your head down.
Which is very easy to say from our perspective. We know that as commentators. We have the luxury of being able to get away with comments like that. But it's so easy to think, oh well, keep it cool, keep it sensible, etc., etc. But in the heat of the moment, when you've got someone challenging you, sometimes the racing head just takes over and you race them. Which, as I was saying earlier, it's not necessarily the wisest thing to do so early in an event of this length.
Yeah, that's completely what's happening with most of them, I'm sure. But we see who was at the sponsor. Borzovitz, he's making his way back through the GT cars now, so trying to salvage something so far in this stage. So he's definitely going to be wanting to keep that consistency, not mess up again. Main thing. And we have a GT spin there. I think it was Maya who just spun. I don't know if there was any contact. It was side by side. Good spin. He lost about 3-4 positions there. So that's not very good for him. That's always puts him in not very good position in P17. So he's lost quite a few positions. He's try not to make a mistake again. Really. That's what you want to do.
Yes, he's dropped down to 4th in class then behind Lucas Lichten. I'm looking at that and thinking I'm not getting it right, I'm afraid. So I'm going to have to. I'm thinking Lichten. So I'm going to go with that unless somebody can correct me otherwise. So again, apologies for that. Just trying to sort my windows out here.
Top 3, looking up the inside of Nash there.
Oh, wow, that was close from Clapano. That was exceedingly close.
It was indeed. Just looking all over him, really. And let's put Hemmingsen right behind Clapano. Well, I say that. He seems to have pulled away a little bit through that 2 corners, but it was exceedingly close a minute ago. But the top 3 still sticking together. First is kind of pulled away a little bit at this point. But top 3 are kind of just staying together as best they can.
Yeah, Tahui.
Making minor errors now, by the looks of it. Going a little bit wide through some corners and losing a little bit of time to Nash through the corners now.
Yeah, it happens, but that is the nature of the beast. Who he has again managed to build on that kind of lead. Just under 2 seconds now between himself and Nash. I mean, that's a lot of that is probably because Nash is feeling the need to defend from Klapano, either instinctively or not. In Klapano, it looks like he's lagging just a little bit, which might be putting Hemizen off a little. It's you do have that kind of additional risk when you're not 100% certain where the car you're passing or being passed by is entirely. I mean, the lag's not too bad for Klapano. Oops, Nash was a little bit deep into the bus stop, but nothing too bad. So who remaining in sight. We'll see fairly consistent laps then coming from our drivers. No. Oh, Dancy's in trouble. Craig Dancy is in trouble. He's just dropped down to 8th. That's Van der Wiede and Jones that have gone past him. He was very slow coming out of the bus stop, and that field, of course, is still very, very heavily condensed. So that's dropped him down a couple of positions. Again, these sort of things, it rather depends on the mental fortitude of the driver. If they can just kind of calm themselves down and think, oh well, that's a mistake. Never mind, let's crack on. Then they'll get back into their rhythm. But for some drivers, that really does play on them. So you kind of ponder on the mistake too much, you give it too much thought, and that leads to more mistakes going on. He just needs to kind of settle down and get back into the rhythm, and we'll see if Danzy can recover from that small mistake.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be wanting to not dwell on it too much, because
that's the word I was looking for.
He just caused more mistakes, as you were saying, and we don't really know if he's going to be able to keep his head down. He should be able to. He's looking decent at the moment. This is only half a lap later though in a 12-hour endurance race.
Yeah.
So not really exactly a point to test. He's gone a bit wide though.
Well, unless he's had contact with the wall. We of course saw Borisov have a big problem early on, and where he introduced himself to the wall a little bit. Dancy may have done the same thing. He's got Otsuno really, really close to him. And that is going to be adding pressure to him. Dancy driving for the Infinity Racing LMP2 Team A. They qualified in... where did they qualify? 7th, I think?
I believe so.
I'm
not
looking...
entirely sure, to be honest.
We've got the qualifying results here, but silly me, I resized the window, and that particular fact was just outside of my reach. That was a bit daft of me. Just correct that, so I don't make the same mistake again. So that's not going to help Dancy, but he's in 8th, so kind of roughly where the team's pace was. So it's not like he's suddenly put their team. I mean, it feels worse than you touched on this earlier, Josh, where if you make a mistake and you cost your team a considerable amount of time, that sort of thing does play on you as well. So it might seem easy just to go round the track for lap after lap after lap, but there is an amount of pressure on there. You want to do the best for your teammates, especially if you're in a pretty good qualifying spot, and one mistake and suddenly you're miles behind. I mean, Borisov rather displayed that fairly well. Where was Borisov? Borisov was for Iceberg Sim Racing Team, so they qualified in 8th, and he finds himself now in 13th. So there's a prime example of where a mistake can undo the good work of your teammates, and that sort of thing does play on your mind as a driver as well.
Yeah, it's immense pressure being down there in the car, that's for sure, and it can definitely lead to more mistakes if you really dwell on it too badly. But to be honest, he hasn't lost a whole lot of time from where he began, so he's just got to not think about it too much and really just carry on, try and keep calm.
Yeah.
As you were saying, it's not...
Oh, Ryan Nash is off! Ryan Nash is off in 4th place. He'd lost some positions earlier on as well. He was in 2nd. He's just flown off the road at Stavolo, and he bounced off the wall, so he's almost certainly going to have damage. I mean, they're fairly robust, these things, but the wall does tend to win in an argument. And, he just... I don't know whether he just missed his braking point. He didn't seem to be coming into the corner that, overly quickly. I think he just wandered wide, got onto the dust, and that was it, off into the wall. And he's chosen not to pit now, and that's another thing, you don't really want to be pitting out of sequence, as our NMPs are now catching the back of the GTE class. So by and large, in endurance terms, or multi-class endurance terms, it's the duty of the faster car to find their way past the slower one. So in this case, the GTEs. If we look at, for instance, the Tail 2, the Porsche of Richard Taylor. Oh, that's the Corvette of Kyle Hauser. It's gotten all out of shape. What a beautiful 360, sir. Very nicely done. After he come past Radion, coming onto the Kemmel Straight, kept it out of the wall as well. So 10 style points, doesn't earn you any position or time, but very nicely done. So the GTEs basically mind their own business, keep to the racing line. It's up to the LMP2s to find their way past, and it's things like this that really can scupper a lead. And as we're seeing, actually Capano is on the back of Tahui now, so Tahui has lost that ever-increasing gap he's having. I mean, we have 6 GTEs with us, so it's not like they have a colossal field. It's not like they have 26 GTEs to ferret past. That would be another matter entirely. But it's these sort of things that can really will upset the rhythm, because the LMP2s have to calculate where the GTE is going to be and where best to make the pass. This is why it's discouraged for the GTEs to jump out of the way unless they can do so in a very, very obvious way. As Smith a little bit demonstrated there, Wed Smith in the lead M8. He stayed off the racing line, but he was already off onto the curb, and he stayed on there for longer than he normally would do. He's making it very clear, I'm staying here, come past me to the right, basically. I think they've got one more GTE to come past, Alaric Enslin, who's been in the GTE lead since the race goes, so he's doing a great job in the Porsche. Here comes our LMP leaders then. Tahui has got Clapano all over his rear wing. So you can see the blue flags being waved for the Porsche. Like I say, if they jump out of the way, it makes them that much less predictable, and that is not at all what the LMPs want. They want them to be stationary, obviously, but they want them to be predictable. They don't want to have to second guess what the GT is going to do. And now Tahui's actually got a little bit of a gap between himself and Clapano, and Hemmingsen has closed in. And this is where you want that predictability. If you're in a close battle like this, Hemmingsen doesn't want to. Hemmingsen, for example, doesn't want to have to try and think, oh, okay, if the GTE's gone to the outside, I'm going to dive on the inside, and suddenly the GTE tries to jump onto the inside line. It's that kind of level of predictability that the LMPs want when they're making the pass, so that they can maintain their battles there, as we can see Hemmingsen on Clapano.
Yeah, predictability is what we all wish for in a race. Usually it doesn't come to fruition, but it doesn't seem to have affected a whole lot here. Losing a couple of I can't say the first.
Tahui?
I'd say Tahui. He's lost him a little bit of time, but not a whole lot, so...
I don't know that I'm getting that right, by the way. That's just the way. That's the name I've gone for. So again, if I'm wrong, I wholeheartedly apologise. But what that's done, that's actually bunched up the top 3. Once again, they're now coming through campus, and now there's only just over a second first to third. So he did have a couple of seconds to himself. That gap has gone, but the press is more on Clapano to keep Hemmingsen behind him. And Ryan Nash, after that incident, has fallen about 6 seconds behind this battle now, so he's going to be off the pace until that car comes in for its first scheduled stop, where they can then get that damage repaired, unless, of course, the damage is exceedingly severe. It's the only time these guys, or indeed any of the drivers, GTEs as well, that's the only time they're ever going to want to pit out of the plan. They know when they want to bring the car in. Of course, they calculate that based on fuel primarily. I can get this many laps to a fuel tank, basically, using this as an average. So they'll know on lap X I'm going to bring the car in. They don't want to come out of that schedule. Maybe by a lap or two they might, but not a significant amount. They wouldn't want to come in after 4 laps purely for damage if it's still drivable. And Ryan Nash obviously feels that car is still drivable, but that's not to say that our top 3 won't encounter a similar problem as the race goes on. So we will see as the race unfolds. At the moment, Tahui is beginning to stretch his legs a little bit at the front. Hemmingsen having a look on the inside, coming towards Lecom, doesn't go for a manoeuvre there. Again, he's not willing to do anything silly. He's more kind of showing his face in the mirrors of Clapano to keep the pressure on, make sure Clapano knows he's well and truly there. And he's probably going to be looking to capitalise on the mistake more than try and force the move.
Yeah, you just got to... Yeah, you don't really want to dive. Diving is definitely not what you want to do in these kind of cars. They're very, very wide, and they're quite strong, but you can still spin around by tapping somebody's side pod, for example. It's not what you want to do. So just stay behind, try and stay as close as possible until a mistake's made. But if you do see the opportunity, I suppose you can go for it. Just not. You just don't want to be too far back when you go for that, move, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hemmingson not too far now behind Capano, and the top three are still close. They're still really close. So their pace is definitely very, very equal right now. They're not. No one of them is going exceedingly faster than the other. They're all kind of just stuck together, and it's good. It creates good racing, a lot of tension, that's for sure. Especially for these guys, their hearts must be absolutely pounding. It's just staying close to another driver is just the pressure. It's just got to be immense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly going to help keep them awake. Not that they need that right, or they shouldn't need that right now. If they're tired already, then they're in for a very long day. You would imagine typically, I mean, these teams tend to have on average four drivers piece. Ironically, Martin Hemmingson is a driver of two. Basically, is him and Liam Rance. Only those two have that car, so they've got to do 6 hours apiece in that car. I mean, I would imagine they're going to split that into 4 stints. I mean, you can't do one stop in a 12-hour race. No, oops, as Hemmington gets a little bit squirrely coming through Les Combes. No car has a fuel tank big enough. Not unless you're driving a fuel tanker. I've never heard of endurance racing for fuel tankers before, so you'll have to stop at least 4, maybe 5 times. So Hemmington got very, very squirrely there on the exit of turn 11.
It looked like he nearly brushed the wall there.
It looked like he was trying to trade a bit of paint there, wasn't he? But he's gone. Yeah. He's getting a bit squirrely coming through Pouhon as well, so he may be pushing a little too hard. But also, is it going to be a little bit of dirty air effect going on? As, of course, he's chasing constantly Clapano. He doesn't have the downforce when he really, really needs it. And, of course, these guys have practiced, unless they've practiced following someone, which they can do, is not a bad idea to do it. But generally, you practice just you and the clock, so you know where your braking points are when you've got maximum downforce efficiency. When you're following someone, that's exactly what you don't have. So we'll see. And that sort of thing can start damaging tyres, forcing you to be slower. But Clapano's now actually closed back in on Tahui. So now we're going to see if the high-speed racing team drivers got the defensive moves in him this time.
Yeah, he's going to have to defend a little bit here. He's not going to want to make a mistake at all. Hemmingson, as you can see, he's been a bit squirrely this last lap, as you said. He's not going to be wanting to, dwell on that. As we've been saying before, just want to try and not think about it too much. But they're coming up over Rouge and through Adion. Not a whole lot. I don't think he's going to have it here. He's not going to be able to overtake him by the end of this straight. He might do. I don't think he will.
Unless he's going to go for Tahui felt the need to defend, though. He wasn't leaving that to chance. He positioned his car right in the middle. Clapano, that's not how you do. That's not how you do Les Combes, says me. That's exactly how I do it, because I've gone stonking in there way too hard.
Yeah,
so
similar mistake to Hemmingson, really, but Hemmingson maybe a little bit later than him.
That's brought Hemmingson back in. There's another battle actually going on for 6th position, Van der Wiede and Jones. They've got exactly the same issue. It's only the pair of them as opposed to a 3-car battle. Oops, Jones jumping over the final. Yeah, that didn't go well for you on the exit of Les Combes. Coming through that last turn 9, he just got all out of shape, flew off the road. But didn't lose a great deal of time.
Battle for P16 going on at the moment, according to my data.
Smith and Lichten, yes. Mind you, that's because Borisov is down there, but he's putting a lap on the Porsche. My mistake. So Lichten is 16. Actually, Wes Smith is a long way up the road. So Battle for 16. I'm reading Battle for 50. My mistake. No, that's Lichten and Meyer. Yes, you're absolutely right. The BMW is chasing that screaming Porsche all the way towards Les Combes. And actually Taylor is not far behind in the next Porsche, so that could be a 3-way battle ready to form. The GTEs don't have the downforce efficiency of the LMPs, as we mentioned before, so they've got to rely on far more mechanical grip. And of course the cars being slower, they've got to essentially commit to the move much earlier. The LMPs have got the ability to react on the fly, so to speak. Well, so do the GTEs, but to a much lesser extent. If you're in mid-corner and suddenly your opponent moves over on you, the LMPs can handle that a bit better because they've just got more inherent downforce in their cars. So the GTEs have just got to make their move that much more obvious. Not that it's any less skillful, it's just done in a different way. Hemmingsen, I thought he was going to look on the inside of Clopano again, coming into Lacom. That's going to be a pretty common overtaking spot. Of course, they're absolutely storming down Camel Straight on the anchors for Lacom. And still, Tahui just cannot break free of Clopano now. So either Tahui's just kind of managing the tyres, managing the fuel, and so he's not interested in trying to break away. But if I were him, I'd want to try and get that 2-second gap back, certainly before they catch the GTEs again.
You'd want to... You don't want to be too close together when you come out to the GTE again. But I don't think he can break away right now. I think Clopano's keeping him honest here, and as is Hemmingsen. So I don't really think they can all break away from each other right now. I think there might be some tyre saving going on, some fuel saving, but I don't think that's the major thing keeping them together right now. I think it's more similar pace at the end of the day, consistencies.
Absolutely. They seem well, I was about to say they seem fairly content on being where they are. I highly doubt they're content in the slightest. I'm sure each one of them wants to be leading that particular train. But Clopano got very out of shape coming into the bus stop at Hemmingsen. It's nearly impossible unless you fly completely off the road. It's absolutely, near as damn it impossible to make a pass in the middle of the bus stop. So...
Do we?
Oh, do we?
We had a yellow flag for a second in sector 2, so looking through the grid I can't see anybody off, but there was one.
No. If it was, they've recovered on their own.
Yeah, so he actually pulled away a little bit now, looking at the top 3 again.
Yeah, that'll be where Clopano got out of shape coming through the bus stop chicane. Tahui was pretty clean, and Hemmingsen was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and just got slowed down as a result of Clopano recovering. And it sounds like they're catching up to the Corvette. That will be... Who will that be? That'll be Kyle House. Yep, so the trailing GTE then is going to have a lot of company again. So we'll see how well our lead LMPs get through it this time.
Yeah, not going to want to lose time. As you were saying earlier when they were coming through, it's all about predictability. You don't want them to be too unpredictable because that's what causes crash. You want to be as predictable as possible, so either stick to the racing line or, stick to the line you're taking. That's what you need to do. And actually, to shoot Tahui going off a little bit there to try and get past. So,
wow.
Not as predictable as one of them. Hemmingsen also made the dive there, but he had to really stick to the back of Clopano, which he's done. Tahui losing a little bit of time then getting past, as he had to go off a little bit wider than he would have liked. But it's not the end of the world. He hasn't lost the positions, and even if he did, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It's a 12-hour endurance race. We're running at 15, so
yeah, we're only 30 minutes into the first hour. So long way to go. But Hemmingsen actually demonstrated perfectly what I was saying earlier about the LMPs have an easier time reacting suddenly. He had to just make that sudden... Clopano's got out of shape. I wonder whether he was going to go in the pits then, but no, he completely lost the tail. We saw him lose the tail last lap around as well. He managed to hold it that time, but that got completely away from him. Hemmingsen now up to second. So that is now going to put... excuse me, that is going to put the DDoS Racing 75 on the tail of Jamie Tahui in the High Speed Racing Team car. That's fourth qualifier against the second qualifying team. He's got 1.111 seconds on my time on the last timing split there, and they're catching the the Porsche of Richard Taylor. I think Taylor is away behind Joshua Mayer as well, so he's essentially just a single car, much like Kyle House. So the LMPs won't have shouldn't have too much of a bother getting past it. It's all about where they catch them as well, because if the LMPs catch GTE right in the middle of, say at the end of the at the end of Blanchimont, if they catch a GTE right at the bus stop chicane, they would be unwiser than to try and force their way past. They're just going to have to start, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's Tahui caught the Porsche right in the middle of Puon, and that's cost him a whole bucket load of time, and now Hemmingson is right on his tail.
Hemmingson's going to be looking all over him. We have some comments on Twitch, in our Twitch chat, about Hemmingson needing to save his tyres a little bit, but I think everybody's really pushing the same, to be honest. So we're losing time now. Hemmingson's not far behind at all.
He might have to do a bit more of that later, because he's been in dirty air for so long. He would have probably slid around a much more as they come past Joshua Meyer in the BMW. He's lost the tail of Lichten. Oh, there's the Porsche! Oh, and that's precisely what, that's actually where I was using as an example as well. On the end of Blanchimont, just before the bus stop, they managed to just about creep past the Porsche before they get to the bus stop. Oh, that could have been very, very nasty. That's Clapano as well, so he lost a whole bucket load of time before. And because of Lichten's point, and Lichten didn't do anything wrong, he was just there. He just happened to be unfortunate as the one that was caught at that particular point. It's not his fault. He didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't. I say he's in the wrong place. He was in the wrong place as far as the LMPs were concerned. But yeah, he was absolutely right to maintain his line. So if he was on the inside, if he jumped off of that line at the wrong time, he could have very easily collected one of the leading LMPs. That's precisely why the GTEs need to be predictable in this situation.
Yeah, to put into perspective how much time they really lost from that, Nash gained about 2 seconds in that final section.
Yes, he did.
So,
and he's damaged.
Yeah, he's got damage as well. So Capano is the real gainer from that. He's not far behind them again now, so he'll be looking for that. We have a battle for 8, apparently 3/10 in it this round. Oh, Nash getting a little bit awkward there, trying to overtake the cars.
Oh, Van der Wiede's in trouble.
Oh, he is. He's lost 2 positions there.
Yeah, Bentley and Jones. Yeah, they've both come out. He got all out of shape at Les Combes. And whether there was a GTE nearby, I don't think there was. I think he just overshot the braking point, and then Jones and Bentley come through. So here's another 3-way battle. There's the top 3 having their fight. Now 6, 7 and 8 in their particular battle. Oh, sorry, 5, 6 and 7 in that battle. Bentley, Jones and Van der Wiede. So yeah, it's tricky to know where to look. Well, GTEs are pretty... none of the GTEs are in a particular close battle. Meyer was with Lichten.
Yeah, they're all fairly close together. I mean...
Oh, excuse me, I couldn't mute quick enough. Oh, sorry, I was tapping the mute button. It didn't quite work in time. Oh, apologies there. Oh, Tahui's lost the lead.
Oh, he has.
Tahui's in the pits.
Tahui's in the pits. He
oh,
is.
no, I did not expect the first stop to happen 35 minutes in.
Me either. It's very early pit stop, and I wonder what he's going to do here.
And Clapano's right with Hemmingson now, so there's been an incident there. Whether that involved Wes Smith, unfortunately I wasn't looking at that particular collection at the time. But it could be that Tahui didn't actually intend to come into the pits. I've seen it before where, just because of where the pit lane entry is, it could be that you know, if you make a mistake in the bus stop, you accidentally end up going down the pit road. Well, there's not a lot you can do when you're committed to that point. Of course, that's going to put Tahui in there for a little while. Oh, Van der Wiede spun! Van der Wiede has spun, I think, where is that? As a La Source. So Van der Wiede was trying to, I think, get a move done, and he's now down to 8th position.
He's lost quite a lot of time there, and
good
not
10 seconds at least.
Oh, but Rugi's all around, all through Radion there. He was looking very out of shape up there. Then I thought he was going to spin again, didn't quite able to control it very well. But yes, so about the pit stop for Tui.
He's now out and in 9th position, so he's got a lot of time to close down. I'd be surprised if that was planned.
Me too. It didn't seem like it, to be honest. 30 minutes in, first pit stop. As you were saying, it's unexpected. It's not something you really expect at this stage in the endurance race.
No, indeed.
Can't be stopping every half an hour. That's not the option.
You'll be in there a long time.
Indeed, you would.
But you know, but you know that could be. For all I know, that could be perfectly tactical. If he felt he was in the midst of traffic, you might want to pull an early stop. But I'd be stunned Considering how long the pit stop is, yeah, Formula 1 pit stop, you might want to try that, considering they're only stationary for 2 seconds, but yeah, not convinced that was... I've just realised his name's pronounced Jaime, isn't it? Not Jamie. That's how you typically write Jaime. Ryan Nash is in, so maybe that is actually on the cards for the LMP2s. But Ryan Nash is damaged, so he may well have opted to bring his car early. Where's Smith?
And Antonio going at it through
Ooh,
the...
that's going to hurt, yeah. Oh, he's collected Jones as well. Oh dear, he's got very out of shape, but kept it on the road. He's got one of the BMWs right with him as well. That is... Can't tell who the BMW... Oh, trouble in the sauce! That's Altano and Dancy.
Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not what we want.
Well...
That's really not what we want for this. He's flashing his lights.
Yeah, he's not best pleased about that. Oh, someone in chat is telling me it is actually Jamie, not Jaime. Oh, there's me trying to be clever.
Well, fair enough. But yeah, Dancy and three ahead of him, really, all still quite close. Obviously, Dancy losing out a little bit of time now.
Oh wow, we're seeing a big cluster of LMPs coming in there. So yeah, maybe that half an hour's ish time frame is actually right. Nash is just coming out. Ross Smith has just brought his in. Van der Veed has been in there a long time. There is Borisov, who's been struggling a bit. New tyres, new rear tyres going on that particular car, and Hooper in as well. So lots of people coming in at this surprisingly early stage, or surprising for me anyway.
Yeah, I didn't think people would be pitting this time, but seems we've got quite a lot of the grid coming in. We've also got Copano coming in now,
and Hemington. So that's most of the LMP field pitting at this point. But I mean, it really depends what the tyre wear's like. If they feel that it's going to be dangerous for them to continue on the tyre wear they've got, then they're going to come in earlier.
Yeah, just looking at lap times between Hemington and Copano, the fastest lap times, and they're so close together. And just looking at them, we have Hemington's 159.313, and then Copano's 159.335, so they're all very close, really, there.
Yeah.
And the fastest lap time being just 0.3 quicker than that was to Chewy, so yeah, they're all
very, very close.
Yes. As Copano's coming out of his pit stop now, as is Hemington, I believe, so Hemington's still there. So Copano comes down. Copano's got past Hemington at this point.
Yeah, so Copano is... Yeah, so Hemington's been... Wow, Hemington's been in there a long time.
Yes, he's leaving just now. So he was stationary for an awful long time there.
He should beat... Tatui. That was close. Hemington's just behind him, but that was very, very close. As Hemington rejoins. He rejoins in fourth. Alex Tunbridge hasn't pitted yet, I don't think, as Altano, Bentley and Dancy are in. Bentley's going to come back out now. Overtake Altano.
Hemington and Tashui looking very close now, and Hemington's going to be looking around the outside down here. Is he going to be able to make the move? He looking a little bit out of shape through that section though, and he hasn't got it. So he's defending, serves him well there. He's able to stay just ahead of the DDoS racing car.
And again, correction on surname, Tatuhei. Oh, okay. That's actually quite literal then. Apologies for getting that one completely wrong all race long so far.
We'll try to call him Tatuhei from now on, but I'll probably forget.
I'll probably keep calling him incorrectly for a while. Everyone that's been in is now back on track. Now the GTEs.
Car number 76 has received a drive-through penalty.
Oh, a drive-through penalty then. That's Sam Bentley that has got a drive-through then. Not 100% sure. You will forget. Yeah, thank you for that, Carnage. You're probably absolutely right on that one. It's a drive-through penalty then for Sam Bentley. We're not sure why. We didn't see an incident with him, but it's, obviously the steward's not pleased with something he's been involved with. We do have...
The last drive-through penalty was for causing a collision.
Aha, that's literally just been updated. As I said, it was causing a collision. That was probably that big scuffle we saw with him, Van der Veede and Ortuno, I think. a few laps ago. So we do have live stewards. We have not just us guys in the commentary box shouting about what's going on as Alexander Jones brings his car in. We do have those that are evaluating our drivers, keeping an eye on their driving standards, making sure they're not being too silly. And unfortunately, Sam Bentley has caused the eye of the stewards.
Indeed, right. So we can restart the stream, guys. Be back in just a moment's time. The pit rate was a bit messed up. That's my bad.
Oops.
I had to restart it.
Okie dokie.
It's restarted now. We are back, so nothing's really happened. Bentley's coming into the pits though, as does Jones.
Bentley's serving his drive-through.
Yes, so he's gonna just go through the pits now and come back out. See where he comes back out. Come back out near anybody in particular.
Bentley will come out just ahead of Van der Wiede.
Yeah,
and,
just behind Jones.
Not much between those three now, because that wouldn't have cost Bentley too much time, but that's more kind of a just slap on the wrist, make sure you're not being too silly.
Yes. So Tattoo Hay and Hemmingson is still fairly close together right now. It's been an all race long thing for these two, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just similar paces all around, and Kwano is about 9 seconds clear of these two because of his pit stop being obviously a short one. So whether he's lower on fuel than these two, I'm going to assume it's that. I'm not too sure.
Well, Mayhem Mike in chat actually said that the LMP2s have around 75 litres max, which absolutely true. I've seen that before, and they're doing about 3.5 to 4 litres a lap. So yeah, I can imagine that every 30 minutes they're going to have to come in and take a tank's worth of fuel. I mean, they won't take tyres every time. They'll take, depending on how they feel their tyre wear has gone, we may see them have maybe every third stop or fourth stop, I suppose, depending on whether they've just been sliding around too much.
Hemmingson's had an issue because he's dropped back a whole bunch from Tattoo Hay from what was
a
really close battle. So he's gone wrong somewhere. I'm going to assume it was the bus stop's changed. So I'm just come out of one. He looked fine. So yeah, he's had some sort of problem there that dropped him back a little bit. So he's keeping it consistent, trying to maybe get back up there.
He's not too far back. He's now 1.3 behind Tattoo Hay now.
Yeah.
So nothing that's. But look at Clapano now is 8 seconds ahead of Tattoo Hay.
Just received a drive-through penalty for causing a collision in turn 1 on lap 19.
That's Ortuno's now got a drive-through penalty.
Okay,
so
we're getting to drive-throughs right now, and so there's obviously been some incidents that we may not have got on stream. I'm not sure, to be honest. My memory's not that good, but there's been some drive-through penalties we've had so far. So, do you think this can really mix up the field a little bit with these drive-throughs?
It could, but again, we're very early in proceedings. This is kind of where the drivers are a bit nervous. They're a bit anxious to kind of get into the rhythm, and they just push the car a little bit too hard. That will become more of an issue when fatigue kicks in, when they're at the end of a long stint, or maybe if you've got to drive like some teams like DDoS Racing 75 with Hamilton and Liam Rance, where drivers are doing a lot of hours in the car. That's when it's going to become much more of a problem. I think more towards the end of the race we're going to start to see that become much of a bigger issue. But again, it really depends on how these close battles we've been seeing, as Hemmings has actually caught back up to Tattoo Hay now. So that gap's completely gone. Whether Tattoo Hay's made a mistake to allow Hemmington to close back in. Also, the gap between Tattoo Hay and Clapano's closed a little bit. But judging by what we were seeing earlier, Clapano was third and dropping back off of these two. Now leads them by a slightly a decreasing gap, but just goes to show how the strategies can go, how a simple mistake can really shuffle up the order. So a drive-through penalty can shuffle the order, but it's going to be more down to pit stops, just because not everybody's going to be taking tyres at the same time. They're going to be taking fuel at roughly the same kind of time because all the LMP2s have the same fuel tank size. The GTEs, broadly speaking, have the slight differences between the Porsche, the BMW, and the Corvette, but not a lot. 5 litres maybe. So there's not a massive amount of difference between fuel tank size. So it's more going to be down to that, I would imagine, that will make a bigger difference as far as the pecking order is concerned, as Jose Ortuno now serves a drive-through penalty. He's lost that position to Tunbridge. He's going to come out in 10th.
Henningson's caught back up to Tattoo Hay, so the issue hadn't served him too much in terms of pace and where he is, so I'm going to assume he hasn't got much damage on his car, if any.
But that's going to be another thing as well that's going to shuffle the order up, is if, when you bounce off the wall, as we saw Ryan Nash do, when they get that fixed, and it is up to them as if they get that damage fixed, it's things like that that are going to be a much bigger bearing on these sort of things. I was part of a 24-hour broadcast of Le Mans not too long ago, and the leader of the LMP class was absolutely streaks and away by the end of my first commentary stint, which was the first 3 hours. And when I returned the next day, that same car was last by a very, very long way. So where you are now does not guarantee where you'll be towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's an endurance race there. Definitely not really looking to see these guys in the same place towards the end. I'd be surprised if they were, to be honest. And it's just all about being consistent and making it count when you can, and not getting too over anxious and whatnot going into the race. Trying to get into that rhythm, I suppose, as well. That can really help you out.
Yep, absolutely. As they continue then, let's just have a look at where everybody is. Clapano leads the field then by 7.4 seconds over this battle for second between Tattoo Hay and Hemmington. Tattoo has just had the edge over Hemmington for most of the race now, but by no means a real dominant force. He opened up a couple of seconds lead early on in this race, but has not refound that particular comfort certainly since when they first came to lap the GTEs. It's really shaken up the field a little bit. Now Ryan Nash in 4th had a bit of an incident with the wall. Will have caused some damage to that car. He doesn't appear to have had it fixed, but he will press on and try and close down to the top 3. He is about 32 seconds behind them, so has got some work to do. Alexander Jones is very much on his own then. He is 12 seconds behind Nash, and finds the lead GTE of Enslin. Oops, right in his face as they're coming through Pouan. Slightly unfortunate timing there for Jones, but continues nonetheless. Sam Bentley is 6 seconds behind Jones after having served a drive-through penalty a few laps ago. Van der Wiede has been in a few incidents already so far, as we are fast approaching the end of the first hour. He finds himself about 7 seconds behind Bentley. Oops, doesn't quite manage to get through Campus again quite cleanly, but carries on nonetheless. Craig Dancy in 8th position. He finds himself about 5 seconds behind Van der Wiede. He is in 8th place at the moment. Tunbridge, a little bit on his own there in 9th. He is about 12 seconds behind Jancy, so a little bit on his own there. Ortuno served a drive-through at the moment. He served it a little while ago, to say. He's 11 seconds behind Tunbridge. Then Tom Hooper has actually got some company there in 11th with Borisov, who had some trouble very early on in the opening laps of the race. Ended up facing the wall and struggled to get the car in reverse. Lost him a whole bucket load of time. But now on the tail of Tom Hooper, then for battling for 11th. Oh, he's getting very close there, coming through Blanchimont. As you can see that he's had things about an inside manoeuvre into the bus stop, but finds a waiting Porsche there.
Hemmingson losing a lot of time trying to get past Firehouse there. Tattoo Hay managed to find his way through rather easy, but not quite able to do it here from Hemmingson as well.
Ortuno's brought his car in. That looks a bit more of a scheduled stop as Hooper and Borisov are now having a battle for 10th position. So, and that was Taylor right in the middle of them as well. That's the Porsche they were catching, and that's going to cost Borisov some time. He sensibly backed off and there's Smith actually. So there's a three-way battle, 10, 11, 12 going on. It's wow, Ross Smith absolutely flying along the Camel Straight side by side with Borisov. Oh, that could have been nasty. Just about managed to get the move done. Borisov looks like he's taking it very, very cautious. As Ortuno is still in the pits. He's been there a little while. So potential battle there for 10th place. Checking in with our GTE runners. Alaric Enslin has been in charge of the GT field in the Porsche since the go. That's for the Metal State team. That's one of the ones that didn't set a qualifying time and has been absolutely in charge of the class. Lucas Lechten in the next Porsche down the road has got a lot of company with Smith and Borisov. Bounces off of the ladder through the camper chicane. Has got Meyer right behind him in the M8. So he continues to make their way. So Lichten driving for the back mark has got Mad Team qualified in second. Meyer, where is he? He is driving for the No Wi-Fi Autosport GTE team. He's keeping that battle on. That's for second in class. Richard Taylor was not too far off the back of them either in the next Porsche. He is driving for the Infinity Racing GTE Team A. So the Infinity Racing squad with two representations, one for GTE and one for LMP2. Kyle House we've seen a few times in the Corvette. Wes Smith has had a mare somewhere because he's right down the tail end of the field with Van der Wiede right behind him, getting very squirrely trying to come past him. Wes Smith is very much minding his own business, which is correct. Van der Wiede got very impatient, I think, trying to come past him before coming through turn 11. Which could have been a little bit more costly than it was, but Carl House is a long way ahead of Wes Smith at the moment. And we haven't had any retirements just yet. 19 cars in our particular race. Clopano still leads, but that lead is decreasing between himself and Tatuhei, even though Tatuhei is dragging Hemmingsen with him. But Ryan Nash, whilst with the damaged car, we saw that incident earlier, he's ever so slightly closing in on our leaders as Hemmingsen thought about the move. Well, I think it was more Tatuhei actually defending the move. Oops, as the Porsche they were catching up with flew off the road. That's Taylor. I think he was trying to get out of the way of the two lead, or the second and third LMPs coming through.
Borisov has spun it again.
Oh
he was in a battle and he just lost it, and he's lost a whole heap of time. He was in the battle for, it was P10 the whole way down to P13 at one point, so it was very close between these guys. And actually, you can see it now with is it Hopper?
Hooper.
Hooper trying to get past. Yes, so it's a good battle going in here. There was 4 cars in it. There's now just 3.
Well, yeah, Smith and Hooper are still in that particular battle. That is a battle for 10th. So those two in fairly short succession. Smith is ahead of them, but Smith is on a different lap to them, I think. Oh no, sorry, Smith has lost a lot of time. He was actually about 20 seconds or so ahead of this battle. He now finds Hooper right. Oh, Hooper's got that wrong coming into the bus stop. That didn't go well for him. Oh, so that's what's confusing me. Ortuno is in the middle of that. Ortuno is actually a lap down after having to serve drive-through and then taking his scheduled stop. So Ortuno on a very, very different strategy to the guys around him. Yeah, Borisov's not too far back, but as Josh said earlier, he has had an incident that cost him a bit of time. But Tatuhei cannot shake Hemmingsen, even when Martin makes a mistake. He has closed in that gap again, and that's actually allowing Clopano to start to stretch his legs a bit out front.
What does this say about Hemmingsen's pace? Is he currently quicker than Tatuhei, or is he just luckily able to catch back up due to mistakes? And speaking of, actually, what move is he going through here?
Yeah, Tatuhei feeling the need. Tatuhei is not confident that Hemmingsen will stay behind. He's feeling. Oh, just shoved him off the road. Oh, wow. That's a little bit. That might cause him to be looked at by the stewards there. Is he just. Whether he understeered himself off the road and just took Hemmingsen with him, or whether he just ran Hemmingsen off the road, I am not to judge. But either way, both of them flying off the road at Les Combes.
If it was indeed a defending move, then it was a bit extreme of a defending move.
I thought it was, but I will let the stewards make the decision on that one. Oh, Hemmingsen flies off the road through Pouan, but again, the Dirty Air will rather force that to happen. So that's given Clapano a few more tenths in hand now. Nearly set back up to 7 seconds between himself and Tatuhei. 6.7 now. So that had come down to, I think, around about 5 or just under. So it just goes to show how much battling really can cost. Clapano is very much on his own. He's catching to the back of Borisov and Hooper, who have resumed that battle, and GTE leader Alaric Enslin brings his Porsche in. That's first scheduled stop then for the GTEs. So the rest of them will follow suit in fairly short succession. Oh, Enslin missed his pit box and has had to reverse. Oh, that's not good. Oh dear, he's actually having. There he is. He was having trouble actually getting into the pit box, but he's changing tyres as well, so he's going to be in there a while. But I would imagine the GTEs are going to follow suit like the LMPs did and all pit at a similar time. Oh, Clapano's lost some time. He's lost a couple of seconds on Tatuhei as he's putting a lap on Borisov and Hooper, who are having their battle. Then Borisov gets the inside line coming into Les Combes, and Hooper then has let that one go. So Borisov now up to 11th position. Now, what we were saying at the beginning of the race, where it's up to the faster car to figure their way past the slower one, as Joshua Meyer brings the M8 in, just as Ensign leaves the pits. That only applies if you're in different classes. For same classes, so LMP on LMP, GTE on GTE, the normal blue flag rules apply. You must get out of the way of a member of your own class coming through to lap you. You can't hold them up, etc., etc., or else the stewards will be having a word with you. Meyer's in there a while. Then the M8 is now underway. Oh, problem for Meyer. Big problem for Meyer. He's hit the wall. That's not gone well for him. That was a very weird moment there for Joshua Meyer in the M8. He's now going again. It's going to put him towards the back of the GTEs. I'm not really sure what happened there. He just kind of steered into the wall and carried on going.
Sorry about that. I had an issue with TeamSpeak. I didn't realise I'd left for a moment.
Oh, nice. I figured you had a problem with some description. But oh, Hemmingsen and Tatuhei again into La Source. And Tatuhei is defending for all he is worth. They've come past Hooper as well. That's Tom Hooper in 12th, but Tatuhei is having to fight very, very hard to keep Hemmingsen behind. But even still, there's Clapano is still losing time to these two. Oh, Tatuhei is glued to the inside line. Hemmingsen's had a great run on through Radion and Eau Rouge. Obviously not in that order. Hemmingsen is just nudged into second. Can he hold? He's going to have the outside line coming into Les Combes. Oh, that's a bit of impact between the two, and they both slightly spun. Hemmingsen came off much, much worse. He's gone on to the inside of Les Combes. I'm not sure whether the stewards will kind of look at that. I think it was kind of a bit of a racing incident there. But Hemmingsen now got it all to do. It's got at least 5 seconds to close down to catch back up to Tatuhei. But
5 seconds from the leader, and Tatuhei sets 5 seconds back from Capano, so it'll be about 5 seconds he lost there.
As Taylor and Lichten brings their cars in for the GTEs. Now we've seen Hemmingsen close in the gap to Tatuhei several times already, as Tatuhei is closing up to Borisov and Meyer. Ooh, Meyer went for the apex as Borisov was already there. So the M8 staying out of the way of Tatuhei. Tatuhei is actually biding his time a little bit, coming through Paul Freyer, heading towards Blanchimont. He may not sort of try and push too hard to get past Borisov. And oh, we've had a driver change.
Have we? Who's changed?
We have had a driver say. The only reason I'm saying that is because that's a name I haven't said all race long. Vasilis Kater. That is for the Backmarkers Got Mad team. That's the pink and blue Porsche. Our first driver change of the day on the or just over the hour mark.
So for our first driver change for today, people have been asking for the live timing, so I'm just going to put the.
Yep. No problem, as Hemmingsen has gone past Hooper then. That's putting a lap on 11th place Hooper as Dancy is in. Craig Dancy has brought that car home. Craig Dancy in. I've actually forgotten which team he's in.
So these are live timings we have right now. As you can see, the gap between everybody. There's not a whole lot going on. There's about 5 seconds between Tatuhei and Rapano, about another 5 seconds between Hemmingsen and Tatuhei. So these are them. These just come with my program, so I don't think you'll be able to access these ones anyway. You can see the air temperature on all of this. So there you go. Right, let's move that off. Let's go back to the race. Right now, yeah, we have had our first driver change by the looks of it. I definitely haven't seen that name all race, so you'd be correct. Is the driver ahead? Have they been there this whole time? Or is that also a new driver?
What, Vasilis Kater?
No, Alaric.
Oh, well, Alaric Enslin, no, he's been leading the GTE class all race long so far.
Yes, okay.
So, no, as far as I know, Kater is the only driver change we've had, although Dancy has had that car in, Infinity Racing. There was me looking for a team name, it's on the blooming fin. That was clever of me. Dancy's still in the car. I wondered if there was going to be another driver change there, just because of the length of time he was in there for, but no, he continues on his merry way.
Yeah.
As Clapano is still being reeled in. He's in quite a bit of traffic. He's got Smith directly ahead of him. So that is allowing Tatuhei to close in on him, and that could allow Hemmingsen as well to close that gap from third to second if they start to fight. As Smith gets out, sorry, that's Ortuno that gets out of the way, I think. Yep, and Smith is right in the mixture. That's Ross Smith in 9th and Ortuno in 13th. So that's actually all those three LMPs, and none of them are on the same lap to one another. But of course they, of course all of them were under blue flag conditions because the race leader was coming through, and that's allowed Tatuhei really to close in. Just 3.3 the last time we checked between those two. So yeah, that's really going to be going to come good very, very soon.
Some news on Darcy's car. Apparently it wouldn't let him fix it in the first pit stop, so he had to wait until the second pit stop.
Oh dear.
According to Sint. So thank you, Sint.
Ah, yes, thank you for that.
So that's why pit stops are rather long. But yeah. Right, where is on the grid? Are there any real close battles going on at the moment? I mean, Tatuhei is now just 2 seconds behind our race leader.
That I think is the closest.
Yeah.
Of course, with our guys on different laps, make it a bit difficult to judge, but not particularly. I'd say the closest one is Tatuhei to Clapano for the race lead. Oh, and Tatuhei's got a big old bunch of traffic there. Smith. Oh, that was close between Ross Smith and Jamie Tatuhei.
Cool. Hemmingsen also just there as well. So this group of cars they've had to make their way through have definitely slowed some of them down because the gaps come right down from what was 10 seconds between Hemmingsen and Capano to just 6 or 7 seconds now. So yeah, the gap's come down, and just 3 seconds between Tatuhei and Capano.
Indeed.
Nash is having to make his way around cars as well, going a little bit wide there. He's going to hit the gravel trap. No, he's just gone off, hasn't he? Trying to get past these GT cars, it's not really worked out for him that time. Locked up a little bit and just went straight on, unfortunately.
The closest battle, with the exception of the lead, I can see is Hemmingsen is now getting very, very close to Tatuhei. So Tatuhei's not had a good run getting through the traffic. So that is closing down a bit, but the closest one is actually in the GTEs between two of our Porsches, which is 15th and 16th, Vasilis Keita and Richard Taylor. Those two, that's for position in those screaming Porsches. So that's, and for class, that's going to be, what's that going to be? Second in class, I think? Yes, that's second in class they're fighting for.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
Taylor having a look on the inside, coming into Lecom, doesn't quite make a move yet.
Not quite yet. He's just going to hold back a little bit. Normally, I'd wait for the mistake, but it's not always the most reliable thing to do because sometimes they don't make mistakes. Sometimes they do drive very well. It's possible. Yes. So now we've got the LMP cars just coming behind Taylor now, trying to find their way through. So it sticks to the racing line. And Hooper losing a whole heap of time trying to find its way through there, having to take the GT braking line. So he's going just as slow as them. And yes, that's not going to help him out in his positions at the moment.
Indeed.
Taylor's got on the back of Keita again. Managed to get a little bit of time as Keita had to go a little bit wide as the LMP car went up the inside. So not quite helped him out really. But yeah, that's the battle we're at the moment, the closest one I believe.
Taylor, the GTEs, Mayer and House, they are in a battle as well. So it's basically the battle to avoid the wooden spoon. The Corvette on the tail of the M8. So they're only about half a second apart. But let's jump. Our leaders are starting to get very close as well, I think. It's a couple of seconds between Tatuhei and Clapano. And there's nothing in between them either. So now this is going to be all raw pace. And Hemmingsen has cleared all the traffic as well. He's about 4 seconds behind Tatuhei. But if Clapano puts up a fight to try and keep Tatuhei behind him, there's nothing to say that Hemmingsen won't close in.
Clapano's had an awful time making his way through the field. He's lost a whole heap of time to both drivers, which is what's really closed down this battle once again for the lead. So this makes it interesting, but I'm sure he's not going to be very happy with the way he go through the field has been.
Tatuhei, the only man to break 2 minutes last time around. That's really going to help him charge after the lead once again. But now we're at a point where the field is exceedingly spread out. Of course, this is more a problem for our LMPs because they'll have, rather than all the cars they want to pass being condensed into a lump, they're all spread out everywhere, so it's just more for them to have to worry about.
Yeah, it's not what you want. You don't want to be coming across the car every few sectors.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the problem that faces the likes of Tatuhei and Clapano at the moment. Well, technically all of our LMPs, but the only reason I mention them is they are the closest ones we've got on field at the moment. So it's essentially more critical for them to get the clearance that they need.
Indeed, right. So the battle screen's alerting me to a battle for fifth. I don't believe there is a battle for fifth though. So very good.
Jones and Nash is that's battle for fifth would be Bentley on Jones. They're miles apart, but Jones is not too far off the back of Nash. So depending on what damage there is on Ryan's car, then that could well be a battle for fourth for me.
Yeah, that could well be. I remember back to the beginning, we had the battle for fourth. It's definitely dispersed out now. It wasn't for a very long time, but it's beginning to come back together for the two leaders and also Martin Henderson. So you might see them coming back into a formation like. And we see Tunbridge and Dancy going a little bit at it there. Dancy going across the corner there, trying to must have oversteered over it, and Tunbridge going a bit wide, so nearly going off into the gravel or the sand.
Going off to build sandcastles.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Dancy's a lap down from Tunbridge, so Dancy should be jumping out of the way, but it's still a distraction. You want to take the lines you want to take, and somebody else is already there, so it doesn't matter whether they're minding their own business or not. It still serves as a distraction to you. I'm watching the live timing as well, and I'm just watching that gap, first to second, second to third, just get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. There is, Borisov is in a close battle apparently. Where is he? Borisov and Ross Smith. Yes, that's a battle for ninth. That's not actually too far behind Tunbridge. We're starting to see. I'm also keeping an eye on the board. We're starting to see some personal bests come on the board. Kyle House, ironically, in last in the Corvette. He's been chasing Josh Mayer. He's just done his personal best with a bit of help with Slipstream. So he's gained about 8/10 on that M8.
He's just behind him from out of turn 1 there, but he has lost a little bit up over him through Radion. So yeah, he's not to the back of him, but he's very close from a visual standpoint.
Tunbridge is in. Tunbridge is bringing his car in from 8th position. He was really struggling.
So is Tattoo Hay. Tattoo Hay's coming into the pits as well.
Uh-huh.
So second place dives in.
Yep, just over the half-hour mark again. So these will be planned stops.
Indeed, yes.
Tyres going off for Tattoo Hay. Oh, front tyres. Front tyres at least. Oh no, yep, back ones as well.
There we go, that's good. Right. So Tattoo Hay will be coming back out in just a moment. As now Hemmingson and Capano are the 2 leaders for now. Just 3 seconds separate them, so Hemmingson now is indeed also closing in even more than what Tattoo Hay was doing.
Yeah, he gained 1.6 last time around, so he's definitely had the pace there to really pile on the pressure or get into a position where he's going to pile on the pressure. Jones and Nash still on their battle, still a few seconds apart, but Jones has been reeling Nash in. Even though we suspect that Nash has got the damage on his car, unless he did get it fixed last time around, he's still setting low 2-minute laps, so it's still a pretty decent pace. Jones again getting into the 159s last time around, so Jones is definitely on a charge.
Oh, I think Tattoo Hay just did a driver switch.
Yes, he has.
So,
Nigel Grunewald.
That's going to be a fun name to pronounce, right? Okay,
yeah, so Tattoo Hay has jumped ship. Nigel Grunewald takes over car 21.
So he's going to be in a fairly good position, really, with the top guys when they come into the bit. So he's going to want to really maximise the most for now. So try and keep it as consistent as possible. You don't want to mess up as soon as you come out. You want to try and get into that flow, that rhythm, which they've all been searching for so much.
Yep, definitely.
Hemmingson still out on the grid, still staying out, so they'll be staying out for a little bit longer. I presume not too much longer, just a few more laps at most.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to be out there too long. Again, as we've sort of talked about the fuel tank amount in the LMPs. They've got 75 litres, that is your lot. We saw them coming in just after the half-hour mark, so I would imagine most, if not all, of the LMPs are going to be coming in within the next few laps. So we'll see if anybody else hands the reins over to their next driver in line.
Just watching Nigel's times at the moment. You can just trying to see what he can do. Maybe in the lap see, because times are similar. And Hemmingson goes straight on again, taking the escape road there. Can't the corner very little bit because of small. Apparently we have a battle for 10th. Is that just my thingy being weird?
Nash is in. Ryan Nash has come in. Battle for 10th. That would be Hooper.
Vinderworld. We have Nigel and Underworld as well. They're very close together.
Oh wow, yeah. Grunewald really went wide there.
He did.
Is Van der Velde gonna? Oh, Van der Wiede, sorry. Is Van der Wiede and Grunewald? Yes, that's easy names for us English.
Very easy.
They don't come in. No, Grunewald obviously won't because he just handed the car over.
So Nash is in. He's just leaving the pits now. So
that was quick. So
that's his pit stop over there. He hasn't switched drivers, so he's staying where he is with Nash. Just got Hemmingson and Capano still out on the grid. So presumed them coming in soon. Right. So we have Bentley in 4th. He's now lapping Tunbridge. Coming around. It's fairly easy with him. Not too much to say about that.
Oh, pit crew wasn't ready for Tunbridge. Went in the following lap with 0.01 litres of fuel left. Oh, that's scary.
God, that must have been awful coming in. The feeling of that.
I've seen it happen before where a driver's come in and the pit crew just aren't there, so they've had to really. I've seen somebody try and do a lap of Le Mans with 1.5 litres in an LMP car.
God.
And Le Mans, as we all know, is a pretty damn big place. And
It's a very,
he got all the way round up to the pit lane entrance before his car decided to stop, which was such a shame. We have another driver swap. It is the last place BMW M8 is now handed over to Edward Taylor.
We're looking to try and improve this position, I'm sure. We have a couple of other drivers in.
Yep, Smith, Borisov and Hooper.
Yes. So these three, we might see another driver change out of one of these three. It's entirely possible at the moment.
Yeah, keeping an eye on them to see if any of those swap. Hemmingsen is very, very close to Clapano now. Just 1.3 separates the top two.
Indeed, and Grendelfeld still hasn't found a way past Vinderwede, but Vinderwede comes in. So
well, that
no longer an issue.
answered that one for Grunwald then, as Vinderwede brings that car in finally.
So Jones just trying to make his way past some GT cars. Fairly easy for him. We have Hemmingsen and Capano making their way through the grid, but Capano's lost a lot of time trying to make his way around there, having to go off track, and that's put Hemmingsen right on the back of him, really. So the battle for first is well and truly back on again, under a second now. We see it fall to just about 6/10 through my data.
Another driver swap then, in the form of Viktor Sokolov.
Hemmingsen and Capano both in. Both coming into the pits.
Oh,
so
the lead pair coming in together.
I think there was a little bit of contact up through there. Coming into the pit lane, so that's always fun.
Hemmingsen giving Clapano a hurry up there. So, yeah, I need to get to my pit box now. I mean, he's probably got like grams worth of fuel left in those things. Yeah, so Viktor Sokolov has taken over. I missed who he actually took over from. That's car 17. That Sokolov has now the control of. Let's see who that is. That is the Iceberg Sim Racing team. So he took that over from Maxim Borisov.
Yes. So, where is Grindelwald? Is he on the grid? Anywhere close to coming past the start finish straight? If so, he might be within a shout of taking that lead back.
Clapano. Oh, Clapano and Hemmingsen coming out absolutely in tandem.
That's an amazing battle for these two.
Neither of them doing a driver swap, but Sam Bentley brings in car 76, DDoS Racing. Yeah, Clapano's got a lot of work to do because as that puts Grunwald now up to 4th position. That was, of course, Tatu Hay was the previous driver there. He's got quite a big gap to close down to Hemmingsen. So Clapano and Hemmingsen only going for fuel in the last stop. There's 23 seconds thereabouts between Grunwald and Hemmingsen. But yeah, Hemmingsen staring at the back of Clapano. That's for the net lead. Of course, Jones hasn't been in yet. So I would imagine he will come in next time around. Bentley's still in the pits at this point, but let's see how. Oh, Hemmingsen very wide on the exit of turn 11. Coming through Puan.
Battle for 18th, according to my.
That's battle for 17th. That's Maya and Kyle House. Kyle House been in charge of that Corvette since the start, as has Maya and that M8.
Keita and Dancy's still going at it. Wait, no, my mistake. Stupid.
That's to say, that's
Taylor, but
yeah, Vasilis Keita in the lead of the. I think it's the. Oh no, sorry, Richard Taylor. Sorry, Alaric Enslin has the lead of the GTEs as Alexander Jones brings his car in. Didn't think he'd have too much further to go.
Indeed, not many massive battles going on. We have the lead, which is... Wait, the lead's come down massively. Has something gone wrong here?
Clapano... Well, Clapano and Hemmingsen came out of the pits in tandem, so that gap is still pretty close, but Grunwald is reeling them in.
I think it was just an issue with my data, to be honest. I don't think, because it was bugging all over the place for a moment there. Yeah, yellow flag sector 2.
Yellow flag sector 2, don't know who, I'm afraid. I think that the live timing screen I was using has had a bit of a moment, because that seems to have stopped.
I think it was Bentley, because he's going awful slow at the moment. So,
yeah.
I think he may have had some sort of issue in sector 2 there.
So he's... Yeah, that's Otono that he is chasing, because Jose Otono is not on the same lap as him, so he should jump out of the way when Bentley is ready to overtake him.
Yes.
Yeah, my live timing, I don't know if yours has died, mine certainly has, so...
I can put mine on screen for a moment if everybody else's has died. Let's just go onto the screen. So this is, I get...
Oh no, mine's alive again, so...
so everybody who wants to see my one, here it is. Yeah. Mine's, actually gets the data from the game live, if you know what I mean. So
yep, good. Well, yours is far more important because you're hosting the stream. So
yes,
I'll struggle on. But yeah, Grunwald is absolutely closing in that gap to the top two. Hemingsen is very close to Clapano. That's around about a second that separates the top two. We've had a race lead battle for most of it as we are approaching an hour and a half in to this 12 hours of Le Mans race, and basically the race lead has been in contention for almost all of it.
Exactly. Capano now beats the fastest lap.
Oh, doesn't he just? Crikey,
yes.
158.3. That was it was Tatuhe that had that pretty comfortably, and suddenly Clapano, who was falling, was third and struggling, I would say an hour ago, but not that long ago, has suddenly now come alive. Wow, you found your curse button.
Hemingsen also putting in his personal best, I believe.
Yeah, and he's only 3/10 behind as well. So, visor down, red mist descends for our lead pair. Crikey, they are absolutely charging now, and Grunwald is kind of just left in the wake, losing. Oh, lost 2 seconds actually on the lead pair last time around. So. Yeah, absolutely nip and tuck between Clapano and Hemingsen at the moment, and they've been in that car through qualifying and for all of the hour and a half that's gone. So they will be feeling the effects of fatigue, if not already, then fairly soon.
Yeah, I'm very sure some of these will be able to, especially the two-man team. I forget who it was. Was it Hemingsen?
That was Hemingsen. Yes, Hemingsen, and we haven't seen Liam Rance yet, but yeah, Hemingsen is part of that two-man team. I think he's crazy personally, but of all credit to you for giving it a try. I think you're utterly nuts, but absolutely fair play to you.
I believe that's why the BAR team went down, because there was only 2 drivers. So
if you can make it work, then absolute credit to you.
I mean, yeah, these two are going to be feeling probably the most fatigue on the grid with 6 hours each.
They'll sleep well.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll sleep.
Hemingsen's on the back of Meyer. He's caught that M8 at a rather unfortunate time through the bus stop chicane. That's going to cost him a little bit, and that's not what you want if the person you're chasing has suddenly come alive and is blasting through the lap timetable. Then you don't want to be losing anything to them. And that would have cost him. What did he do? He only actually lost a couple of tenths in that last lap. That looked far worse than it was. I mean, the bus stop was obviously is very, very slow. So it could have been worse. If he caught that M8 in the middle of Puan, then he would have had to have made a move stick, so to speak.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Oh, Tunbridge. No, Sokolov, I think. And Sokolov has lost that 9th position to Tunbridge. And Tunbridge is nowhere near him, so I think Victor Sokolov has lost that position due to an incident.
I think Tunbridge is actually out of track.
Oh no, he's not run out of fuel. He's rolling backwards in the pit lane.
Pit lane is currently closed.
They've had to close the pit lane. I wonder whether Tunbridge has run out of fuel.
I think he has. He's going very slowly.
Well, he's going backwards.
Really
so
he's going backwards. I can't even see him. Oh, he is going backwards.
he's rolling backwards. He's got no engine.
Incident between Bentley and
Van der Wiede?
Otono.
Oh, Otono. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. I missed that one myself as I was sort of looking at the situation with Tunbridge, but I think Tunbridge is out. Yeah,
Surely.
he's still rolling backwards. As oh, what a shame! He was in the pit road before his engine has died on him.
Oh.
As he now just bumps to rest, embarrassing. He's now rolling forwards.
He's going forwards again. Will he make it up?
This is like the slowest Newton's cradle you've ever seen.
He's going a little bit with a decent amount of speed forwards this time, so he might be able to make it.
If he makes it, I mean, this will be a godlike recovery if he can make it back. I mean, there's got to be some kind of technical failure. That engine is not running.
Yeah.
So I mean, let's not kind of add insult to injury and stare at the bloke as he's struggling to do anything with him.
Let's move on.
Something has gone horribly wrong in the car. It's so embarrassing. And yeah, whatever momentum he had has stopped again because, of course, it's uphill coming into the pits. So whatever momentum that Tunbridge had has gone. I think we can count that as our first retirement. As Carnage in chat says, I do feel for him. The worst thing I've seen a car spun and actually block the pit lane sideways. I have seen that happen before at Spa. That was probably the worst, and very Austin Powers-esque. He's trying to reverse and go forwards to turn the car, but of course he's only got like 6 inches in forward and backwards to actually do anything with it. Of course he can't do anything, so he's had to retire the car from there. So that's the most embarrassing thing I've seen. And before anybody asks, no, it wasn't me.
Well, that's always good. But we have let's assume that as our first retirement for now. It doesn't look like it's going to change, but the pit lane is closed for now. So that's going to have to be cleared pretty soon as we get into the next kind of. I mean, it seems to be kind of 35 minutes. Seems to be around about where the LMP's fuel limit is, and we're around about I think 10. Well, not quite, because I think we're about 10 minutes away from the next one. So yeah,
we're not far away. If Tunbridge can't, if that car can't be cleared, then everybody is technically in trouble because no one's getting past that. That is a complete pit lane blockage, unless someone wants to push Alex Tunbridge's car into his pit box.
I definitely wouldn't be the guy who does that. That's for sure.
No, you'd need like the M8 or something. That's a big old brute, or the Corvette perhaps. You'd need something big and fairly robust. I can't imagine the LMP2 will probably submarine underneath it and just kind of hoik it up as opposed to push it forwards.
Yeah.
So you might have a kindly GTE go in there and give him a shove, but we will see. But at the moment he's still in it, and he's still in the car. It's retired. That car has now been retired. It is now in its garage, I would imagine. Oh, it's actually deemed as an engine failure, so it may have actually been an engine blow as opposed to out of fuel. But what a disaster! On the hour and a half mark, and that's such a shame because the amount of time, the amount of effort that these guys put into to practicing for this event, all the setup work and what have you. Just for something like that to spell disaster for Alex Tunbridge, it's really feel for him, but that is the nature of racing.
Yeah, in the pit lane especially, just to add insult to injury, it's like
it's okay, Alex. No one was looking.
Yeah, no one was looking. We can assure you.
Yeah, so that's the Natural Mullets Racing team. They were right in the middle as far as qualifying was concerned for the LMP class. That's a shame Pat Sharp will not get representation here today. Anyone old enough to get that reference will know what I mean. Side earth from you, Josh. It's okay. I'm an old bear. I know. I was born in 1858, so no, I understand.
Yeah, I'm not old enough.
A bit before your time. That's okay. That's okay. Otuno has brought his car in. That's from 12th, so that is going to be fairly a scheduled stop for him. Because the earlier you bring the car in, by and rights, the less time you spend in there. So I'm looking to see whether Otuno gets a driver change. That is for SRF Racing. If he is going to change, that is going to be David Serra or Victor Sequeira. Again, apologies if I am massacring these names. I wholeheartedly apologise for that. But still, Klapana is holding his own against Hemmingsen still.
No driver change by the looks of it.
He's back underway again. So Ortuno is hanging on to that one for a little while longer. A battle is forming between Craig and Tom Hooper. So that'll be a battle for 10th. A little bit of a gap there, though. As mind you, Hooper and Sokolov is very close. That's a battle for 9th. Dancy's not far behind, though.
Yeah, Bentley and Vanderwilder as well. They're another close pairing at the moment.
Aren't they just? And there is Edward Taylor right ahead of them. He's staying to the inside line. Absolutely fine. Gives the faster route to our LMPs. Bentley getting a bit of a... Oh! Van der Wiede caught the apex on Blanchimont and Sam Baker.
He's lost.
He locks up. He went for the inside line. That's a Sam Baker, not Bentley. I was getting that completely wrong. Locks up coming into the bus stop, and just that was it. Complete passenger time. Van der Wiede just tapped the back of Bentley's car. There was not really anything Van der Wiede could have done other than kind of come to a complete halt, because he wouldn't have known really where Bentley's car was going. That was a little bit unfortunate, so that battle is going to have to resume itself.
Bentley's car might have some damage. It looks a bit shaky for the time being in the rear, which is where he was hit, so I'm not sure. Going up a rouge, definitely, and through Radion looks very shaky and slippery, so he might have to come into the pits and get that sorted out.
Hooper and
I'd assume front damage, so
could be.
It looks alright.
Hooper and Sokolov absolutely nailed to one another at the moment. It's for battle for 9th. As Hooper gets a little squirrely coming out of turn 11, chasing down through Puan. Both of them running equally wide there.
That's what you like to see. You like to see if you're the driver behind and you go wide, or the driver in front and you go wide.
It's very easy
to see your opponent.
Yeah, it's very easy just to naturally follow suit. I mean, you imagine, the pit lane entry at Canada is a prime example where you're on the racing line and you have to brake before the person coming into the pit lane does. It's very easy just to follow them in.
Yeah.
Without Tono's had a terrible lap last time around, so he's had a big problem in the last lap. But there's a three-way battle for me. Oh, Sokolov spun it! He caught the front of Kyle House's Corvette coming through Blanchimont.
He want to get out of that road.
No, he did find reverse in that car. And he's now gotten underway. Ortuno is nowhere near him, so he's got nothing to worry about as far as position is concerned. Yeah, just Sokolov returned to the racing line too early and caught the front of the Corvette. The Corvette was minding his own business, and that spun the Iceberg car around. So Dancy's gone through and is now right on the back of Hooper. So that is, I think that's the two DDoS cars. Beg your pardon, no. That's Dancy is in the Infinity car, and Hooper is looking through the list. Can't find him. Apologies for that. I haven't learnt off who's in which team.
Is Infinity is Hooper?
Oh yes, in the second Infinity car. That's why they're running the similar livery. So yes, of course, the Infinity Team B for Tom Hooper has got Dancy right on his... Oh no, Hooper's made a big mistake. He's flown off the road. He's very slow. He stopped.
Something's happened here. He's completely stopped. And is this the end of Hooper?
That's another car gone. Because that engine's not running. So he's either out of fuel or that's a blown engine. He's now let the brakes go and just letting momentum. You ain't going to get back to the pit lane doing that.
No way. There's so many uphill bits in this, and as Tunbridge showed, the pit lane is very uphill as well. So
Tunbridge demonstrated perfectly well that you can't do it.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that's another one gone.
Martin Hemmingsen has actually closed the gap. I was just about to talk about the gap coming further apart, but it's closed by about a second. So
yeah.
Something's happened here.
Yeah,
Some right back in contention.
Klapano didn't have a great lap last time around. There's only half a second difference between Hemmingsen and Klapano last time, but that is how much the gap has decreased by. And so Alex Sandwich has actually left the server now, so that's not a surprise. But we are going to lose another.
We are going to lose.
Oh, Klapano got very squirrely coming through Paul Frey. They now stream on towards Blanchimont.
Klapano definitely come alive in his final few stages, though. He's been consistently about 10th of a second quicker for that until last lap, obviously. But
which could easily, could easily been traffic that caused that. But Hemmingsen has been right there, keeping the pressure on, chasing. Oh, Klapano's very deep into the bus stop. That's not going to help. And again, a tail just really lively on Klapano's car. Hemmingsen keeping that nice and steady and keeping that gap below a second. So Klapano, try as he may, he's got work to do to get away from Hemmingsen.
We had a momentary yellow flag in sector 3. It's gone now. I'm not entirely sure what caused it.
I suspect that was Sokolov looking at his last lap. He did 2:09 in that car, but he's had a terrible lap all over. All three sectors are very red for Sokolov. So we saw him facing the wrong way at the beginning of the previous lap. So, Tom Hooper. Oh, yes, Tom Hooper is in the pits now, along with Alaric Enslin. So that will probably signify another spate of GTE pits.
I do believe there's some sort of issue with me seeing Hooper's livery, because you stated earlier it was similar to Nancy's livery.
Well, Hooper is in the... I've got the Infinity Racing livery on Hooper's car.
Okay. Mine's just plain yellow, so something's not like that.
I would say not. Yes, he's got the Infinity Racing, of course, the two Infinity Racing teams. Hooper and Dancy representing them respectively.
Let's see if this has fixed it. Normally it fixes it if you... Nope, it hasn't fixed it. I'm afraid Hooper's just in a plain yellow car for me. Unfortunate, because the Infinity livery is quite well. It's quite nice.
It's a really nice livery. I do like that.
We can sit on some other cars though, so it's not all lost.
Yeah. Hemmingsen and Klapano still in that particular battle as well. That is, of course, 4-race lead. I mean, at this point, it's more for bragging rights, but it's also that mental game. It's something we haven't really mentioned. Is the mental aspect of it, of any racing, but particularly endurance racing. Particularly when fatigue is kicking in, and it will start to be taking its effect on those that have done the qualifying, done the warm-up, and now are, we well over an hour and a half into this now. As
what's happened to Hooper? He's just completely disappeared from me.
Hooper
he's in the garage.
Well, Hooper we saw parked up, didn't we? So his car had appeared in the garage, but he may have got the car going again. But he has actually retired the car.
Yeah,
so
it's retired now.
We don't know what's entirely happened to Hooper. Whether he had a engine problem or fuel problem of some kind. He is out. We have lost 2 of our LMP nows.
So just a nice view of Dancy overtaking Taylor and the 2 Infinity cars there side by side. That's a nice view. Nice spectacle.
Oh,
actually,
wow!
He's lost it, hasn't he, Taylor?
No, that wasn't Taylor. Oh no, wrong Taylor. There's more than one of them. No, it was Richard Taylor. Yeah, you're right. In the Infinity livery Porsche. I mean, have you got a yellow Porsche or the Infinity livery on that one?
The Infinity livery is on the other ones. It was just that one.
It was just Tom Hooper that you didn't have it on.
Yeah. Okay. Lovely Infinity livery. So
someone's thrown a tin of Dulux at Tom's car. Then that's probably why he's retired. He's out of disgust. It's like, it's the wrong colour. I don't want to race anymore.
You got a mustard yellow car. What you want.
Sponsored by Goldman's.
Yes. So Hemmingsen sits second back from Klapano now, so the gap still.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Hemmingsen didn't have an awfully good lap last lap. He did a 2-minute lap time.
Oh, Grunwald did. Grunwald definitely didn't.
He's 2.6. That's not good.
Jones did. Jones did a pretty good lap, but he's actually Jones is getting onto Grunwald's case.
We can see a nice battle here for. Oh, Hemmingsen! He's lost it trying to get past.
Oh no!
The GT cars, and he's done a 360 spin.
Hemmingsen, that's again another LMP that it was Sokolov that had a problem there, cutting the nose off of, I think it was Kyle House's Corvette. Now Hemmingsen off the back of Cater.
just lost it trying to move to the inside. He just spun it, just trying to find a way past.
Stylish, but slow.
So, yeah, it was very stylish. It was nice 360. But he's lost a lot of time doing so. He's now 6 seconds back. So.
Oh, now a message has just come in. Tom Hooper apparently has rejoined. That'll be interesting. Well, that's what the server message says. Whether he's actually able, and he is.
He's
Tom Hooper's actually coming back out. So it could have actually been a connection problem as opposed to a car problem.
The mustard yellow car is back out on the grid. This is fun.
That is it. You are now renamed the Coleman's team.
Yes.
By order of the stream, you are now renamed. No, well, that's good. I mean, that's back up to 18 cars.
Yes.
It's obviously going to put him a long way down, but there's a very, very long way to go. As I didn't, who was that was coming past him? It was Ortuno that was just coming past him. But there's 2 laps between Hooper and Ortuno now, so he's going to have to sort of work to get that back.
Yeah, he's going to have to work hard with his team to salvage something, really.
But it's certainly doable. I mean, it all really changes when you get to either, depending on. Oh, and Hooper's off again. He's flown off the road at Les Comps. So whatever problem he's had, he's still persisting. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he opts to get out of that car pretty soon if he's having continued issues. That's of course assuming that another driver's ready. If you've got a schedule of, be here for X time and you need to hand over early, then tough. You're going to have to deal with it.
If you're sleeping, you never know.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
In the pits, the other Infinity car. So
indeed,
they're doing okay.
Tyre change for Dancy.
Sokolov has just spun
Sokolov. Sokolov spun it again.
Yeah, just he didn't lose a whole lot of time. He just kind of half spun.
Oh dear. He's not at ease with that car.
So
iceberg car.
Yeah. So it's let Hemmingson pass quite easily, but it hasn't done anything.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't really have
Hemmingson gained time actually, as Capano had a pretty bad lap time overall, 2:01.
But then it was only a 2 minute 9 for Hemmingson, so he only gained 3/10 as a result. But gains again. We've still got many minutes left of this particular race. Over 600 of them if you think in minutes.
Yes, it's 10 hours and 20 minutes left. So he's gaining just a little tenth a lap is completely fine for him.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But this comes back to the point that I was making earlier of now is not the time to be either panicking or thinking about I've got to make up time. Now's not the time to do it. Get into the consistent rhythm, make up that 10th here and there, and over the time that gap will just consistently come down until someone makes a mistake again. So so much can change just as a result of someone else's mistake. As Craig Dancy brings that car back on track, still in 10th. As is that Grunwald that's just come? Yeah, it's Grunwald that's just come. Oh, big problem for Dancy. He's got, again. You had a problem at Les Comps, and I can understand that because you do get into a rhythm. You just kind of zone out and only think about what you're doing. A pit stop completely breaks that rhythm. So you do find that, of course, Les Comps being the first major braking zone, you have a slight alteration of speed coming up Radon and Eau Rouge. But Les Comps the first time you actually have to think about a braking point and line to do. So it's the first thing that kind of snaps you back to reality, essentially. So quite a few drivers struggling to get back into the rhythm and flying off the road. Hemmingson is, let's see what the lap times are last time around. 1:59.9 for Clapano, 1:59.7 for Hemmingson. So again, another couple of tenths off that gap.
I believe third in class, Cater has just had a little spin down in sector 2. So lost a little bit of time there because of that.
Vasilis Cater in the second place Porsche.
Yeah.
Enslin has had the rule of the roost for GTE all race long. Personal best there for Richard Taylor. Beg your pardon, Richard Taylor that leads the GTEs, but he's a pit stop out. Yeah, Enslin's been in, that's why. So that's why Enslin hasn't taken that over. But it was a personal best lap time for Richard Taylor. He was a hundredths of a second, or no, it was less than that. He was actually 5,000ths of a second slower than Enslin. So, I mean, you want to talk about consistency?
So yeah.
Yeah, but there's only about 3.5 seconds between the top Porsches in the GTEs at the moment. They're both coming through Les Comps. Can't quite see them in the same shot. Let's see, is anybody else close to anyone else? Van der Wiede and Bentley. There's not too much between those two.
Van der Wiede just had to move out of the way for Capano, going a little bit off track. So
yeah,
lost some time there.
Yeah, Van der Wiede. I mean, when you're under blue flag conditions for your own class, you can't mess about. You've got to get out of the way, and so it's those conditions where you jump off track or jump off the racing line and brake. Oh, yeah. Van der Wiede again catching that apex on the exit of Blanchimont, and now in that shot you just about see Bentley. Has Bentley just come in? No, he didn't. I thought Bentley had come in the pits there, but it's just the camera angle. I was on board with Van der Wiede at the time. And I thought Bentley had come in the pits, but he hasn't. He's continued on his way.
Yeah.
And Hemmingsen has taken... Oh, Hemmingson's taken 9/10 that time off of Clapano. So Clapano not having a good lap, but then he had just worked his way past a bit of traffic, so perfectly understandable. Hemmingsen...
will we see the front two coming in soon, do you think?
We should do. Again, sort of, we're looking at 35 minutes a time, there or thereabouts. So we in that kind of window.
Yeah. I was just thinking back to the last time they pitted, and it has been quite a while now. So.
Well, yeah, they do come out. Well, imagine, yeah, I should have made a note on when that was. So I didn't think to do that. So they may not do. I've just been kind of so absorbed in what everybody's doing, I completely have forgotten when they came out. Oh, Jones Jones has just lost. Has he lost the position to Groeneveld? Oh no, he's gaining on Groeneveld. So that's 2.5 seconds there. Oh, Groeneveld's had. I mean, they're in the midst of traffic, so it's not really surprising. Groeneveld at 2:03. Jones with a 2:01 last time around, as they are working their way past. Or Jones is just getting past Enslin, coming up and over Radion. There's Dancy in the background of that, but Dancy's not on the same lap as the top guys. This is for the last podium position. So
it's for drivers in particular. Obviously, I'm sure some of them will be happy with the podium, and to be fair, they can still go for the win.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's so much time left in this thing. I mean, the top two are like they're just 5 seconds, 6 seconds clear of each other. So. You know, we can definitely see some good battle between Capano and Hemmingsen's definitely still come to fruition. And Hemmingsen, the only person on track at the moment in the 1 minute lap times, as Capano proves me wrong by putting himself in the 1 minute lap times.
How dare you?
So Hemmingsen and Vanderwilde are actually battling away a little bit here because Vanderwilde trying to unlap himself. So.
Which, I mean, you are allowed to do that if you're a lapped car and you are faster than the guy ahead of you. You are allowed to unlap yourself only if you do not. If you can make the pass clean and get away, then you are allowed to do it. You don't have to just sit behind them just because they're on a lap ahead of you. But if you are going to potentially hold them up, then you must basically sit behind them and so be it, essentially. Yeah.
Well, looking at that time that Vanderwilde just put in, I don't know how he managed to climb back up to him, to be honest, because his last lap was a 2:03 and Hemmingsen's was a 1:59. So not sure how that's happened, but it has.
Indeed.
I don't know.
They found a wormhole somewhere.
Yeah, that's all I can presume. Hemmingsen going wide there once again. He likes going wide there, doesn't he?
Groeneveld's in.
Oh, okay.
Groeneveld has brought in the high-speed racing team car.
He's one of the drivers that has had a driver transfer so far.
Correct.
So.
That was Tatu Hay that opened the scoring for the HSRT.
Yeah, so he shouldn't be changing drivers. That would be a bit of a short stint.
That would be an exceedingly short stint. But you never know. These things happen.
Yeah, I've seen it happen in some races before. Yeah. But nope, he's come back out now. And
wow, that was a short.
That's his pit stop.
Very short stop then for Groeneveld. Fuel and fuel only.
Yeah, so he's not lost a whole lot of time in that pit stop because it wasn't a particularly long pit stop, as you were saying. So yeah, we'll have to see just where he comes out. Will he be in a battle with anybody crossing that white line, as you do? But yeah, he's not. He's in a bit of a no man's land now, isn't he? Nowhere really.
Hemmingson's actually Clapano and Hemmingson not that far behind him, so he may well fall a lap down at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Clapano and Hemmingson in fairly soon, such as the ebb and flow nature of endurance racing.
Hemmingson gaining ever so slightly in his last couple of laps. He's brought it into the 4 seconds, so he's been doing well.
Gained about 6/10 last time around, so nothing too bad. Again, just sticking to consistent lap times. They're around 1:59 2-minute marks for quite a while. Save a few mistakes here and there.
You can see lap times dropping off as well a little bit. They were doing 58s at some point. They're now doing 59s, the top two. So you can see tyre wear and all that. You can see it, how it comes into effect. Just by looking at the timings, really. Then we have Capano. He's like, I don't know why I said it like that, but he's just passing House now.
Oh, I think that's cost him a bit of time. I think.
Just it has. It's cost him a whole heap of time. The gap come down to 1.5.
Oh, that's close! Oh, Hemmingson. She was. He went for a bit of a chance move there on the outside of House, on the inside of House rather, which is a weird sentence to say in any context. But made it stick. And there's Bentley then that's in between Clapano and Hemmingson. I would imagine Bentley will probably bleed out of that as Nash has brought that car in. Been fighting with that car for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if Nash is going to swap out of that Greenville. And now that was interesting. As Bentley basically jumped out of the way, I wonder if that put Hemmingson off slightly because he got really deep into the bus stop chicane. I wonder if that move from Bentley, who was just jumping out of the way, that might have put Hemmingson off. But that gap now 2 seconds or just over between Clapano and Hemmingson. So battle for the lead could well be on again.
Yeah, you've got to remember Hemmingson has spun just not long ago by trying to get through with these kind of cars. So
true. Yes, he did.
He's probably not had the in the right mindset at the moment when overtaking them again. He's probably a little bit wary of what he's doing. He doesn't want to spin again because he's actually caught really back up to Capano quite well.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that you're obviously doing your best to kind of keep out of trouble. As we have another driver change. And come on! I've been doing well with names, or near enough. How on earth do you say this?
Should we just call him Antonio?
Well, that's a good cop out. We'll stick with that for a moment. I'm going to wrap my head around this name. Hreljanovic, or Hreljanovic, I would imagine, is along that kind of line. Bless you. So,
Hreljanovic, I think.
Hreljanovic. I'm sure someone in chat is going to correct me on that one.
It's like Hreljanovic. That's what I'm going to try and call it.
I missed who that was a driver change for. Let me just double check the list.
Was it?
I missed who came in.
Nash? I forgot his name.
Oh, Ryan Nash, yes. Yeah, well remembered. It was indeed. So this was the car we saw having some trouble early on, and finally he's taken the reins. Ross Smith brings in that steed.
Indeed. Hemmingson and Capano now having to make their way through some GT cars. Just 2 in the way at the moment, so one disposed of these quite easily. Hemmingson doesn't want to get a bit, agitated again, or he doesn't want to feel the unpredictability-ness of what they're going to do, as you were saying earlier, with the predictability and whatnot.
Less than 2 seconds now between our 2 leaders. Oh, and Hemmingson squeezed himself in between Cater and the wall. That was...
Let's increase the gap just slightly.
Jarrod van der Wiede has brought that car in as well. So Ross Smith and van der Wiede in the pits. I think Ross Smith is back underway.
Okay.
So that is that's the Triforce Autosports team. They didn't set a qualifying time.
Yeah. So the top 2 are closest thing we've got at the moment, and it's coming to 2 seconds once again. So bearing in mind that Hemmingson's had that spin earlier on. He's really been trying to push to really get back up there, and it's paid off for him so far. Doesn't want to push too hard though. Doesn't want to kill them tyres. Doesn't want to burn that fuel too quickly or anything. He wants to keep it just right for his stint, and that's where you can sometimes get a bit, put off in terms of where your car is.
Another driver change. Well, this time it is Andrew Ho that is coming back. Is coming out on track.
Okay. It's not a hard name this time. Very good.
That was Van der Wiede that has let the TCS off racing by Visceral eSports car. That's the car he's handed over to Andrew Ho. Yes, we'll be drunk if we ever get that one wrong. And another driver change. That's the Iceberg car that's now coming back on track. That was Sokolov. So that's another driver change. Actually, the second one, that was Borisov that opened the batting with that one. That's interesting that they've gone through two drivers so quickly, as Klapano and Hemmings have both come in at the same time, as they did last time as well. So it's going to be interesting for them. So Alexander Meshkov takes over the Iceberg car. And what do our top two do? I would imagine this is probably going to be a tyre swap, possibly a driver swap as well for our top runners. So that's the Anbu racing car for Klapano, and Hemmings. Oh, of course, Hemmings in the DDoS 75 car.
Yes.
Will we see Liam Rance? I'm pretty sure it's going to be him, considering he's the only other one listed. Oh no, it's a short stop for Klapano again. He hasn't taken tyres on that car for quite some while. That's a risk. I think that's going to be a risk. Hemmingson looks like Hemmingson's gone for a longer stop, and that I think is about right. But Klapano, oh no, Hemmingson's that was a longer stop for Hemmingson. So probably tyres have gone on that car, because he was in there for quite some time.
Yeah, I think he's got some new tyres on, so he'll be putting in some good lap time for sure compared to Klapano. Klapano's still coming out into the lead. Alexander Jones now splits the two leaders, so the two net leaders. So 14 seconds, Klapano is clear of Hemmingson, so it's more than double what his spin lap time was.
Yeah, absolutely. So, which team? I'm just looking through the list. Alexander Jones, where are you? There he is. That's the Satellite Racing A team, the sister team to the pole sitter, Satellite Racing B. That was Ryan Nash. That is now in the hands of Antonio Hreljanovic. That's what I'm going with. So, and then, there you go. That goes to show, how the fortunes change. Bearing in mind that was the pole-sitting car, was demoted to second fairly early on. Well, indeed went down to third. Was round about there for a long time, but now finds itself in sixth. Bentley brings in the DDoS 76 car, so the second DDoS car has now come in. Looks like at least front tyres going on that one. We will see then how long he stays there for. Yeah, I'm baffled by that decision from Klapano. I think that's, but then if he's comfortable, he hasn't been chasing anyone for a long time. Those tyres could just be genuinely fresher.
Yeah, his outlap was a little bit quicker, but I'm not sure if that's really saying much, because it's the outlap. Doesn't really mean much. But we've got Bentley in the pits. I wonder if he'll drive a transfer.
Jones is in.
Jones also.
Of course, hand second back over to Hemmingson. Yeah, so there you go. That shows you how much longer Hemmingson's pits are. What, they were about a couple of seconds between each other when they came in. Now 13 seconds between themselves. DDoS 76 goes over to Mateus Moose. That's what I'm going with. I can't see how else you would pronounce that. I wholeheartedly apologise if that is wrong, but that is what I'm running with.
He's got Andrew Ho just not too far behind Moss at the moment.
No, not too far between Ho and Moose.
So they could be a nice battle between them two. Who else has got Jones coming in? I wonder if he'll do a driver transfer as well.
Dancy is fairly close to Ortuno.
He hasn't done a drive transfer. It's just come out.
Indeed, Jones hanging on to that car. I think he's been in that car since the start. So Alexander Jones obviously comfortable with where he is, or either that or was forced to kind of get up and get on with it. So either way, he remains in that particular vehicle.
Yeah.
So Hohen moves about 7 seconds apart. Yeah, Dancy is around 3 seconds behind Ortuno. So potential battle for 9th there between the Infinity car and Jose Ortuno.
Gap is flying down for Martin Henderson and Alex Capano.
Capano, yep, and that'll be tyres, I would almost guarantee, as Alaric Enslin has brought that Porsche in. Now, he was in not that long ago, so that's a bit of a surprise. Or comparatively speaking for the Porsche. So whether he's had a big problem somewhere in the class lead Porsche remains to be seen. But it wasn't in that long ago, and as we said, the GTEs can go a very long way on a single tank. See what 158.995, just 0.3 off of Marcy Hemmingsen's best.
Oh, he's flying.
Wow, he has gone out there and got on with it. Yeah, Capano had a pretty bad middle sector, so that is going to be. And we've got a driver change. That is indeed Enslin, so that's Enslin handing over that Porsche to George Smith, a name we English people can say properly.
That's not a hard name at all.
Vasilis Cater and Kyle House brought their cars in, so yeah, maybe it was a more scheduled stop than I was realising. Tom Hooper bringing in the second Infinity LMP2.
Gained about 4 seconds last lap, didn't he? Amazing.
Yeah, just looking at the time, 58.9 to 2:12, so about 2.5 or 2.3.
Since the pit stop, there's like 14 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's absolutely flying. Oh, Jones on Grunwald. That one's been brewing for a while. And now, and there they are. You can see them just coming into Eau Rouge now. Jones is really closing in on Grunwald. Jones, let's see the lap times. Oh, Jones has actually just come out of the pits. So, he's been sat still for a minute. We can safely assume he's been in the pits. So
George Smith, very slow.
Oh dear.
Like, oddly slow. He's almost.
Oh, he's retired. Oh no, he's jumped. Oh, he's out of the pit again. So no, he's returned to the pit. So a big problem then. That was the class-leading Porsche. Oh no, massive problem then.
He'd just come in as well. So.
He had. Yeah, that driver test has only just happened. So a huge problem there, which caused the Porsche to jump back to the pits. That is a bit of a strange one. Wasn't not expecting that at all. That's going to hand the class lead over to Richard Taylor, who's just brought that Porsche in, actually. Oh, no, don't tell me he's just run out of fuel.
Has he? No, because they just fitted. Did they forget to put fuel in?
Well, no, Richard Taylor's not been in. He's just drained that tank to nothing. He's just about got over that crest. He's absolutely crawling. Oh, no, he's now underway. So that was you pushed that a little bit far, I think, Mr. Taylor. As Joshua Mayer is in the M8 as well. So yeah, huge problem. A big change up then in the GTE class. And a big lockup then coming into Bruxelles. So yeah, that car in the hands of Endi. I've forgotten his name. He's been leading. I've mixed up his first and surname. Alaric Enslin has been leading the GTE field pretty comfortably. He's handed that over, and that's another 2-driver team as well. So that's for Metal State. That's gone horribly wrong for the GTE lead. Richard Taylor has come back out in the Porsche, so I'm assuming you got a bit more fuel in there than when you entered, because you look like you kind of timed that very close indeed. Josh Mayer is still in the pits at the moment.
7 seconds is the gap for the lead now. It's coming down.
Oh, that is coming down very fast. And a driver change for the M8. That's the lead M8. That is now Ruan Jobert. That's how I'm saying it. And again, apologies if that is wrong. And away he goes.
Oh,
Could be.
A spin from Meshkov.
Oh dear, Alexander Meshkov. Oh, that's the iceberg car as well.
Oh no.
Oh, that's up at Lake Garm.
That's a whole lot of time.
That's a considerable amount of time. He didn't, but again, he was being intentionally very cautious. He did not want to reverse onto the racing line and risk a penalty. That's very, very well done, but that's such a costly error to make. And oh, Grunwald has lost that third position to Jones.
Ah no, that's he's not going to be very happy with that at all.
Well,
Quite
possibly,
far
but
behind
I mean,
as well.
Jones has been very quick, very
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
So
It's
he may
quite
well have just let that go, because you know as a driver who you're realistically fighting against. If you've got a much faster driver coming up behind you, you may just think there's no point in me trying to fight you just to cost us both time. I'll just let you go and I'll figure out. Yeah, we'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, exactly. You can just. It's just no point sometimes. You don't want to lose all that time. Nah, it's just
So
sometimes you don't want to do it.
Yeah, Grunwald is staying with Jones though. Last time around, lap times 2:02 for Grunwald, 2 minutes for Jones. So that is not looking too good for Grunwald, but he may well just be kind of just sitting in his rhythm and ignoring the fact that Jones has just flown past. But looking again, Clapano is losing time hand over fist. Another 1.3 seconds gone from that lead between Clapano and Hemmingsen. And I would imagine Hemmingsen would know that. He's realised what the gap has increased by. He'll instinctively know that there's a tyre change. Obviously he knows he took him on, and he will have guessed that Clapano didn't. So again, he's just running his own time at the moment. 1:59.7 for the second place car at the moment. So he is having a pretty good run out there. Who else is fairly close to someone? Dancy and Alterno. That gap we mentioned before. Alterno did open up that gap by 3/10 last time around, as Hemmingsen is just crossing the bit. Oh, 2:02 for Clapano last time. 2 minute 0.1. So that's 2.5 seconds this time. So Hemmingsen's
Clapano's lost his rear wing somewhere.
Oh no! Oh, big incident. That's where's he's.
He had no front wing coming down there, and the underbraking just spun it.
Yeah, that's a big problem for Alterno. He is going again. Is he right? He's right by the. That's the bus stop. So he's actually right by the pits, but he's actually got to go the wrong way, which he does. Well, he's. Oh, and he's hit, and he couldn't get the car turned enough and clunks off the wall. It's okay, Hirzo. We're not watching. So yeah. Oh, what a shame! It's so embarrassing when you make such a clumsy incident as that. But yeah, that car's going to be in there a long time.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see just how he got that, to be honest, because I didn't get that. I just started driving with no front wing and then under braking, the car didn't like
bang!
that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I mean, he was when I caught him, he was facing the walls, so he'd lost the rear wing leading up to then. Whether that was an impact before the hit with the wall, unless he's gone in backwards, because there were crossed up tyre marks on the floor, so he could have smacked the wall, and we caught him when he come to rest, so we don't know on that one.
Oh yeah, I saw him coming down the straight without a front wing.
Yeah, so it happened. It happened in advance of that particular. I think that's going to be a driver change as well. I think Alterno's probably had enough of that car now. He's left it in a lovely state for somebody to take that over. There you go. Enjoy.
There you go, Troy. Yeah, I bet they'll love that.
Oh, who was that? That was out of shape. That's not Clapano. No, that was Smith. Ross Smith.
Drive through penalty for SRF team number 22, causing collision.
Oh, a drive-through penalty. I missed who actually. Oh, I think that's actually the car that Alterno is just might be handing over. Yeah, it is indeed. It's so whatever issue that resulted in the loss of rear wing for Jose Alterno has caused a drive-through penalty for that car to serve. It's obviously gonna be in there several minutes before it's come out with a rear wing attached, and then it's gonna have to come through the bits again.
One at all. Driver taking over is not going to be very pleased, I'm sure.
Well, if you're going to do something, do it properly, I suppose.
Yeah. But, We have Heinsohn's now just 3 seconds behind Capano. So
Yep, Hemmingsen has. What did he close in last time? He closed in about 0.8, give or take. So, personal best for Alex Jones as well. Oh, he's actually slightly quicker than Hemmingsen. I mean, there's miles between. There's over a minute between Jones and Hemmingsen. So, it's not under immediate pressure. But Jones is really starting to wring the neck out of that car. And there's been an overtake. Oh, that's a driver swap I didn't notice. Oh, it's the Corvette that is now in the hands of Daniel Rowe, has just lost that position to Vasilis Keita. I didn't actually notice the Corvette change hands, but that Corvette came in when there was a lot of kerfuffle going on. So, and George Smith has actually gained a position from Rouen Gobert. Apologies again if I'm getting that wrong. So we saw George have that big problem and then jump back to the pits, losing the GTE lead. So now he is absolutely flying to try and make up lost ground, but he's the lap times aren't in his favour. That is not something Hemmingsen can. It's not something Hemmingsen is struggling with, and Ortano is out. That car has been put in the pits. So I wonder whether that car couldn't have been handed over, because I did see Jose actually disconnect from TeamSpeak. So I wonder if he's actually had a connection problem that could have been part and parcel of the whole incident. It could have been
was back on the car in the pits. I saw it, but he just
he did get the car back in the pit. So yeah, that's absolutely true. So that car is out. That is a shame. Another casualty, another of the LMPs has gone.
Yeah, I've got it listed as a DNF, so I'm pretty sure it's going to stay that way for now, unless.
I think that the day is done.
It's unfortunate for them, but
Indeed, but again,
nature.
It is the nature of the beast. That is the SRF team. As I say, they did have that drive-through to serve, but that car is parked and has probably done. 17 runners remain.
Yes. Henningson's lap time staying pretty average right now. He's taken a whole heap of time out of him since the pit stops happened, but he hasn't really taken a whole lot out recently in recent times. He's taken a couple of tenths here and there, but this lap particularly he hasn't taken out a whole bunch. Just looking at my lap time.
About 6 tenths. 6 tenths in Hemmingsen's favour last time around. Slightly wide on the exit of Blanchemont. But again, he's sort of keeping the pace high, but not unreasonably so. He's not pushing, he's not pushing too hard, so to speak. He's just kind of getting on with the job.
Yeah.
201 from Clapano. They were both 201s last time, so both of them losing time in the middle sector. Not Clapano's day. Again, nature of the beast. Tom Hooper is in. Infinity car, wasn't he in not that long ago?
Hooper. I don't know. I think it was quite a while ago they were in. So I think the last time they were in,
that car has been in the pits 4 times. So so I think this one's more scheduled. As Meshkov brings that car in. Now he's been struggling with that Iceberg car since taking it on, but Meshkov then brings that car in for what I suspect is a scheduled stop.
Yeah.
Now this is a detail I should have actually asked before. What is that counter on the side?
What's this?
You see on Tom's car. Tom's car's actually just disappeared. But looking at Meshkov's car, that yellow number there, I haven't actually worked out what that's for.
I don't know. I presumed it was fuel at the beginning. When I was designing livery for a car that didn't show up.
And Tom has retired the car as well.
I presumed it was fuel. Yeah. Has he?
Tom Hooper. That is the Infinity car. That has gone as well.
Retired.
Oh yes, Tom did actually drive back out, didn't he? So, oh dear, that's the Team B. That's the Infinity Racing Team B car. That has gone again. It's the standing time of the car. Thank you for that, Lord of Warp. Is how long they've been stationary for.
Oh, okay. Suppose that makes sense.
Well, I mean, it gives you an indication as opposed to guessing how long they've been stood there for.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at our leaders again. That's we've been staring at for quite a while. They're getting a fair amount of airtime. Everyone else is fairly well spaced out, although George Smith and Daniel Rowe are having a battle. Or position when on track. Oh, okay. So it does actually have a couple of meanings. Thank you for that. Those in chat. Hemmingsen then gained, what did he gain? 7/10 again last time around on Clopano. So if blue fits position on track, and yeah, indeed, that's the number on the side of Hemmingsen's car is indeed 2, which is of course on track second. Clopano should have the number 1 on there. I have been trying to figure that. He does indeed. I have actually been trying to figure that out. I didn't want to ask, but thank you for that. I hadn't actually paid too much attention to that before now. So it's yellow if they're in the pits and how long they've been stood there for, and blue on track position. Oh yes, Smith and Rowe very, very close together. That's 16th. Oh, that Porsche wanting to give me. I could hear you slamming your keyboard to get through the positions. But yeah, George Smith is absolutely pushing that Corvette then. Again, as a reminder, that was the lead Porsche, the lead of the GTE class, is fighting his way back through. And I think he's a little bit stuck. Wow, gained 8 seconds on the Corvette last time around. So, yeah, Daniel Rowe had a problem of some description. I don't think he'd been through the pits, so... And there we go, that's Smith flies past the Corvette, leaving him standing. Before
easy.
He was, but oh, and Rowe getting very squirrely into the braking zone, coming into the bus stop chicane. Oh, my game has completed. Yeah, I completed. Tom Hooper's reappeared. That's what that. Did you have? Did your game just pause then?
Yeah, just
wasn't just me then. Is actually Tom Hooper rejoining? Is he going to drive the car back out again?
We had the yellow flag as well. So,
oh, did we?
Oh, Smith. He's lost it somewhere. He's lost it to the gravel there. Oh, he's just gone back out of it.
Oh, it must be Ross Smith because there's George and Ross.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went to the wrong Smith.
Yeah. Ross
and Tom Hooper's driving the car out again.
Brilliant.
He's going for a DNF record, it seems. How many times can we retire the car and drive it back out the pits? Well, I mean, it's not doing him any favours because he's actually falling into the clutches, even track position-wise, of the GTEs. Yeah. So it's not actually doing him any favours. But I'm sure it's not really what he's planning to do. It's just what he's ending up having to do. So
it's not a mustard car anymore.
Oh, you have a livery on him now.
Yeah.
Huzzah!
Just came out with an Infinity livery. That's good.
Edward Taylor brings in the M8. Oh, has he overshot the? No. I thought he'd overshot the pit box then, but of course the yellow markings, what we see on camera is not what they see. They will have a designated spot to hit as he gets new tyres.
Hemmingsen losing a little bit of time. They're trying to get past Smith in traffic, but ultimately he's just 1.4 seconds behind Clopano now. Clopano.
Very close then. Just over 1.5 seconds between the lead pair. So Hemmingsen has reeled in Clopano as we thought he would. That was 13 seconds, remember, when Hemmingsen came out of the pits. It was a while ago, admittedly. And we have a driver change. It's the lead car. Oh, sorry, the second car in the GTE class has now gone over to Simon. Oh, crikey. Ollerich. I'm going to go with Ollerich.
Yeah.
So that would be 4. You have to look up which team that is.
Blanks Racing, is it?
Good spot, sir. Yes, that was handed over from. Oh, it was Edward Taylor. The had with that one previously.
Hey.
So good spot. Yeah, Blanks Racing was the fastest of the GTE qualifiers. And now then, hands over. Okay, second in class, I think, or was he still third in class? No, second in class, behind Richard Taylor. So away he goes then. On his merry way, as again looking at Hemmingsen and Clopano, 1.5 now separates the two. That gap continues to drop. Looks like they've got a bit of traffic ahead of them. Who is that? That's Cater, the facilitator catching up to, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But it really depends on where that overtake happens. As Craig Dancy brings his car in as well, that could be for a driver change because he has been in there a while.
Hooper's running behind the GC cars right now, according to my stuff.
Who is?
Hooper.
I'm not surprised. Oh yes, he's actually been propelled to the bottom of the list. I mean, again, he would have lost laps because of retiring the car. He's actually now classified as last, catching up to Ruan Hubert, who probably won't hold him up, or probably won't be able to hold him up. But that is actually for track. Oh, he actually jumps out of the way. Which is,
it is actually for that position.
That's actually a race for position that Hooper technically is in. Realistically, he isn't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, he should be able to get his way back through up to P11 pretty easily.
And Dancy remains in the driver's spot for that second Infinity car, or for the lead Infinity car. He's been there a very long time.
Yeah, and Hemmingson and Capano have also been this. They've
been in there a while. Yeah, they've been in there since the start.
Oh, what? Joe Betts has kind of crashed it here.
Who?
Last place, Jean.
Oh, Ruan. Yeah, Ruan Hubert. He's beached it. He's struggling to get that M8 going again. I mean, he's a big old beast, that thing.
He kind of just drove across the track into the wall from what I saw.
Ouch. Where's that? Oh, is that Lake Holm? Oh no, that's down at Stavlake. So he's had a problem at campers, and that's Jones that almost got caught out there.
Oh, third place as well, Jones. He doesn't want to get caught out by a GT
No.
Sure.
No, definitely not.
That was definitely not the ideal.
Hooper has just set his personal best. He's now up to 14th, so he's actually gone past 3 GTEs. I mean, they're on the same lap, so that's not really a surprise. He's gone past George Smith, Daniel Rowe, and Ruan Hubert.
Yeah. Lap times now between Martin Hemmingson and Capano equal pretty much.
Yeah,
it's just
10th and a bit, just.
Yeah, I mean, just it's almost nothing.
Yeah.
They're coming up to GTE cars now, though. So.
Yeah, that's all. Ola Reich, they're come up. Bearing in mind that Simon's just taken that M6, M8 on. Got past him okay. Didn't hold them up to any real degree.
Yeah, it seemed alright. It didn't seem too bad, too good. It was alright.
Finally, Ortono's car is now listed at the bottom of the field. Of course, he's had to. His name's now been unlapped by everybody. So one blown engine and one DNF. Although technically Tom Hooper has qualified as 2 DNFs in his own car and still going. I mean that in itself deserves and that's an achievement. It's a great accolade for it.
Yeah. I mean, lead it's getting closer and closer now.
It's less than a second now.
Yeah, it's looking good for them both, but I don't know. It's been kind of on the brink of it this whole time, really.
So I mean, Clapano's still got the lap record at 58.3. That's still in Clapano's hands.
I'm thinking about the reason that Clapano might not have pitted. It might have been because he was obviously Hemmingson must have had that dirty air and tyres and everything. That might have not had affected his tyres quite a bit, Hemmingson. So that might be why he changed, and Clapano didn't. Potentially.
Do you want to have a guess on? Oh no, not quite.
Someone off.
Oh no, that's not going to help him. He didn't lose too much time. Do you want to guess on who the second fastest man in the last lap was? The fastest one was actually I can never get this. Hradzjanovic. Antonio Hradzjanovic in 5th. The second fastest man was Tom Hooper. He's actually really... Well. Yeah, he did another personal best, 1:59.8. That was quicker than the leaders.
He's faster than the leaders, that's brilliant.
He's absolutely honing it now in that LMP2. And again, he's looking at a pretty decent first sector there. But Hemmington is right on Clapano's case now. So we definitely have... This lead battle has been coming for quite a while. And now finally here, as they both run a little wide on the exit of Paul Frey, coming into Blanchimont now. So Clapano, it's got the advantage as far as kind of downforce is concerned because he hasn't got any dirty air, but Hemmingsen is really closing in, looking on the inside of the bus stop, a little bit too far back for that.
Yeah. So I think I figured out why Hooper's going so fast. He's seen he's not running the mustard car anymore.
That's it. They've finally ditched the Coleman sponsorship. Now gone to infinity.
Exactly. I think he's a lot happier now. This round just shut up. That's why he's like nearly the fastest on track.
Hemmingsen is right with Clapano now, heading down towards Eau Rouge. Going to be coming up Radion. There they go. And Hemmingsen keeping it nice and steady. He wants the slipstream here, but he's not really got a Clapano going right to that defensive line. Streaming on down the Camel Straight. He's going to stay on the inside for the first part. Lecom can Hemmingsen outbreak him side by side. We've seen this a few times tonight. Oh, big impact. Hemmingsen managed to keep it from spinning, but I don't think the stewards are going to look very kindly on that. Clapano just absolutely shut Hemmingsen down. They were side by side. Hemmingsen needed the room, and Clapano just plowed into it. Clapano just punched him in the face.
Bearing in mind that I think a very similar accident happened earlier on in the race. I think it was almost the same. And flashing lights.
Hemmingsen was not happy about that at all, and rightly so, because he was very much alongside, warranted the space, and Clapano just punched him in the face.
If Hemmingsen's got damage from that, he's going to be...
Oh, he would be furious.
Furious,
but he's just got to calm it down, though, because if he allows that to kind of permeate, if he allows it to, take over too much, he will start to just overdrive the cars. Nigel Grunfeld, who'd actually stayed on the back of Jones as well, that's worth noting, has brought his car in. Jones and Grunfeld had a bit of a... Grunfeld actually had to reverse slightly there. And Hreljanowicz as well is not too far. It's about 12 seconds off the back of Jones. What was his last lap? Yeah, Jones and Grunfeld had a problem of some kinds. Their last laps were 2:17 for Jones, and Jones isn't in the pits. So Jones has had a problem out there somewhere. That's allowed Hreljanowicz to really close in. Grunfeld is in. We've already seen that car change hands, but there are cars out there that have changed hands twice. So we'll see if he changes driver. But Hemmingsen has not found a way past Clapano. Here we go again. Absolutely. I mean, Hemmingsen's so close. You can smell what flavour chewing gum that Clapano is chewing at the moment. Onto the Camel Straight, and here we go again. Clapano staying to that defensive line. Hemmingsen's going to go for a outbraking manoeuvre. They've got GT's ahead. Huge late braking move, and this time Hemmingsen looks like he's got it done. Well and truly in the lead. Oh, that was very...
Clapano's coming back up the inside.
Tried to do something on the exit Lecom, but that move was done.
Yeah, I think that extra grip that Hemmingsen has really helped him out, and the GT car moving right off track.
Yeah, just jumping. He did not want to be any... that's Hubert. I'm not surprised. Did not want to have anything to do with that. And we
don't want to ruin the lead. That'd be...
Oh, bad. Yeah. I mean, it does happen, unfortunately, but yeah, you don't want to be that guy. You don't want the leader shouting at you. Yeah. And we have another driver change. That's Sam Van Giel is now on track.
So, a lot of people in the chat saying that they can't fix their damage, I think.
Oh, that's a problem.
So,
are the mechanics on strike?
Yeah, I'm going to presume so, because there's two people saying that the damage hasn't been fixed, so
the third...
it's lost them a lot of time.
I can imagine it would. So the high-speed racing team have the third driver, Sam Van Giel. Grunveld's had a go. Tatui... I knew I'd say that again. So Tatuhe has had a go as well. So Van Giel on track as Andrew Ho and Antonio Hreljanowicz have brought their cars in as well. We'll see how that goes. Wow, Hemmingsen's not hanging around in building up a lead already over a second between himself and Clapano. And that'll all be down to size as Clapano really struggled to get that car slowed down coming into La Source.
You said about 30 minutes, did you say, until they come in, or 35?
That's kind of the rough guess I've been using to judge when the GTEs are coming in. When the LMPs are coming in again.
Okay, so the two LMP leaders came in they came out of the grid at 10 hours and 5 minutes left, so we're there pretty much in terms of pit stops. Just 2 more
Yeah, but
minutes.
Clapano needs to get tyres on that car, and I'm surprised he didn't do it last time.
As soon as he does it, though, he'll have the fresher tyres. Then he might be going faster and whatnot.
Indeed.
I'm sure he'll be happy with that. He doesn't want to let Hamilton get too far away, though.
Indeed, he does not.
Because that could really ruin
We
it.
only have 3 cars on the lead lap: Hemmingsen, Clapano, and Jones. And Jones, where's he? He's coming into the bus stop as Hemmingsen is, oh my god, side by side with Daniel Rowe through the Puon. So that's still a decent amount of gap there for Hemmingsen to close down before he's got everybody except for Clapano a lap behind him. As they are weaving their way through the GTEs. That's Smith and Rowe. That's, what's that, 3rd and 4th, I think.
Who's this?
George Smith and Daniel Rowe. I think that's 4th.
Yeah.
That's 4th and 5th. Yeah, as Tom Hooper has gained a position. He's overtaken Richard Taylor, who's leader of the GTE. So Tom Hooper now on the back of the LMPs, but 5 laps down from Sokolov.
You can do it, I believe.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You can. If someone throws it into the wall, well, I mean, this is assuming that the damage is being repaired. I mean, assuming that the damage can be repaired, you could be in there for 5 laps, or lose at least 3 laps time just repairing a wing or getting suspension damage done. So yeah, 5 laps might sound like a colossal. Well, it is a fair amount of time, but in endurance racing, it is something that can be real bad.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, the thing with endurance races is they're just so long. You underestimate how long they are sometimes. And anything can happen really in them. And Hamilton's pulling away.
Cool, yeah, isn't he just? Now 3 seconds is the gap.
Almost
Out
can't
front.
see Capano in the distance. He's that far ahead.
But, anything can happen. Now that they're on kind of contra strategies as far as tyres are concerned, I mean, Hemmingsen will need to bring that car in 4 tyres at some point, and that'll be when Clapano and that car will then reel that gap back in. So, who knows? We might see Hemmingsen upside down in the wall, over the wall at some point. Ross Smith brings in his car from 8th position.
Yeah, both running the medium tyres, and Jones is running the softer ones. So, to be honest, I hadn't even paid attention to tyres until just now.
Oh yeah, that's a point.
But, I just noticed on my screen that I do have a bit for it. But that would explain Alexander Jones is, pace he had at the beginning.
Yeah, sure.
And then, Hemmingsen and Capano, I believe, have been on mediums this whole race. So, yeah, when they go into the softs, they'll be remarkably quick, I'm sure.
Yeah. So Smith then, is he going to hand that car over? We don't know. He's going to be sat in there a while. Clapano now 4 seconds down from Hemmingsen.
Ooh! Andrew Ho has spun it somewhere. It just from sideways for a moment there.
Oh dear. That's where's he? That is.
He's 7th.
He's coming down. That's Paul Frey and heading down towards Blanchimont now.
Yeah, he's not had a good time.
Yeah, he's some distance. I mean, he's nearly a minute and a half behind Sam Van Giel in 6th. So. Yeah, but that's an awful lap. Unless had he been through the pits last time? I don't think he did. I mean, 2:58 last lap. See what he does this time. Could have been through the pits and we hadn't noticed. 2:05. So
as much as I thought he did.
Yeah, but he's had a bit of a mare this time.
Yeah.
But there we go. He continues on his merry way. 1:59 from Hemmingsen, just to build up a bit of lead. So he gained 1.4 on Capano.
Andrew Ho's had a massive crash. There's been an absolute huge crash at the top of on there.
Yeah, with Daniel Rowe. So once again, an LMP and a GTE coming together. Oh, there's Moose in there as well. That's Mateus Moose.
One car was just stationary at the top and Ho just went flying into him. The speed you take up radio on is amazing.
That's going to hurt.
Really badly. I'm sure these cars are badly.
Oh, Hooper is not driving straight at all. Tom Hooper yet again involved in problems, and that car does not want to steer straight whatsoever. That's gone off the road.
Look at that! No, it's not
He
good, is it?
cannot. I mean, he is. That is doing a great impression of a crab.
All cars, track code 80, code 80.
And a
all
code
cars slow
80
down
has
to
been
a speed
thrown
of
out.
80 kilometers per hour. Code 80 is beginning in 6, 5.
So all cars
4,
reducing to 80
3,
kilometers an hour. I'm
2,
not surprised.
1. All cars, code 80.
And Hemmingsen has brought his car in, and Klapano's spun it. Klapano's concentrating too much on the code 80. He's actually going to bring his car in as well. I'm not surprised. I would imagine a lot of people are probably going to bring their cars in, knowing that they're going to lose comparatively less time. So Hemmingsen's in, Klapano's in, Cater is in.
Hooper's going to have to fix that. He must have been one of the drivers at the top of our they were slammed into there.
Probably.
Because, look at that.
You can see even at the reduced speed, the back wheels are not in line with the front ones. That's a long way as well. He's only just coming through Pirwan, so he's got a very long way to go before he can actually bring that car in. That's a long day for Tom Hooper. I mean, he's already had. I mean, he's already had quite a few ice creams coming into the pits already. He's on course for another one at this rate.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be hoping that I presume these guys are going to keep out this AC code 80 until he comes into the pits, because it's unsafe otherwise just releasing it. So we've got to wait until he comes through to the pits, I presume, at the very least.
Hemmingsen still hasn't handed control. It's my car! Mine! I've got it in the lead, I'm hanging on to it. And he's come out, and he's still in charge of it again. As a reminder, that's a 2-driver team.
Yeah.
75. He's hanging on to it, and so Klapano now, he's not handed that car over either. So it's like, that's a damn long time that they've been in charge of that car. And Jones then, so everybody of course reduced to 18 kilometers an hour, as we've mentioned, and it is painfully slow. You got to the 80 kilometers an hour in old money is around about 50 miles an hour. Which, for a normal road car in normal conditions is absolutely fine. When you're in the middle of the Kemmel Straight, it doesn't actually matter where you are on a racetrack, but a place like here, it's just you feel like you're walking, considering you're used to doing close to 200 miles an hour. That's what you're used to, and that's what your brain is programmed for. This just feels painful when you're just crawling along on pit lane speed limit kind of rules.
Hooper's nearly there though, so I presume this wouldn't be going for too much longer. But look, even at this speed,
you can see just the tail just does not want to stick. And I mean, if we could see the driver's hands, he would be at quite like 30 degrees to the right, trying to keep that thing straight. Andrew Ho has got that car in, and Mateus Moose, we knew, was caught in that incident, so he's made it back in the DDoS 76 car. Ho has brought that one to a halt. Over to Taylor. He was around there somewhere as well in the lead Porsche. So
Hooper's in.
And Hooper has made it without having to magically teleport back to the pits. He has got there this time.
Into the pits.
Nearly hitting the wall. His day's getting no better. Finally brings that car to a halt. So I would.
Track going green.
Yeah.
5.
We just had the confirmation
4,
then.
3, 2,
and they are
1,
racing now. So green flag is now out. Alexander Jones brings his car in from third. So that's of course going to send the lap count completely bananas. And predictably, yes, it has. So Jones, Moose, Ho, Taylor, and Taylor has handed that over to Philip Schiff. So that car has changed hands. Tom Hooper might be kind of booted out, but we don't know what the problem was. He may have had a technical problem. As we've seen several times already this race, he has retired that car and gotten back in it. So
he was I think he was the car that might have been stationary. He might have spun it at the top of Radion, and other cars just went smash.
It's such a dangerous place. But I mean, if you're stranded at the top, what do you do?
Exactly. I'm surprised there wasn't more damage to some other cars, to be honest. Other cars looked fine.
But I tell you who that's helped. That has helped Klapano as well, because got to bear in mind that he was losing a lot of time behind Hemmingsen. Okay, Klapano had a very clumsy spin at the bus stop when the code 80 was thrown, but that has helped him lose a minimal amount of time in that LMP2. 6.2 behind Hemmingsen.
It's not a whole lot, is it? It's
Not at all. And another driver change then. Sean Yader rather, is in the 4th position car. Let's see who that. Which team is that? That is the Satellite Racing A car. So that's gone over from Alex Jones. Alexander Jones has handed that car over to Sean Yoder, beg your pardon. I'm reading that completely wrong. It's spelled slightly differently. That's why I couldn't quite find him. It's Yoda, as in Star Wars. On our list is DER in game. I suspect that's probably correct. Hooper in the pits for a long time. I'm not surprised. Andrew Ho's been there a while, so a driver change could possibly be going on for Andrew Ho. He's not been in the car all that long. He's second man in that particular car. Who would he be handing that over to? That would be Rob Timpin, if that is a driver change going on there for the Visceral eSports car. Van der Wiede had that one to start with. Does Andrew Ho hand that over? We don't know. It's been in there a very long time. I would imagine Tom Hooper is going to be in there a very long time as well. Clapano is closing back in on Hemmingsen.
He is indeed. That's a
driver change I didn't spot as well. Jamie Zalecki. That is the Triforce car. So that was Ross Smith that handed that one over. Didn't spot that, so apologies there. So he's handed over the Triforce Autosports car.
The worst thing for Hooper is he's found himself back behind the GT cars. So
his day's getting even worse. So
he's had so many retirements this race.
Yeah,
he's been in a mustard yellow car, and now
that's the biggest insult is the mustard yellow car.
That was the worst part about it. It's him to fix when he retired. He came back though, so.
And he's staying in it as well. Tom Hooper is. I've crashed this car. I've retired it. I am damn well driving this thing. He's out. He comes then in stone dead last. He's got a lot of work to do, but you never know. That's it. We still have. What have we got? We've got 2.5 hours in now. Wow, crikey! I've only just actually realised we're 2.5 hours into this. That's absolutely flown by. We are absolutely nowhere near. We're still not even quarter distance. That's, so many things can change. But wow, Clapano is on a charge. That's now 5 seconds down the road then from Hemmingsen. What the
nearly beating the fastest, actually.
Yeah, 58.4 for Clapano. He's only a tenth and a half off his best.
He's on the soft tyres now as well, so he's
that'll be why then. Is Hemmingsen on soft as well? I don't have that detail on my screen.
Hemmingsen's on the medium tyres.
So
it could be.
Wow, Hemmingsen actually is only 7/10 slower on the harder tyre. That's very impressive. But yeah, Clapano is flying now. 4.6. Here we go again. He's gonna be getting that lead. Oh, who's that? Is in the middle of the. Who was that? That's not Hooper again, is it?
No way. That's.
Oh, it's Dancy. It was Craig Dancy that was has got the bus stop slightly wrong. But of course, he could also be jumping out of the way because he would have been under blue flags. If he realised who it was that was charging up behind him, he was like, "Nope, I am getting well and truly out of that way." And he's actually catching up to the Infinity Porsche as well. Yeah. That's Philip Schiff that has that one. Yes, I would imagine that's probably Craig jumping out of the way more than having a problem. 4.1 is now the lead gap. Clapano is at even that last lap, bearing in mind there was traffic involved, was a 58.9. He is flying. He set the record first sector time as well, 45.2 last time around. So, yep, he is back on it. He is back on a mission again.
Yeah, I mean, really going to be wanting to get there. It's absolutely amazing, to be honest.
Gotta feel sorry for Tom Hooper though. His best lap is at 59.8. That's nothing to scoff at. There's not many. Of course, the only ones that can't do that are the GTEs. Not all the LMPs have managed a sub 2 minute lap time. Let's not take that away. And Tom Hooper's as far as I know, he's the only one that's been in charge of that car. So that 59.8 is top. His last lap was a 6:05. Of course, under the 80 km/h rule. But he's got pace. He's just had some very unfortunate moments in this race.
Yeah, it's a shame because only 7 other drivers in the LMP class have actually managed to get under the 2 minute mark. So he's definitely got the pace in there. Just
it comes back to consistency. He finds himself 11 laps down from the lead, which is a long way, but he's not insurmountable. If the leader has a problem, then it could that could completely change. Someone who isn't having a problem though is Alexis Clapano. Again, a 59.1 against a 59.9 between himself and Hemmingsen. The only 2 people on the lead lap are now just under 3.5 seconds apart as they come into Eau Rouge. So Hemmingsen is, again, this will be a decision for Hemmingsen. Does he defend from Clapano, bearing in mind that he's on the softer rubber, clearly quicker? Does he defend, which he'd be perfectly entitled to do? They're fighting for the race lead. Or does he just let him go and, let the tyre strategy do its thing?
I mean, it's entirely up to him at this point, isn't it? I mean, if he wants to, he can. They're not particularly under much pressure at this moment in the race. So,
well, I mean, Hrojanovic is a full lap behind them. So it's not even close to being lap. He is a lap behind. So they've got nothing to worry about as far as on-track position is concerned.
Well,
but
time, isn't it?
But equally, exactly that is. Do they want to fight and cost them both time? Okay, they've got a fair amount of time in hand at the moment. They're going to have to hand that car over. I mean, I could just imagine, the next pit stop. The next driver said, "Come on, no, it's my toy. I'm not sharing. Go away." In the DDoS car.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be quite funny. Also, the key thing to mention is the amount of times they've actually come together when battling.
Yeah, there is that as well.
They might fear each other a little bit for that because they've both been in incidents with each other. And so I'm sure they won't want to do that again. We have a yellow flag in sector 3 momentarily. It's gone now. But
don't know who was in sector 3 at that moment.
Not much, just some GT cars being lapped, really.
Probably. There's someone jumping off the road to not hold up anybody. That's fair enough.
I think that'll probably be it, yeah.
On they go then. Clapano continues to chase Hemmingsen. I think he lost a little bit of time there. That'll be down to traffic. Almost certainly.
Yeah, because his pace is flying.
Oh yeah, he is
car,
absolutely alive at the moment.
It's like earlier on when they were both on the same tyres, same age pretty much. Clapano was just that bit faster because he just came alive.
Yeah.
And here it is again, but this time Clapano's got some faster tyres, so he's absolutely blitzing his way to Hemmingsen. Exactly what we saw earlier with Hemmingsen, blitzing towards Clapano.
Indeed.
It's complete reverse this time.
Yeah, absolutely it is. 2.5 tenths in the first sector alone for Clapano. Of course, staring at the live timing screen. To tell me that is available to all. If you want to look at the same thing we are. So, and still Clapano has that lap record, 58.339. Set that a little while ago, but Hemmingsen has not been able to match that in the DDoS car.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really. I don't know, because he gains a little bit in. He gains quite a bit in sector 1, you see. He lost a little bit in sector 2 this lap, didn't he? And then gained a little bit more in sector 3. Sector 1's the main part where he's been gaining all of that time. So I want Ho locking up there, going off track. Good for Hemmingsen. Gave him the position. So didn't lose much there. Clapano would be coming up to him now. So we'll see what he can do when he gets past him, if he gets held up or not. Lapping the GT cars must be, at times it can be really hard to lap them, but for the most part it's probably easier than lapping cars of your own pace, because cars of your own pace are just genuinely harder to get past without, messing your lap time up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you need to be careful when lapping LMP cars, just as much GT cars.
My cat now wants to join in. Move him out of the way, otherwise I end up having to try and commentate through my cat. He has an annoying habit of wanting to join in.
That's brilliant.
Well, I mean, at least it's he's trying to join in on a endurance event. Slightly more awkward when he's trying to join in on a shorter event. It's like, no, cat, throw you away.
Yeah, I'm sure. Chrono's time once again. Sector 1, he's very fast, with about 6.
Yeah, he gained 4 tenths in Sector 1 alone. So he's not playing the time game. He's wanting to get on with it. He wants back in the lead. But again, that'll be all down to tyres. They've got a long way to go. They know what their strategies are.
Yeah, it seems to be back and forth at the moment, because the way I see it going is when Hemming's on pits, he's going to have the newer tyres again. It's just going to back and forth between them both, and there'll be certain stages where each of them will be faster than the other. Especially if you see Hemmingson come onto the softs, he'll be just as fast as he is now. So it'll be good to see. Yeah,
indeed. Clapano getting very close now. 2.6 when they cross the line. Let's see if anybody else is close. Oh, Philip Schiff and Simon Ollerich are pretty close together. That's 11 and 12. That's a GTE battle. We haven't had one of those in a while. They are... So we'll do the time. There's only a couple of seconds between the Porsche and the BMW. That is for the class lead. That's Sean Yoda directly behind him, getting a little bit caught out there. Oops. A little bit squirrely coming through Paul Frey and Blanchemont. Paul Frey and Stavro, beg your pardon. Yoda really was taking his time to actually come past the BMW there, but has now done so. Simon, oops! Flying off the road there is Ollerich. There's Schiff right with him. That's Rural Hubert that's getting out of the way. He, of course, be under blue flag conditions. Well, they technically all were because there was an LMP in there, but he'll be under blue flag conditions because the class leader was coming through. He did have to jump out of the way.
I think that was the best line I've seen through there, to be honest, so far.
Yeah.
It looked amazing. The speed was unreal. But
Philip Schiff then is doing what he can to keep up with Simon Ollerich. Or the last lap around 2:18. Both of them in the 2:18s, I think. Oh, 2:19.0, 2:18.9. So near as damn it. Same lap time between those two cars.
Yeah, the lap times are very, very kind of equal, aren't they? It's very close. Yeah,
very close indeed there.
So that was a little bit of a lock up from
Ollerich, yeah. Well, again, I'm guessing at that one. I won't lie. I'm guessing on how you pronounce that.
I think we've guessed most of the names.
Yeah, absolutely true. We've only been told off on one of them.
I think Cooper, George Smith. I like Cooper,
yeah, we
Smith,
can cope with them.
Yeah, the rest of them are fine. The rest of them are not fine. Sorry, we'll just
Oh, Hooper has got company.
Oh, Schiff there, sliding all over the place. He's got damage.
Oh no!
Yeah,
oh, he has. Oh, we're going to see
damage.
another Code 80 come out because exactly as we saw Hooper earlier. Schiff now something about that Infinity team because that's the Infinity Porsche. He's lost it at turn 11 and is really struggling to keep that one straight through Pouan.
What a shame he was second in class.
And he was he was right with the class leader. Oh no!
Surely it's going to have to be something.
Surely a code 80 might have to come out because he can't. Look, he can't keep the thing straight. He's having to crawl so he doesn't spin.
It's quite dangerous.
All cars, code 80.
There it is. Yeah, code 80 has come out.
Slow down to 80 kilometers per hour.
Or will do shortly.
Code 80 beginning in 6, 5.
Yeah, there it is. Then what a shame.
2, 1. All cars should be at 80 kilometers per hour.
Klapano actually slowed down for that a little bit early. He's lost a big chunk of time to Hemmingsen. Hemmingsen slowed down exactly when he was told to. Obviously, for the purpose of the purpose of the stream.
Pits are open.
And the pit lane is declared open. That's probably a bit of a saving grace there for Philip Schiff.
Pits are open. Pits are open.
So they have opted not to close the pit lane, which, when you've got a code 80 out because someone has got a crabbing car, the last thing you need is for them to shut the pit lane.
Oh yeah, no, that would be awful.
Punishment! You will race this car sideways. You're now a drift car. So at least Philip Schiff doesn't have far to crawl home because he's now coming through Blanchimont.
Yeah, I mean, very similar kind of, it's just the Infinity cars.
It is. It does seem to be the Infinity cars that are struggling. Ruan Hubert has brought their BMW in, and why not? Best time to pit when no one can scream past you at any rate, a given rate of knots.
It's just unfortunate, isn't it? Really.
Very, very much so. Where is he?
Because both got very good pace in comparison to the rest of their class.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Philip Schiff.
Yeah. It really is, and it's coming now.
Yeah, so now that he's made it back, the Code 80 will be removed within a few moments' time. I'll say Hemmingsen did. Again, he actually slowed down when he should have done. It was Klapano that was a bit early on the brakes there.
Yeah. Klapano did lose quite a chunk of time. He's actually managed to lose time around this lap as well. I don't know how, but...
that was just because they were actually coming through... I think they were in Blanchimont when thereabouts when the Code 80 was thrown. Or no, so they were coming through Campus and Stavalis. They were in a relatively quick part of the track, and just Klapano just braked too early.
Code 80 is now ending in 5.
And here goes
4,
the Code 80 being removed.
3, 2, 1.
And
back on.
Boom! Away goes.
Racing.
Away they go again. Of course, they're not allowed to stamp on the gas too early. They will get. They will get the eye of the stewards for that. Yeah, just Klapano a little bit too cautious there, so he's got to chase down Hemmingsen again, but away they go. And Dancy's in. Craig Dancy has brought the surviving Infinity car. That's the only one that hasn't had a fight with something. Of course, Hooper has had a fight with... Hooper's had many a fight with the walls and barriers and what have you. Schiff has now fallen victim to problems. Of course, now the timing screen goes completely bonkers. Oh, Hemmingsen's gone a little bit wide on the exit of turn 11. But no issue there.
Hemmingsen had a much quicker start and then Klapano as well.
I mean, I was watching him at the point that the Code 80 was removed. He was bang on the money.
Yeah.
So, it could be that Klapano was a little slow. And
I was watching Klapano, he was a little bit slower.
Well, Klapano also has a very high ping, so he may have actually just opted to... assuming lag might have caused caused him to either slow down too early or slow down too late. He may have just opted to take a very much safer route. Dancy back on track, still hasn't handed that car over. He's been in that car since the start. He doesn't want to share his toys. George Smith is in the Porsche, so Philip Schiff, of course, still hasn't moved. With that car driving as the way it was, it will be in there quite some time. George Smith brings in the former GTE leader, former GTE leading car, and now that's a name I do recognise. Joey Giesebrandts has taken over from Philip Schiff. I do recognise. I've commented on Joey before, and so he is a very seasoned endurance racer. He will hopefully be able to get that car back out. He's very cautious getting out of the pits. He did have some... I think he's actually just letting cars through. That's why he's... Oh, that car's not repaired. That car is not... That car does not
it
look like it's
still-
steering straight. That car has not been fixed. Look at how it's
Okay,
steering.
so-
That doesn't look like a happy Porsche to me. He's taking it very easy. He's,
he's going very slowly.
I don't think that car has been repaired, or it has indeed been fully repaired, and he's off.
Oh, he's gone straight
Yeah.
on.
I'm not surprised. That, I think, is
Oh,
going to be...
no.
Bang. Yep. I think
No.
that's going to be the end of that particular... So they handed it over to Joey to destroy the car, basically.
Yeah.
So,
Kind of facing the wrong way in the middle of the
yeah,
track.
yeah, he's facing the wrong way and can't spin it. So,
Yeah.
I think Joey was actually just getting the car off the track before he's retired it.
I think this is him retiring now then.
Our first GTE victim then.
It's unfortunate, it's the Infinity team.
Yeah, so again.
It's just not what I want, is it?
And that car is now... That's gone. Joey Giesebrecht had the honour of throwing that car into the wall. And,
Right.
yeah, there it is. Deemed a DNF. Well, we have seen a DNF car return to track, but that car is done. That's as our first GTE victim. Hemmingsen,
He's pretty done, yeah.
yeah, Hemmingsen continues to lead. Clapano is gained a bit of time on that last lap. 59.7 for Hemmingsen, 59.1 for Clapano. So that lead battle looks like it's set to resume. 16 cars now remain. Rowan Hubert being the tail end of the GTEs. That's very...
Capano is beginning to close gap again.
He is. He's working his way past Daniel Rowe. Are we seeing darkness descend? Because everyone seems to have their lights on at the moment. The shadows seem to be getting bigger.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit darker.
It's gonna. We are going to be proceeding into night at some point. I think we're quite some way off full darkness. So
Yeah. Nearly.
some way to go yet.
Yeah, just a little bit. But
As we approach 3 hours gone.
ooh, is have I lost a load of time, or is that just?
He has. And he was already past Daniel Rose, so I
Oh,
need.
look at his first sector.
Oh dear, yeah, he's lost 2.5, 2 and a bit seconds there. So he could have had an issue behind Daniel Rowe that I didn't quite spot, but he's definitely lost. That's not happy. He won't be happy about that. So he's getting back on the case. As we are now getting to the 25% distance done.
Sector 2 times a little bit better. So.
Yeah, so he gained a couple of tenths on Hemmingsen there. Hemmingsen. So, yeah, bit of a problem there behind the Corvette. That's a big shame for Joey Giesebrecht. The only thing he was allowed to do was throw the car into the wall.
Yeah, that's not a good stint. It's not what you consider a good stint.
Yeah,
at
all the practice, all the hours, all the setup training, and sideways driving Porsche is what greeted him. Which, big shame. It's a shame that there seems to be an issue with getting damage repaired, but...
Ooh, is it George Smith throwing it into the wall just now?
Oh no! That
I
again,
think he might have damage. Yeah.
Let's watch how he drives as he comes back on track ahead of Rowan Hubert. Oh, that's not a happy Porsche. That's very twitchy.
Slow. Yeah.
Yeah, that M8 will come past him fairly easily, I'd have thought. The driver's got to be very careful. Yeah, that Porsche is not happy.
He was what, fourth in class?
There was only 5 GTs left, and he was leading or that car was leading earlier on.
I don't know, his pace seems to have come back up a this bit actually. I don't know.
Oh, Joey apparently lost internet connection. He may well actually be returning. So we may see that Porsche back on track again.
The Infinities have the most retirement.
They are.
They have infinity retirements for him,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Oh, George is actually continuing. Whether he felt he couldn't actually get back to the pits because of the line he took, or whether he thinks that he can wrestle that car on, or someone drove into the pits. I saw in the background. Was wait for the confirmation on who that was. It's Viktor Sokolov. That's the
indeed.
iceberg car. That'll be planned. Yeah,
So-
as we're looking at the next kind of 35-minute stint done. New tyres on the iceberg car. On the
So I think that iceberg car is pretty cool actually. Just looking at it.
oh well, the livery
Yeah.
is better than yellow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, way better. Like the white and blue.
Oh, 58.8 for Clapano. Nicely done. Gained 4 tenths on Hemmingsen in that last lap.
It's a very quick lap.
Very good time indeed. Does Sokolov hand that car over? If so, who's he going to hand it to? He's in there a while. Nope, he hangs on to the iceberg car. And out comes Sokolov then. 10 LMPs remaining. Sokolov is the tail end of that one, but out comes the iceberg car. As, where is he going to... Simon Ollerich, that is actually fairly behind him. Ollerich leads the GTEs. He's got that's Sam Van Giel just coming past him. That's Daniel Rose, not on the same map. Ollerich leads the GTEs by about 40 seconds over Vasilis Keita in the Porsche.
Yeah.
Klapano doing what he can to try and close that gap down to Hemmingsen. Kraljanovic very much on his own. So full lap down from the lead battle with Van Giel, who we just saw about 13.5 seconds behind. Sean Yoda was roughly a minute behind Van Giel. But Mateus Moose we saw involved in that huge incident at the top of Radion a few laps ago. He finds himself 20 seconds behind Sean Yoda. Trapano coming through the bus stop. Oh, is someone coming to the pits? I heard someone's engine go very, very low then. I wonder either...
George Smith, I believe.
George Smith indeed, yes. My cat sat on my mouse. I wonder why I couldn't move it.
He had the incident in the wall just 2 laps ago.
Oh,
so
he did. He is,
maybe he's
made it back.
changing.
Yeah, maybe he's made it back to the pits without causing a code 80 to go out.
Yeah, I think he was. I think his car wasn't too badly damaged. I think it was just
he went past
this pit stop.
He went past the pits without pitting after that incident, didn't he?
Yeah. I suppose he's had another lap to wonder about it and
decide against it.
Yeah.
I shall be back in a few moments.
Okay. So we have Hemmingsen still leading 5.3 seconds clear of Alexis Capano. So he's still got a very good kind of gap ahead, really, and sort of through the grid so we can find them quickly. So yeah, these two battling away for quite a while, as you see on screen. He's on these soft tyres, so the soft tyres. So yeah, he should be hoping to maybe peel in the lap times a little bit. Last lap time, Capano did a 58.9 and Hemmingsen did a 59.7. So as you can see, the gap definitely decreasing. Hemmingsen finds himself being the defending driver this time. He finds himself on the opposite end of what was in the last stint, Capano being the one ahead and being caught. But there's been some issues with Capano. He's obviously had the spin just before the code 80, the second code 80 was announced, which saw him lose a little bit of time, not too much, because obviously the code 80 meant that he couldn't really get away a whole lot. It also meant that not a lot of time was lost, so that's good for him, good in terms of himself.
Sorry about that, I am back.
Hello.
My youngster decided he wanted my attention for a moment, so he was banging on the door. I thought he was better just to see what he wanted.
I was just running through the whole Capano and Hemmingsen situation.
Where are we with those two? Oh, a 10th quicker Hemmingsen than Capano last time around.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting because last lap Capano was like nearly a second quicker. So yeah, he's done very well to give it back there, Hemmingsen.
Indeed. Oh, Van Giel is in from 4th.
Ooh.
That's the high-speed racing team. I make no apology for the fact I'm going to throw some crisps down my neck. I've been here a while, and I have absolutely no intention of letting the commentary seat go. I will at some point. I would die if I try and do all 12 hours, and plus it would be 3 o'clock in the morning for us Brits.
I might just do it all.
That's a tad outside of what I'm capable of doing. But I must admit, I hope those that have been with us in the stream, that's I noticed there's quite a few of you. Glad to have you along. Thank you very much for being with us for however long you've been there for. It's a great pleasure to have you. I must admit, I've actually had a whale of a time commentating on this particular race. It's been great fun. It does look like Geesebrix wasn't able to rejoin us, which is a bit of a shame.
It's been a very good race. We've had 50 viewers, which I believe is actually Mouse One's most viewers we've had in a single stream.
Excellent.
So that's very good. That's very good. This endurance race has done well.
No, thank you very much for those that have been with us.
Yes. Oh, that bush looks 52.
Hurrah!
Yay.
We won't keep mentioning it to try and boost the numbers. I think people will soon get bored of that. Yeah, darkness is definitely descending. You can see now that the headlights are beginning to cause a much more of a noticeable trail. So darkness. Yeah, which I would imagine we'll start seeing some real driver changes. I mean, again, we're over 3 hours in, and several people are still in their cars from qualifying and practice.
Yeah, I know. You got Helen Jovic. Or Jovic.
Again, I've been guessing that name. Hiro Janovic.
3rd place in the biz.
Then he comes, yeah. He's still got a minute behind him for Sam Giel, so Sam Van Giel. So there's a great gap there that he finds himself in, very much in no man's land, but it's still a podium at the moment.
We have a message from Ron saying he's about to jump in.
Aha! That's Hemmingsen. So finally, Martin wants to share his toys.
We'll see him come in.
Whether he wants to or not is fairly irrelevant. He's going to.
Ron's expecting it at least. Whether he will jump out or not.
Yeah.
Because I remember back to the AOR Le Mans race, Hemmingsen actually didn't get his turn in the car because of an issue. So I think that's probably why he's been here.
Oh, right.
First out this time.
I'm making up for lost time.
Yeah, because I remember there was some sort of issue with the car, it didn't let him switch, and ended up actually retiring the entire team. So yeah, so that's why he wanted to do the first stint this time. And I'm sure he's not regretting it either. It looks like he's loving it down there.
Yeah, he's doing a stellar job out there. And on they continue.
Let me get my data up. Where is it? So Gap is not really doing amazing, not really amazing change in the Gap, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder if Clapano's burnt the best out of those tyres. I
think so. They're the soft tyres, so I presume they wouldn't last an incredible amount of time. Well, incredibly longer than what I'm thinking, like F1 tons, but
well, also, the track temperature is still relatively high. Oh, Clapano getting a little sideways coming through Lake Arm. Yeah, the track temperature is still okay. It's going to be dropping now, but he's been on them for quite a while, so yeah, they definitely will be suffering a bit.
Yeah, I don't trust the track temperature that it says on my my data because it's been at 29.3 this entire race, and or 0.03.
May not be too far wrong, because as I say, the sun is still up.
Yeah.
If it still says that when we're full on, in the dark, then I would accuse it of lying.
Yeah, me too. But Antonio in 3rd has gone for the soft tyres. As well as Sean Yoda, he's in the softs. Yeah, there's actually one hard tyre run out there, which is Simon Ultrich. He's the only person on the hard tyres.
Oh,
and
the
the hard tyres
lead,
I've seen.
lead of the GTEs.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I didn't even realise there was hard tyres, to be honest.
Oh, he's making them work in the M8. My goodness me.
Yeah, he's doing very well, actually, isn't he?
That's probably why he's struggling to keep it on the road on the exit of Blanchimont.
Yeah. But if the facts are true from Rance, we'll be seeing Hamilton coming in, just a few laps, really, to...
Well, there can't be much left in the tank. They've been out there a while now. Again, if we're assuming 35 minutes per time, per stop, he's got to be in fairly soon.
They try and drive to the limit, don't they? We've seen drivers...
Well, yeah, it didn't work well. It didn't work well for Alex Tunbridge, but then he's coming up as a retirement for engines. He could have actually blown the engine on the way into the pits.
Yeah, that would have been even worse, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, considering you're supposed to be crawling, why on earth was he dragging the engine that badly if he was... But then we don't know at what point the engine went bang. He could have been on the run down to the bus stop for all we know, so... We just found him. We just found him doing a bit of a kind of Newton's cradle effect on the pen lane entrance.
Yeah, just up and down.
Yeah.
That's why the pit lane was closed quite a while ago now. Actually,
it was. I mean, that was on lap 39. We're now on lap 90. Well, the leaders are on 94, so that was quite a while ago now.
Yeah, that must have been a long time ago.
It must have been within the first hour. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
or soon after, if it was afterwards.
The game's alerting me to a battle between Hemmingson and Plano.
Yeah, I think Clapano's lost time because that's now around about 7 seconds that he's behind Hemmingson, which again is Clapano's got very little left in those tyres. That tail is getting real twitchy. There's no one in front of it that he can be blaming the aero on, as Jamie Zalecki has come in from 7th.
Yeah, it's gonna really Antonio in 3rd. He's just put in his personal best lap time so far for his car. So
he did.
The soft tyres for him seem to be working very well. He's just off the fastest lap, actually.
Yeah, well, 59.2 I've got his best lap as. So, still a respectable lap time.
Yeah, very.
And Hemmingson is in. Race leader Martin Hemmingson has brought that car in. So Becky has mentioned Clapano's carried on, interestingly.
This is the first time they haven't come in together, actually.
It is, yeah. They've always come in. The last 2 stops have been in tandem. So Clapano... Yellow flag. Oh, that's up at sector 2.
Oh, it's Cater.
Oh, Vasilis Cater. Oh, no, not another GT in the wall.
I don't know if there's going to be much damage. It just looked like maybe a half spin into the wall.
Maybe a spin, yeah. Yeah, who was that?
Anyway, we're sure to see Liam Rance coming now.
We've got to, surely. Share your toys, Martin! Let it go, come on! You've done enough. You've led for so long.
He's been here from the beginning. So is Cabano, and he's still...
Yeah, that's it. He doesn't want to share either. Surely Hemmingson's got to... He cannot carry on any longer. There he goes, yeah. Liam Rance is in the car now.
Got Liam in.
And you got to think that... So he's done just over 3 hours. Assuming Liam is doing the same. That's not a very long cat nap, actually, come to think of it. So if he is in 3 hours again, so he's going to be coming in at 9:15 our time, up to midnight, and then I don't know which is worse. Surely Liam's going to have the worst one, jumping in at stupid o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun to watch actually. I want to see that.
Yeah,
they will be so tired.
Oh yeah, fatigue will be a huge issue by that point.
Liam Rance looks a little bit shaky in the car coming around. So
that again, that's what we were saying before. We've seen so many people either just jump into the car or straight after a stop have a problem at Les Combes, because that's the first major braking zone. So it's either getting into the rhythm or resuming the rhythm. And there we go. Clapano did one more lap. His in lap was a 2:09, whereas Hemmingson's was a 2:04. That's of course including the bit into the pit, so that's fairly meaningless. So who is gonna what is Klapano going to do? Is there going to be a driver change? You would assume there's going to be a driver swap.
Oh, definitely. If he carries on.
I mean, he'll be a god if he carries on. Good grief.
Absolute legend. But,
Mateus Moose comes in as well.
What would the pressure be like? Can you imagine being in Liam Wright's position? You know you're in the lead at the moment. Pressure from, having to switch out and make sure you still got that lead. Got to be something else,
No food for you! We will not feed you if you do not resist. Well, this is it. I mean, Liam Wright's now coming into the bus stop. Klapano's still in the car, so that's going to be the lead back over into... And it is indeed Luis Moreno that takes over the car.
Oh, okay. This will be new names on the track now. Liam Rance, M1 admin, actually. So
into the lead goes Rance. Moreno is chasing him. And what's the gap going to be? Wait for them to settle down. Mateus Moose is in, as I mentioned. He's back underway, so no driver change there. That is about...
7? Seconds?
Yeah.
7.2, yeah.
So that didn't change a great deal from pre-pit stop.
6. It's going down quite fast. Yeah, that's
I mean that's going to change, of course, due to braking zone, but it's that's pretty much where they left it.
Oh, Moreno's already spun it.
Oh, again, problem at Lacombe. He hasn't got into the rhythm yet, and he kept it out of the wall at least.
Yeah, at least he's kept it, and
he did. That's exactly what Liam Rance did. Well, okay, Moreno saw what Rance did. No, I can better that.
Exactly. These obviously coming in new is a bit.
Oh, Tom Hooper is in the pits again, but I think that's scheduled.
Oh, I can imagine. Hooper's been in it for a very long time.
He could probably draw the pit lane from memory now.
Yeah. He's probably.
I don't want to go in again.
His garage and all that. He just he's seen it too much this race.
That's it.
For his liking. But interesting to see how Liam Ranches and Luis Monero's lap times vary compared to their predecessors. And I think it was a spin actually just then. But I might have just caught it. Yes, it is. Dancy.
Oh, that's not nice. Craig Dancy.
Oh. No, is there any damage on that car? Has he hit the wall?
Oh, that's the Infinity car that had survived.
It's the Infinity car again.
He's such a cursed name tonight.
I know. The thing with this Infinity car is actually running at decent positions.
That's it. That's the one that had stayed out of trouble. That looks fairly straight. So I would think that Craig Dancy has just... Dancy's been dancing. I wonder how many times he's had that anecdote thrown at him. Andrew Ho is brought that car in.
Will he be switching?
Well, that is a good question. He has been in there a little while.
Yeah, he's definitely been in it for...
He's been in it a fair while.
Yeah. Decent amount of time. Dancy doesn't look to have any damage, so...
well played. Well played, sir. So, Andrew Ho... Which car is that? I've completely forgotten which team it is. No, he remains in it. Out he comes again. Andrew Ho is in the Visceral eSports car. Van der Vida was the opener for that one. And oh wow, big snap of oversteer on the exit of the pit lane for you. Out he comes, 9th position, and continues on his merry way. But Moreno is back on a charge again.
Yeah, I think Moreno just got a little bit held up there by who's that in the background? Sokolov, is it? Or Sokolov. Sokolov. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
yeah. That's what I've been using. It's actually Sokolov and Rail Janovic is there, but Rail Janovic is 3rd, whereas Sokolov is 10th. So Rail Janovic won't be happy about being held up behind Sokolov there. Sokolov does yield finally, but it took him a while.
Yeah, Montero was getting a little bit anxious behind him. He started flashing the lights at Sokolov.
Oh, rightly so. Moreno wants to get on with it as Simon Ulreich from the lead of the GTEs comes in the M8 along with Sean Yoda from 5th, so a decent run then for the Satellite Racing team.
Luis Monero going fast at this current point in time compared to Liam Rance. Liam Rance doing a 2:01 and Luis doing a 1:59.2, so very much in his favour at the moment. But he's 11 seconds back still, so got a lot of time to gain. We have yellow flag in sector 3. It's just disappeared, so not a major incident, I'm going to assume.
Don't know.
There's a couple of people in the pits as well, I believe. Yes,
Probably,
we have Yoda.
I think it was Daniel Rowe, Daniel Rowe and Andrew Ho. We have a driver change, I think. Oh, what? Oh, yes, it is that lead M8. It's Harry Blanks has taken that one over for Blanks Racing.
Okay.
So wow, Moreno is absolutely flying. He is destroying that gap between 7 runs. Is Moreno on the soft tyres? That's the one thing I can't see.
He's still on those mediums, and Moreno's on those soft.
Oh, Moreno's on softs. Yeah, that would explain how he's absolutely flying.
Are these new softs, do you think, or just, I presume so? But
he was in there long enough for that to be the case.
Liam Rance must be on a new set of mediums then, because he's on a new set of mediums. I think he's on mediums anyway.
Is he related to Roberto Moreno, who's a previous Formula 1 driver? The way he's going, my God.
Maybe. We'll have to ask him.
That's a stunning turn of pace that he's doing.
He's gained so much time actually on Liam Rance.
I mean, there could well be new softs because the previous ones were really struggling with. Clapano was really struggling with them.
He's actually not doing too much different times for Clapano. I think it's actually more that Liam Rance is a little bit slower.
Liam Rance is struggling, yeah.
Yeah. He hasn't managed to dip under the 2 minute yet. He hasn't managed to dip under the 2:01 yet, actually.
Liam's just gone past Tom Hooper, so we don't know whether Tom's held him out. Because there was a 2:04 from Hooper.
Yeah.
Which could have been it. He could have just been stuck in traffic, but I don't think so, because not to ironically, right behind Moreno is actually Karel Janovic. It's just a lap time-wise difference, but actual physical track position.
Oh, Rance has lost it there. Oh my! He had a half spin.
Well held.
Nearly binning it. It was brilliant.
That's going to help.
Cooper, who might unlap himself coming soon if he keep up the times.
Yeah, Rance is really not happy at the moment. That car's been in the lead for a long, long time, and not at all judging Liam Rance for his driving, not at all. But he's really struggling for some reason. Whatever it is that is throwing his balance off. It could be just the way the car's set up. It just could be he needs to find his rhythm. It could be any number of things, but at the moment he's really struggling. And Luis Moreno is really going for it.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem confident in the car at the moment. So I know Rance from the M1, obviously. He's one of the stuff. He does the racing. He's a very quick racer, a very good racer.
Yeah, don't say.
just as good as Hummingson, but just at the moment he's really not liking that car, is he? He's just twitching everywhere.
And that's the thing, though, particularly with LMP2s, a setup. Well, I would imagine with any racing car, already, the setup has got to work for you, because no one driver can get the best out of it. Every single car, every single setup they ever find. That would be. That would make drivers' life a lot easier were that actually true.
Oh yeah. I'm sure Rance will get into it. I'm sure he just needs to wait for the time to come to him, get into the rhythm. Obviously, you'll remember Hemmingson was in that car for a long time. He had a long time to adjust to the car. However, if he doesn't get into the grip soon, we're going to see Renault catch up to the back of him. Oh, Rance has lost it again!
Oh, again, yeah, on the exit.
And actually, Cooper is coming to unlap himself, possibly here. That's
he'll be blue flagged by Moreno, because Moreno's literally 2 seconds behind them.
Yeah, look at the car's just sliding around these corners for Liam Rance.
Unless Liam's hit the wall somewhere. We're now on lap 100, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I just looked up and saw the lap counter change. Yeah, we're now on the beginning of lap 100. Oh wow, Moreno is literally sliding that car, but he's just, it is all controlled. He is absolutely brilliant, keeping the car in check. But Rance is absolutely struggling. No obvious sign of damage on there. But
I'm looking at Lance's braking. He's really, really trying to keep his braking just right, isn't he? He's mid-corner, he's braking as well. He's been so cautious at the moment. Just trying to not spin it, really, not bin it.
Yeah. And we've had it where lots of people have had problems getting damage repaired. If there's damage on that car, as Moreno flies past Hooper, flies past Hubert, my God, Clapano was damn fast in that car. Moreno seems to be just equally so. I think that lap record is still, it is indeed 58.3 is still with that car, the Anby racing car.
2:04 from Rance. Oh.
Ouch.
And Moreno with a 2-minute lap time.
So 4 seconds lost from Liam Rance there. And you got to think that's a 2-man team as well, so Rance is going to be in that car for a damn long time.
He's been there half of the time. He needs to get into that rhythm.
Oh God, he must be sick at the moment. If there's if there's damage or there's a real problem with the setup, whatever it is, he's going to be pretty frustrated with that thing if he can't get into that all-important rhythm. And Moreno now right on his... Oh, and there he goes again. He caught the first apex coming through Lake Com and he caught the tail. And that will really kind of hurt the mental game that goes on with mental racing. Now what am I talking about? Endurance racing. If you're not at one with the car, if you're not comfortable with it, that really plays on your mind. Off the road then at turn 11, it is not going Liam Rance's way at all.
Liam's only option here is to battle with him. Really, if his pace is not as quick, he's going to have to battle with him, try and keep it behind.
I don't think he will. I think he'll probably let him go and just fight with the car. I mean, there's such a big gap between second and third. I mean, Liam will slot into that gap, but looking at the lap times from Janovic as well, that's quicker than the pair of leaders at the moment. So that gap would disappear eventually. I mean, it's over a lap, so it would take a long time to whittle down.
He loses quite a lot of time in Sector 3, really, and Sector 3 loses most time.
Craig Dancy's in again.
Oh,
another Infinity pit stop. Well, there are 3 of them on track, so that stands to reason.
That's a good point. 3 of them on track and they've retired.
Yeah, they have more retirements than anybody else. Oh, the irony.
Liam Rance retirements than cars. That's stunning. I don't think I'd ever say that. But
that's of all things you kind of imagine yourself to say, that is never one of them. Ironically, first, second and third are right with one another. It's just such a shame that Roy Janovic is a lap down from the... Again, Roy Janovic has got a brilliant ringside seat for the lead battle going on.
This is Janovic's time really to unlap himself, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. Again, another 2 seconds for Antonio last time around. But of course, Moreno is now being held up by Rance, and Rance comes through Pouon a bit cleaner, but he looks the way he throws the car in, it doesn't look smooth, it just looks very aggressive.
You can definitely tell it's a different driver.
Oh, that was close from Roy Janovic. Don't slam into the back of Moreno, that's not going to help you. Oh, that's a Porsche. That's in a very unfortunate position. That's George Smith. Oh, nice move from Roy Janovic. Oh, talk about opportunistic. off track on the outside of turn 11 and flies off the road at Pouon just for a bit of karma. Oh yeah, Moreno was not happy about that, but it really wasn't anybody's fault. George Smith was just minding his own business. He's, as we've said before, the slower car is perfectly entitled to take the racing line. It's up to the faster cars because of the downforce efficiency of these cars. They can have they've got the speed and the grip to do outside manoeuvres around corners like Pouon and 10, 11 and what have you. That was just very unlucky, but what a move by Roy Janovic to unlap himself from Luis Moreno. That was brilliant. I love that.
This is Janovic's time, really, isn't it? To to push that car, get past, and then try and build up that lap.
He'll also be feeling fatigue because he's been in there a long time.
He has.
Plus, Rance and Moreno are very fresh to the car. Rance seems to be getting a bit more into the rhythm of the car now, although it's a little bit scruffy coming through bus stop there.
Yeah, we also have to remember Rance is actually on the slower tyres tomorrow, you know, and to
That
Janvik,
will...
so-
yeah, that's a very good point, because if Rance isn't really... Because again, the soft tyres could be given the characteristics that Rance really is used to, or really needs. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one, actually. But, 202, 202, 201 by the top three. It's really weird that third place is actually in the middle of first and second, but that's just the way that it ends up. And it looks like Janovic is sizing up Lance, Liam Rance. I've now called him Lance. I've called everybody by the wrong name tonight.
Yeah, I think I called him Lance actually. Just a minute ago. So I think you're good.
I'm sure he's been called worse.
I'm sure.
Oh, that's again very close there by Janovic coming through Bruxelles.
Oh, if only Janovic was actually like there, that'd be so.
That
cool.
would be. I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs. Oh, he's going to go for an inside at Pouon. He did! What a move! Again, Raul Janovic, he recognised that Liam Rance is struggling, and and he committed to that in plenty of time. He really, I mean, there was no denying what he was going to do. He committed to that very early, and thankfully Rance recognised it, otherwise he would have just turned in and caused a big old pileup with the three of them. And Raul Janovic is exactly as you said, Josh, he's really capitalising on the fact that Liam is struggling. Moreno's not yet found a way past, and has unlapped himself from the pair of them. Absolutely fair play, Antonio Raul Janovic.
Janovic can actually have a good shot at maybe getting up to these two if he really pushes it.
Oh my god, if they're battling that long, then I would imagine one of them is going to implode.
Oh,
Moreno!
Contact! Oh.
Ooh, there may be words said about that. I mean, he committed very early on, but he just understeered when he got to the bus stop and banged into the side of Liam Rance's car. But of course, that's put Rance 1.5 nearly behind Moreno.
This is now Moreno's time. He needs to make sure he doesn't begin to lose that time, because ideally he's on the softs. Obviously, the tyres are going to go before the mediums eventually.
Who's on the softs?
That's Moreno. So his tyres going to go sooner. Yeah.
And that's the thing, though. I mean, this is a great pace at the moment. We saw this with Caplano as well, where the pace is great for a while, but of course the soft will die off as the track. Is your track temperature showing any sign of change? By the way, we were talking about this earlier.
Not at all.
No.
It's been at this for the whole race now.
That's a damn warm evening.
I'm going to assume it's not going to work.
However, I'm assuming that's not right then, yeah.
I may have another graphic for this actually. Let's see if I can get it up.
So yeah, I mean, Liam Rance again may either just ditch those tyres soon, or Moreno may end up falling back into the clutches of Rance when his tyres go off. We will see. It's going to be interesting to see whether Raul Janovic can actually maintain the gap or increase on the gap between himself and what is now Moreno.
Oh, if this graphic worked, it'd be so cool. I've got graphics tell me the fuel and everything, but
no such luck.
Doesn't work.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, and right, I need a minute to throw my cat out the door because it's sat on my mouse again.
That's fine.
Be right back.
Alright. So Liam Rance now beginning to lose a little bit of time. He's actually not lost a whole lot of time. He's staying with him fairly well. And I'm looking through my graphics now to see if we can get any kind of different things up. So I've got these are the wheel stuff. I'm just messing around with all the graphics right now. I don't think it works. Incredible. Let's see if we can add anything else. This is meant to be the map. I don't think it works either. No. Oh. Right. Anything else we can add? We've got this as a leaderboard. We don't need that because we've got the other leaderboards. Right, I think that's all we're going to have in terms of stuff. Who else wants to see that other leaderboard, then we can do that. I don't mind. Right. So, Liam Rance sits 3 seconds behind. He's lost a lot of time, I haven't noticed. And why are these things still popped up? Come on. Where is it? How do I finish editing it? Where is it? Yeah, I apologise for the stuff that's on screen. There you go. You got it. Right, so we see Liam Rance now sitting just, let me tell you right now. Uh, 3.8 seconds back, and Janovic is definitely catching these two. He's doing exceptionally well at the moment, so we couldn't even see his car getting up there. As you can see, it is beginning to turn to nightfall here. And Tero losing a little bit there. It's all good, it's all good.
I'm back again.
In there a lot. Hey! Right, I was messing around with the... see if we could find any more graphics. Most of them just don't work. So
that's a shame. That's a shame.
God.
I'm going to be awfully rude and take a short break whilst I do my dinner, whilst my wife deals with my children because they're young and they're being difficult. So I'm going to be gone for about 10 to 15 minutes, but I shall return.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Okay. Right, now we have, as you can see, Liam's 5 seconds back. He's coming in the corner a little bit there, but that might be just lag on my end. I'm not 100% sure. We got Janovic. He's in 3rd position now, 122 seconds behind the lead. And also we have Monero, who's leading this race. So he's done a very good job. His lap times are consistently under the 2-minute mark. So very well done to him so far. Then we have Sam Gill, who sits in the 4th place. He's quite a distance behind Janovic at the moment, so not really a whole lot. As you can see here, just where they are on track, there's quite a big difference between them both. But yeah, that's about it. I want to see if anybody is coming into the pits or... Ooh, over there is looking at Alex Ho. They're on the same lap, I believe. No. My mistake. It's a laps thing, so... Yeah, obviously we have the, Actually, they're just coming around to get past traffic right now. So, doing very well here in terms of making their way through. I don't want to be losing too much time on making your way through traffic. That can really, really do you bad. But yeah, now we have Dancy in the Infinity Racing car. So as you can see, I wonder if, hang on, let me check my stuff. Okay, that's fine. Right, I'm just making sure stream's all good for the time being. Right, cool. Any issues or any questions you want to ask me, put it in the chat and I will be sure to respond to it. So yes, Dancy is, as you can see, down in 8th. So yeah, gonna see if they can move up further. We have the retirements for today, which are Tunbridge, Joe's Otano, and Joey Gisabrits. So the Infinity Racing cars, and only one of them is actually physically retired from the race. The other ones that retired has still in the race. It's Andrew, not Alex. So, okay. Indeed, I'm reading it wrong. Just yeah. Right, so then we have Hooper's had a bad day today. He's not really had the best of days, to be honest. Right, I apologise about that. So, where are we? We have Liam Rance now 9 seconds behind Luis Monero. So, yeah, he's not looking good pace at the moment. He's doing 2:02 as a lap time. Meanwhile, Luis Monero is doing about 1:59.8 as a lap time. So, not doing amazing for the time being. We have a yellow flag in sector 2. Let's try and find that. Oh, here we go. It seems to be George Smith, which is. So he's not having a good time. He's down in 16th position at the moment. I believe his team was leading at one point. So yeah, to see him go off and spin like that is not what he wants for his team, I'm sure, and I'm sure it's not what his team wants as well in return. But yeah, so gap is now over 10 seconds between Liam Rance and Luis Monero. So. Not looking in favour of Rance at the moment. Meanwhile, Heljanovic is not looking. His time's looking decent at the time being. He's doing about the same as Luis Monero in terms of pace. So yeah, maybe a little bit faster, give or take a couple of tenths, but that's not really going to get him up there at the moment. So we'll have to see just what he can do. But,
I'm back again.
Hey, right. Just not a whole lot really happening. Just Rance dropping back to 10 seconds. Oh, he actually gained a couple tenths there. Let's go up to him.
So Marino then in the 2-minute range.
Yes.
Heljanovic, I have forgotten him myself. Heljanovic is still getting the 1:59s, I see.
Yes, he's doing some quite good lap times. Also, I apologise, guys, I'm going to be eating at the same time as now.
I make no apology for the fact that I'm stuffing my face at the moment. Van Giel is in the pits.
All cars are to have their headlights on. Thank you.
Ah, what a announcement that all drivers must have their headlights on as the light continues to drop.
It's gotten to that stage where headlights needed. Liam Rance actually hasn't got his headlights on at the moment, so he's going to sort that out very soon.
Yes, he will need to. He'll get a penalty otherwise.
He doesn't want a penalty, that's for sure.
No, certainly not.
He still hasn't got them on.
We could be in trouble. I mean, if you start ignoring, unless either one is like a graphical glitch, but the fact that both of us have got the same thing wouldn't indicate he hasn't got them on, or two, they're damaged.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's that much damage, does he, in that car? Apart from the couple of spins he's had, but
I don't know. Heljanovic is in.
Oh, his lights just turned on. There we go. It just flashed on. I was going to say, he had them on earlier, so he must have just turned them off. And then just kind of left it.
Defying the stewards.
Like what Harrison in the chat. Not getting oh, I think that's not a message, never mind. I thought he was unhappy with ignoring of the stewards. But yeah, he's got them on now. It's been at this kind of light stage for a while now.
It has, hasn't it? I noticed that as well. I was expecting it to be a bit darker by this point, but Oops, Marina getting a bit tail happy coming through Bruxelles.
Heljanovec is in from third.
I wonder if he's going to have a driver change.
He's been in there for a while, hasn't he? So I presume something along those lines. To be honest with you.
There's Ryan Nash. Ryan Nash is back.
Yes, Nash is back.
That's not a two-man team. Maybe their other two drivers are maybe doing the night shift.
Well, maybe. I mean, that's kind of the way it goes, isn't it? Usually there's two designated drivers for the night shift, and everybody else has got to do the day ones.
I mean, it might suit their time zone. I mean, if they're in obviously a time zone that better suits that for them, then why not?
That's the winning strategy. Is just to get everybody from a different time zone.
That's it. Yeah. The Americans have a go.
Exactly. That's actually probably not a bad strategy, to do these other things.
Yeah. Let's have a look at where everybody is. Apologies if you've done this recently, but I'm going to do it for my own purpose because I don't know where everybody is at the moment. Luis Marino crosses over the line to start lap 111, 159.3, his last lap around. Liam Rance, cautious out of the bus stop. Over the line. Second, 2:01.3. Nope, 2 minutes, 0.5. So, not quite on the same pace as Moreno, but I think you were saying, isn't Moreno still on softs?
Yeah.
So, oh, Nash getting very crossed up coming through Campus Chicane. He lies in third, having just taken over the satellite racing car.
They've been relapsed though, so they're going to have to wait until the pit stops to be back on lapped. So
indeed,
that'll be fun.
Sam Van Giel in fourth position in the high-speed racing car. Car number 21. He finds himself, where is he? He's about 35 seconds behind Ryan Nash at the moment, so a little bit no man's land there. Matthias Moos in fifth position, car number 76, one of the DDoS squads. Sean Yoda, I wanted to say Sam Yoda for some reason. That's Sean Yoda in sixth in the other satellite racing car. He is over a minute and a half behind Matthias Moos, so some distance back. Jamie Zalecki in the Triforce car in seventh place is nearly another lap, nearly a full lap behind Sean Yoda. So some distance there. Craig Dancy, he's still in there. I just realised he's the only one that's. I think I'm right in saying he's the only one that hasn't had a driver swap.
I believe so. Yeah. Yes.
Good God, man!
You've been here for ages.
I mean that's some serious Red Bull and energy drinks going on there. That's an extraordinary amount of caffeine.
He really doesn't want to give up the car.
No, he definitely doesn't want to share his toys. So Dancy is in he's in the number 7 car. Where is he? That's not a two-man team either. I think I might have made that point already. I can't find him on the list. Where is he? Where are you? No, we can't find him. But he's that's definitely not a two-man team. I think we identified that previously. So
who's this?
Craig Dancy. Where is he?
8th, is he?
He's 8th, yes.
Yeah. He's coming across the start finish line now.
Oh, there he is. It's of course. Why didn't I spot that? It's the infinity symbol on the back. That's the comment we keep making. Yeah, he's actually. There's 2 other drivers. Peter Hayward, a major force in these parts for M1, and Ashley Russell. Dancy was indeed the starting driver for that team. He just does not want to let it go. He finds himself in 8th nonetheless, and still kind of minding his own business. It could be that his other 2 drivers simply aren't around for him to hand over to. Mola, please, somebody done it.
That'd be quite a predicament for himself.
Andrew Ho in 9th place then in the TCS car, the Visceral eSports machine. as Zalecki in from 7th, and Viktor Sokolov in the Iceberg car is in 10th position. And who could we forget? Tom Hooper in that ill-fated second Infinity car in 11th place. He's ahead of the GTEs at least. He's gotten clear of the GTEs by some distance, so that's at least something. Speaking of, Liam Rance is in from 2nd. Now that's interesting. Yeah.
Where is it? Sorry?
Liam Rance in from 2nd place.
Oh, is it? That's actually quite interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him in for a while.
He's put the soft tyres on.
He's had we did say that, didn't we? I did wonder whether just the way that the handling characteristics of that car just didn't suit him.
Yeah.
And now that it's getting darker, we're assuming that the track temperature is dropping, despite the fact that your overlay is saying otherwise. So,
yeah, I'm gonna trust the the knowledge of darker equals colder.
Yeah, lack of sun equals lower temperature is a fairly safe assumption to go by. So Zalecki's been in there a while. Oh no, I was just thinking, I wonder if there's a driver change there, but no, he's back underway again. He's back underway. So Liam Rance sat there for a while. Oh no, just as I say that, Liam Rance is back underway. Harry Blanks in the Blanks Racing M8 leads the GTE field. He's a full lap ahead, or near as damn it, a full lap ahead of Vasilis Keita in the Porsche.
Here's where comparing the times between Liam Rance and Montero will be fun.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Now they're on the same rubber. It's going to be
top 4.
Well, speaking of
softs,
there is Moreno just coming up past the backmarker's got mad, the BGM Porsche. Does Moreno come in? Yes, he does. So only a lap difference between Moreno and Rance. We'll see how that goes. Is he going to change tyres? Watch him as he comes to stop. Yes, he does. So a tyre change for Moreno.
It looks like a new set of softs according to my data. So.
Oh, that I would believe. I would imagine the softs are really going to be the tyre of choice now, as we enter into the darker hours.
Yeah.
Daniel Rowe, 3rd in the GTEs in the Corvette. He finds himself, where is he timing wise? He's further, near as damn it, a lap behind again. Well, 138 behind Keita, so they're a long way spaced apart. Ruan Hubert in the M8 continues. No Wi-Fi here. Autosport. 25 seconds behind Rowe and George Smith, a lap down after the big incident in the Porsche. What a shame, from leading the class to being a long way behind. He's a full lap down from Hubert as well. So that's not gone well for him. Moreno carries on to the car because he's not long taking that over, so we're not expecting a driver change there. Out he comes then. He retains the lead. Rance just coming through the source as Moreno starts to climb up Eau Rouge. So there's a fair gap there. The gap's got bigger, but then Rance has got a big old face full of traffic in the form of Ryan Nash.
Yeah.
And
12
also,
seconds? Oh,
yeah, there or thereabouts. Who's that? That's Zalecki. It's Jamie Zalecki in 8th. So he's got 8th and 3rd directly ahead of him. There's Liam Rance. He'll get the blue. He should actually get the blue flag for both of them. Samuel Bentley's in as well. So that's the DDoS car 76. Oh no, he's just coming out. Beg your pardon. So fairly solid effort there. He's a couple of minutes behind Van Giel, so long way behind a next track position. But as we enter darkness, who knows what will happen?
So Nash has been relapped again.
He has.
So he's not on the lead lap anymore. That's unfortunate for him. Unless he can unlap himself, catch back up to small area.
Is Ryan now? Oops, that's a long way. Oh, lots of people going very wide through Bill on there.
That seems to be the racing line here.
It does seem to be, doesn't it? Ignore the white lines part. It's within the barriers. It must be in track limits. Is Nash on the softs?
Yeah, top 4 on softs.
Oh, top 4 on softs. So that's Moreno, Rance, Nash, and Van Giel.
Yeah, and then Samuel isn't, but then Yoda is.
Oh, Dan C, get out of the way. Tom Hooper's in again.
Oh no.
He wants to race the GTEs, I'm certain.
I'm sure it does at least win it. Hey.
Yeah. George Smith is in from the tail of the GTEs and the Porsche. Oh, Tom is Tom now going to hand the car over? He's been in there a very long time.
Has he been in there since the beginning?
Has he? That's a very good question.
If so, then it's just him and who else was it? Dancy.
Oh, he has. Yeah, you're right. It's Hooper has actually been in there because I don't recognise the other two names.
Okay, so we'll see if he finally switches over.
If he's handing over, it'll be Reinder Henstra or Marco Breen. He's handing over. We definitely haven't had those names on track. I'm pretty certain of that.
Car's just edging backwards. Oh no, he's
backing
out.
away again. He again doesn't want to share the toys.
Nope.
George Smith continues on in that Porsche. That is the that's a two-man team in the metal state car. Alaric Elsin, Ainslin. I said that wrong. I think I read in chat that this is their first endurance outing on R Factor 2.
Who's this?
Metal State, so Alaric Enslin and George Smith. I think I read that somewhere.
Ah, nice. That's good debut. Decent debut.
Well, they survived.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they were doing really well at one point as well.
Yeah, one of the GTEs hasn't. So, as we saw, Joey Giesebrecht very dramatically throw it in the wall.
Yeah.
As Sam Bentley comes past that aforementioned Porsche. 13 seconds separates Rance and Moreno, so that gap seems to be going the wrong way for Liam Rance. Flash of the lights, who's he flashing at?
Looks like Nash.
It is indeed, it's Ryan Nash. He's flashing away. I wouldn't say he's close enough to be holding him up, but he feels the need to be flashing his lights, so maybe he feels like Nash should be letting that go. He's certainly close enough now. Ryan should really be letting that go. No, there's Harry Blanks, leader of the GTEs, right in there as well.
Oh.
That could have got nasty, but Nash backed out of that. And Craig Dancy is in again. Come on, Craig, you've had your turn.
Nash is back all over Rance. Oh, he spun it! On top of a huge crash.
He went backwards into the wall. Oh,
yeah, he just lost it trying to follow Rance, and that's massive damage. You can see it there already.
Huge. Yeah,
bad damage.
He's at a good 20 degrees to the left, trying to keep that thing straight.
We might see another code 80.
Is it going to be a code 80 then? He kept his lights intact. There's something to be gained.
Exactly.
So is Dancy finally going to hand that car over? He does!
Code 80 active.
Yeah, code 80's come out. Oh no, Peter Hayward!
6, 5, 4.
He's overcooked
3,
it and thrown it
2,
in the wall. He's now going the wrong way down the pit road! Even the greats make mistakes.
He's the Mousewell Endurance creator, so.
He is the Lord God of these parts, and he just threw it in the wall, trying to get back underway. As Daniel Rowe brings the Corvette in.
Car number 21, Sam from Gill. Please turn on the speed limiter. It's code 80 right now.
Oh, someone didn't get on the speed limiter. It was Sam Van Giel didn't get on the limiter. He's still going. Oh no, Sam Van Giel. He's third.
Oh, he's blitzing it.
Oh no. He doesn't know. Well, he ought to if he's as Yoda, Andrew Ho, and we have a driver change in the Corvette. Spencer Battersby now takes over that.
Why doesn't he know? He's slowed down. He's just slowed down now. That's the whole time.
That's got to be a penalty then.
There's no way. How much time did he gain from that, realistically?
That's difficult to say. I mean, he's a lap down from the leaders, so we don't know how much time he's realistically gained from that. But he's ahead.
Just come in as well.
He's ahead of Ryan Nash, so Ryan Nash was the one that was fighting for that third position.
He's about, yeah. He's
Miles ahead.
miles.
I mean, you got the Ryan Nash is coming up to campus as Sam Van Giel is coming through.
I'll tell you what, we'll see just how much time he's gained when they cross the line compared to everybody else's times.
Or how much less he lost. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Vasilis
So-
Cater brings the Porsche in as well. Sean Yoder back out on track. In the 6th place satellite racing car. Vasilis Cater. Oh, we've lost one. We've lost one of the... Oh, Aidan Coleman, who was going to take over the M8
Oh no.
from the No Wi-Fi team. And it's...
Oh, it's them.
Oh, it's a drive-through for Van Giel.
Ah.
A drive-through penalty for Sam Van Giel for not getting on the pit lane speed the pit lane speed limiter properly.
It's justified. Really.
Well, it is. You can't really argue that.
Yeah. To be honest, he's lucky he probably didn't get more, to be honest. He gained quite a lot of
That
time.
could have been, yeah, that could have been much worse.
Car number 21 for speeding under code 80.
Yeah, penalty for Sam Van Giel for speeding with code 80 in place. That's not really a surprise, but yeah, that's what a shame for the 15th place No Wi-Fi M8 to now be retired. That was very out of nowhere.
Yeah, no sign of that, really.
Yeah, handed over to Aidan Coleman from... Who had that previously? Was that Joshua Mayer? No, it was Ruan Hubert that had that.
Going back to green in 5, 4,
and we're heading back
3,
to green then.
2,
Just as Ryan Nash...
1,
Ryan Nash
green
is in.
flags, green flags.
Ryan Nash has brought that car in, so now they're back up to racing speed.
Rance lost a little bit of time on the restart.
Who has?
Rance lost a little bit of time on the restart there.
And he's now stuck right behind.
Oh.
Lucas Lichten is back.
That's nice.
So that's the BGM. Backmarker's got mad. So Vasilis Cater hands that car back over. Now they do have the third driver they haven't used yet. Ryan Nash in the pits. Is he handing that over to someone?
We have a yellow flag in sector 3.
Who would that be? Don't know. Whoever it is has sorted it out.
Yeah, it was pretty quickly sorted. So Nash, how far is he now behind Gill?
Well, Nash is in the pits, so that's now impossible to answer. I think Nash is going to be handing over. He's going to be handing the satellite racing car over to someone, but who's? Rodjanovic has had his run in there. Well, Ryan Nash had the opening stint in that car, is back in it, but is back in the pits again and is in there for a very long time. So maybe he had an accident as well, independent of everything else, but he's been in there a damn long time. I just can't believe what happened to that No Wi-Fi Autosport kind of what was supposed to be Aidan Coleman. It's just retired itself.
Yeah, they were looking decent. They were looking quite well. They it's a shame, isn't it? Really.
Nature of the beast, unfortunately. Oh, wow, Ryan Nash has been in there an exceedingly long time. It wasn't Nash that smacked into the wall, so not that we saw. Samuel Bentley now up to 4th as a result of Ryan Nash being in the pits for a long time.
Yeah, that's quite unusually long. He was on the softs prior to this, wasn't he? So he's still on the softs. No, he's been there ages.
Yeah, been in there a while. And still remains in there. Well, hopefully he'll reappear at some point. Gap up front has closed a little bit. 11.6 between Moreno and Rance now.
Ooh, just about, yeah.
Oh no, not again. 11th. Mr. Hooper in again. That team cannot have any ice creams left. Tom must
They
have.
got me running low. Yeah.
Yeah, they must have run out of ice creams by now. Ryan does not want to move.
Will he change drivers now, though, Cooper?
Could well be.
Hmm.
He's doing that rolling backwards thing again.
Oh, he just.
Oh, he's disappeared.
Well,
They've had enough of the car. It's now vanished. Ryan Nash is back underway. So wow, he lost 2 laps in the pits there.
oh, he's in the garage
Oh,
again.
Hooper's out.
He's DNF
That's
again.
a third. Isn't that the third time that car's been?
That's like, yeah, it's like the 3rd or 4th time. That's incredible.
It's absolutely amazing.
Oh, of course.
Oh, Sam Bentley's out. From 4th, Sam Bentley suddenly
What?
retired.
He has. What has happened here? Is that a connection issue?
It must be because that was out of nowhere.
I did have momentary lag, so maybe that, you know. No.
That was just out of nowhere.
Yeah, he was running in a nice
Oh.
4th position.
He's
DDoS racing.
Aidan Coleman about to come out in that M8. His name is.
Oh,
his name
yeah,
flashed.
His name's not DNF.
Yeah, his name flashed blue. Oh my word, that's a lot of lag going on for him. My game can't decide whether he's in the pit or not.
I'm watching Coleman now. He's still in the garage for me.
He keeps kind of.
Oh.
Yeah, you get that flick, the same as I did.
Yeah.
Car 21 to serve a drive-through penalty for speeding under the code 80.
Car 21, and that's.
Sam Gill again.
Sam Van Gill again, he got speeding in the pit lane this time. Oh, he's right. He wants all the penalties. Oh, he's off! Sam has had a massive incident. That was down at Stavolo. He's thrown that nose first into the wall.
Oh, he has. Just as he got the penalty.
Yeah. Whether the announcement put him off or whether he was throwing it in the wall in disgust. That was, yeah, I literally just cut to him at the point that the tail let go. He hasn't moved. He's looking very unwilling to move as well, so...
Who was it that retired? Was it Sam Bentley?
Sam Bentley, yeah.
He's back. He's not retired anymore, apparently.
Oh, he is on my screen.
Come to my data. I don't know how to believe it, though, because it's telling me that it's still 29 degrees, so... I don't know. He's completely vanished on my screen.
Sam Bentley has rejoined the race. That's a server message there. Just so Sam Bentley may well be rejoining.
Yeah, that's good for him. He's still not.
And out he comes. So Sam Bentley just had a technical problem there.
So 6th place is his at the moment. He hasn't lost a whole heap of time like Hoops, who's currently DNF'd, and Sam Van der Giel has retired. So that's the end of his race.
Van Giel has retired. We saw him. Well, I did. I saw him nosedive into the wall at Stavolo.
I'm starting to think I was maybe out of frustration or.
I suspect you might be right on that one. I think
Yeah.
he was not pleased with that verdict. So rather than appeal it later, he's thrown the car on the wall.
Yeah, it's probably not the best thing to do.
No, there are more effective ways. Oh, look, he's coming out of the pits again!
No.
It's Tom Hooper! That's
Oh,
3 retirements.
That is brilliant.
It's
back
3
in the
he's had
race.
alone, isn't it?
He's back behind some of the GT cars, or one of the GT cars as well.
Yeah, it's behind Harry Blank's. He was like, I picked the wrong car, I want to be in that class.
Oh, no.
Now the Porsche that was at the tail end of the field is now under the control of Alaric Enslin.
Oh, God.
With a big lag moment there.
I don't know if Coldman's retired or not, though, because, yeah, I'm getting the weird flash you were, and it's telling me on my screen he's not retired anymore.
Oh, now Sam Van Giel has opted to return to the car. So
yeah.
he's now actually coming back out. He's still listed in 3rd.
That's brilliant. The amount of retirements and non-retirements we've had this race.
I mean, we're going to have... Tom Hooper alone looks like he wants to have a retirement for everybody.
Oh, Pete Haywood! He spun it!
Oh, no!
Throw Bradley on! Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
He's lucky he didn't get involved in a huge pile-up, though, to be honest.
Is he having to... Oh, he's got a lot of people right with him.
Oh, yeah, no. He's got Liam Rance getting past. You just had the Wisman Aero just go past a little bit further up.
Oh, his steering wheel looks fairly straight. Yeah, Aidan Coleman is having the weirdest lag. Because I've just seen his car kind of flash around Lake On.
No idea anymore if he's out or not.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the amazing teleporting M8.
Teleporter's way to victory.
Well, Moreno continues to lead now by 15.5 seconds over Liam Rance, who seems much more at ease with that car now, post-pit stop. There is definitely less light out there now.
So Olov is missing his rear wing.
Sokolov.
Oh, yeah.
That's... Yep. Ow. That's going to hurt.
Just coming down the straight with no rear wing. I had to pick up. I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't care who you are. That you're never going to corner these things with no rear wing. Tom's in the pits again.
No.
There's more pit stops than racing going on.
I'm actually thinking he's been in the pits more than he has been on the
Yeah.
track, to be honest.
Oh.
He is. Brilliant. If he retires again.
Code 80 in 5.
Oh,
4,
code 80 being thrown out.
3,
That'll be for
2,
Victor Sokolov.
1. Code 80. Everybody 80 kilometers now.
Even 80, look at him.
Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah.
Luckily for him, he's not too far from the pits now, though.
Yeah, that happened around Blanchimont, so he should be able to limp back.
Yeah.
Aha, we have a driver change.
Oh.
Marco Breen has taken over. That's the... Oh, Tom has finally relinquished the car.
Somebody else is in the Infinity car.
They've got the car in. They've basically crowbarred Tom Hooper out of the car. We're out. Or they've run out of ice cream. Just said, well, I may as well go home then. Tom has finally let that car go over to Marco Breen.
I think they've sent him down to the shop to get some more ice cream.
Yeah. You're the only
Is
one.
Sokolov going a bit fast? He's seemed to manage to overtake somebody under a code 80. On a straight.
And he's the one with no rear wing as well. So the stewards, unless Selecki's just being very, very slow, which he shouldn't be because he's actually on a lap ahead. He's actually 2 laps ahead of Sokolov, so it's not like he has to let him go.
Yeah.
This has been an exceedingly eventful race for reasons I never ever would have thought before coming into the commentary box.
But it is, you have Infinity with more retirements
Green
than cars.
flags in 5, 4,
It's just
3,
staggering.
2, 1. Green flags.
Green flag then. The drivers can use the right foot a bit more as Victor Sokolov has made it back. He will be there a while. Marco Breen hasn't moved, interestingly. Oh, what's going on here? Hayward and Ho, 7th and 8th. There was a bit of a... I saw Peter Hayward was off, but he gained a position from... I think... Oh, I know what he's done. He's overcooked Lacombe and gained a position. So he's actually let Andrew Ho go back into that particular spot. So that's a battle for 7th then between Andrew Ho and Peter Hayward.
Yeah, this is one of the closest battles we've got, actually.
If not the closest, I would have thought.
Seconds. Yeah, I think it actually might be the closest one, yeah.
As the timing screen will now sort itself out following the code 80.
Where is Marco Breen? I haven't seen him in the
He hasn't moved. He's still in the pits.
Is he?
He's rolling forward. That's a very odd angle. He's trying to drive physically into the box. He's having to reverse because that car was kind of something.
Where's he going?
He's rolling. That's not how you exit the pits at Spa.
Not at all. What is he doing?
Usually brake, forward gear and go.
They might have to block the pit lane, for this, or...
Well, there's enough space for people to get around him, so...
Oh, yeah, fair enough. As long as it's not in the entrance and exit, I think it'll be...
But
right,
basically, yeah. And he seems stuck. So, I mean, is there anything else that can go wrong for that entrant, for that team?
No, I don't think there's anything.
That they've got the full collection now.
Yeah.
Many retirements of the same car.
Yeah.
Crashed, and now... Was it Tom that was stuck in the pit? No, that wasn't Tom. That was Alterno. There was Jose Alterno. And Aidan Coleman can't decide whether he's retired or not, looking at my screen. I think it's safe to assume that when the Marky Breen still hasn't moved. And Sokolov is back underway. Oh, there we go. I was just thinking he didn't have a rear wing on that car, but now he does. The Iceberg car now down in 10th place, losing a colossal amount of time.
Breen finally found the throttle. He's going. He's already goes.
He turned his lights off for a moment there, but then I did see that flash of Aidan Coleman. So
Drive-through penalty for car number 17 for speeding under code 18.
Oh dear, car 17. That is Victor Sokolov. So yeah, exactly. You called that, Josh. That was when he would have passed Zalecki.
Yeah. Ironically, he's the car without a rear wing.
It was at the time. Yeah.
That's
Can you
quite
get
remarkable.
Yeah. I was like DRS in the wet, kind of levels of dangerous there.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, Mr. Breen has already spun it. He's already
kind
of not done very well, and coming out of the pit lane as well, he did actually hit the wall, so not had a good time in the car.
Well, he was sat still in the pits for a considerable period of time, not even on his pit box. So yeah, they're certainly going for the comical aspect in that Infinity Team entrance.
It's brilliant. I don't know what to expect from the Infinity Team next, to be honest.
No, absolutely. Card magically,
time.
Card magically turns into a chicken or something.
It wouldn't surprise me at this point.
We're not meaning to sound disingenuous, but again, I've mentioned it before. Amazing amount of respect for these drivers, but you can't deny the fact that it has been some unusual.
Penalty for car number 30 for speeding in pit lane.
Oh, another speeding in the pit lane. I think it was that. He's actually for Michael Breen.
Oh no.
So he sat still in the pit lane for a while, then sped to try and get out.
Oh, okay.
I think. I mean, I missed when the announcement was made. I missed the car number, but it does say at the bottom the server announcement: driving penalty for Michael Breen. In comes. Oh no, that's not how it works, Sokolov. He's actually stopped in his pit box.
Wait. Let me see this. Where is it?
Victor Sokolov is actually he's actually doing a tyre change. That will not count as a drive-through.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
No, and in no racing category can you do that.
He's probably going to have to be rewarned or something along those lines now.
Or reminded that he still has to serve it.
Yeah. What tyres has he gone on to then? Which one's the softs?
He's actually changed driver. He didn't want to serve that. That also doesn't alleviate a drive-through penalty either, as Alexander Meshkov retakes that car.
Oh no.
Hey, Marco Breen was only in that for 2 laps.
Wow.
That's the shortest driver stint. Get out! You've caused a drive-through. Get out of the car.
Oh, that's not good. Infinity cars. I mean, a minute ago we were saying what happens next, and like a minute later, drive the penalty.
They yank the driver out. That's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, Meshkov has already spun it.
Oh. Once again, they can't. Oh my god, that does seem to be that's sort of like a communal dance area up there.
No, I'm sure dancing would like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is he's not even in the race anymore?
Dancing, no, he handed that over a while ago.
Yeah.
Who did he hand that over to? Oh, it was Peter Hayward he handed that over to.
Peter's doing decent. He's in P8 at the moment, isn't he? So for the Infinity car that's doing alright.
Yeah. That's the surviving one, you could argue. One's out, one's determined to retire in any way it possibly can, and the other one's running alright.
It's brilliant.
Goodness me.
Amount of retirements is staggering.
It is for one car.
Oh god.
I wonder whether that team is determined to rack up as many retirements as other people have retired. You've got 4. Assuming that Aidan Coleman is actually retired, his lap count hasn't gone up, so I'm assuming he must have been.
Yeah. Either that or he's just stuck there.
Yeah.
Even on his screen, he's just stuck. No idea what he's doing.
So let's have a look at those that are actually trying to compete in the race. So Luis Moreno continues to lead, 50 or just under 16 seconds now from Liam Rance, as we are well and truly into sunset now.
Yeah, I mean, Rance's his times are looking okay now compared to Luis Moreno. He's definitely got into the rhythm of the car a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. He seems much more comfortable with it now, which is absolutely fine. The balance is much more what you would expect. Yeah, gained another couple of tenths from. Well, he actually gained 2 seconds last time around, but that was from a 2:02 from Luis Moreno. Brian Nash in third. He's 3 laps down from the lead at the moment. Minding his own business. Sean
We have a
Yoda.
yellow flag in sector 1.
Yellow flag, sector 1. Don't know. Is the honest answer to that? I don't know who that is likely to be. I swear your keyboard's getting louder.
Probably. I keep forgetting I've got push to talk, to be honest.
Hold on. Marco Breen's back in the car. Didn't Marco Breen do 2 laps and get kicked out? No, I'm going completely mad. There wasn't Marco Breen that had that driver change.
Was it, who was the other guy who had the penalty? There was another person who had a penalty who came in. The one with the lack of rear wing.
Oh, yeah, I've forgotten who that was as well.
I don't remember.
Oh, Sokolov. Yeah, it was. Sokolov got a drive through, then handed over to Meshkov. Yeah, you're right.
I think they both had a drive through though. So did because Breen sped out the pit lane as well.
Oh, yeah, he did.
So has he served it yet?
I don't know that they have. I haven't seen them come in again.
Me either. That's a little bit confusing there.
We don't know. It's up to the drivers can figure that out.
All stewards.
Or the stewards, yeah. The stewards can issue more. Yeah, the stewards have been fairly busy in this phase of the race.
Yeah, it's pretty good to see. I like it. It's cool. Then a flag sector 3. And
oh, it's 9th. It's Peter Hayward. He's spun it on the exit of Paul Frey. Don't think he hit anything. He just had a bit of a moment to himself.
okay.
He was actually pretty close to Sam Bentley, so whether he was involved in it, and wow, it's getting very dark now.
I like it when it gets dark on these things. It's really cool.
Ooh, Peter, steady.
Hayward.
Steady. Tyres not biting
Nearly,
in.
isn't it? No, not at all.
I don't think there's anybody else that's particularly close battle-wise. So as we get into as we're kind of getting towards halfway home. Oh, more towards halfway home. Oh no, Peter Hayward at the top of Radion. Ow! It's headbutting the barrier. That's going to be damage on that. He hit it fairly square, so.
I think that's the second time he's had that.
I'm just thinking the same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little bit less happy there when he got away with it first time because I'm not sure he hit anything. But yeah, that's not gone so well for him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has too much bad damage so far.
Yeah, that one's going to be called into the pit. I would have thought. Not going to be a code 80 on that, but well, no, he's still doing decent speed, so Nope, that's not gone well for the Lord God of these parts.
Yeah, no.
Moreno is actually still getting in the 159s, despite the fact that obviously the track temperature is much lower, so the tyres will behave differently. This will be more the arena of the soft tyres.
But according to my data, we're still at 29.03 degrees.
Clearly.
look at the heat.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, the heat haze you can't see in the dark.
Again.
Oh, no. Oh. I wonder whether he parked it there for a second.
He nearly hit the wall. He was literally
It's
just
so
on the brink.
close. Yeah, so that's on the exit of Stavelot.
Infinity aren't having a good race today.
I think that's fairly a fairly good analysis there. That one's gone, one is determined to rack up every accolade it could possibly find, and the third one's now having a go at some trouble. Luis Moreno's on a pretty. Oh, there's the magically appearing. Oh, it's Josh Mayer that's. Joshua Mayer has taken over the.
5 second stop-go penalty awarded to car 17.
Oh dear.
For working on the car during a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. That's Meshkov.
Peter's in as well, so I'm assuming there was a little bit of damage.
Wes Smith has taken over the lead M5. 5? What am I talking about? Lead M8. 5? What are we talking about? There's a motorway in this country.
Yeah.
So Peter Hayward's brought that car in. And a 5-second stop-go penalty for what is now Alexander Meshkov. In it comes again. Marco Freed brought the car in.
Oh no! I just saw the guy in the pits.
Oh dear! What's gone on with Sam Van Giel? Oh, he missed his box. Oh no! Peter's in it. Peter's in it, and he's going to be in there.
Meshkov's coming in, just tapping Peter as well. Oh, okay, they're all having nice fun in the pits.
Well, I mean, should get underway fairly soon.
Van Giel can't do anything until Peter's moved.
Oh, Peter, get out! Oh, goodness me. Mine! Peter Hayward, whether he was ready or not, he was getting out. You were being shoved out of this, his pit box.
It's probably the best thing I've seen in a while in a pit stop.
So Breen is in that car once again. How many stops? Hang on. How many stops has that car actually had?
It's probably not like 10. No, it's done
6 according to this data here. It's had more than that, I'm sure of it. It's probably.
How many have Infinity had in total though?
Oh god. Was that Breen, Hayward? Hayward's cars had 7 apparently.
There's no way he's had more. Surely.
Well, no, Peter wouldn't have done, but that car apparently has. There's no way that car has been in 7 times.
Yeah, I think the other car might have.
The other one probably has. That's 13 pit stops for that alone. And
Jesus.
the retired one, I was apparently only in twice, but that was very dramatically killed.
Yeah.
By
Joey Kisrace.
Yeah. Wow, Sam Van Giel has been in there a while. That could be a driver change going on there for the high-speed racing team. Who would he be changing to? Well, Grunfeld was last in it. He could be heading back to Jamie Tasahay.
According to my stuff, he's still in the race. He's just kind of
Who is? Oh, Mayer.
Yeah.
yeah. He's apparently so, but my game can't decide where he is. Whether he's on whether he's actually looks like, I'm just kind of judging by the flashes that he's actually coming up Eau Rouge at the moment, or he's in the pits. Oh, Van Giel's on the way.
Wi-Fi or something. I don't know.
Oh, God knows what's going on with that car. Van Giel is back underway. He's remained in the car. So that's the third driver of that particular unit. Out he comes. And Aleric Alaric Enslin has just had Meshkov come past him. Enslin finds himself at the back end of the GTEs. Of course, we don't actually know where Joshua Mayer is. Genuinely have no idea.
Where is he on track?
He's 8 laps down apparently, but well, yeah, I see what you mean. The data is clocking in that he's doing sector times. The last lap was 2:25. Yeah, apparently he's in the pits.
Car number 21 just have a 5-second stop-go penalty
Uh-oh.
for making contact at the pit lane.
That's Sam Van Giel. Yeah, he made. He's just had a 5-second stop-go penalty with shoving Peter Hayward out of the pit box.
That's brilliant.
I
think, to be honest,
I shouldn't laugh. I feel bad because I'm laughing at them, but it's genuinely quite funny.
it's so yeah.
This race has just had so many things going on.
It's kind of there's so much happening. It's
Yeah,
kind of unreal.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy.
Well, rules are rules. You cannot shove someone out of the way, as amusing as it looks to us.
Honestly, I can't believe he shoved him out of the way to begin with. Like,
I mean, he was.
it looked like he was going to wait for a while, but then he just decided no. He just drove into him.
Well, that's the thing. Peter had actually finished the pit stop. He was down off the jacks, and actually Van Giel's not come in to serve that yet. I don't know how long he has to serve it. A few laps, I would imagine.
Let's hope nobody's in his pit box and he has to serve it this time, though. We might just try to shove them out of the way. I don't know. Into the early night phases now. Track's very dark, the sky's still a little bit orange. But it looks like it's becoming night fairly quickly now.
Yeah, not a lot of sunlight left. So this will be, and also this is where fatigue starts to become a much bigger problem as well. So you've got that much less kind of natural sight, so to speak, as Zalecki and Wes Smith bring their respective cars in. It becomes that much easier to make a mistake, or that much easier to miss something, a la braking points. We've had enough of those in the daytime, let alone in the nights.
Oh god, yeah. I think, wait, let me quickly check if this is right. Miss Breen is just making his way past. Who's it? Battersby?
Battersby, yeah.
Yes.
Spencer Battersby.
So he's moved up to.
No, he's a lap
13.
down from Spencer Battersby, so he's just unlapped himself from
Oh.
that. That Infinity car it's got more to do to start to get any kind of good luck. Ross Smith and Liam Rance are in.
Are they in the pits?
Yep.
Ooh. Liam Rance is he's beginning to get into the flow of things, looking at his lap times. Apart from last lap, his last lap was.
I was going to say the last lap, yeah, but that's probably part of the end lap.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I don't quite know how this sectors work in this. It's a bit different to most other games. But what has he put on?
He's back out on track now, right
Did he
behind
put on any
Meshkov.
tyres, or did you just?
May not have done. There wasn't a particularly long stop, so it may have just been fuel.
Okay, he's still on soft tyres. I'm going to go ahead and assume he hasn't.
I don't know how well they'll last.
Probably not a whole lot longer.
Wouldn't have, even with the lower temperatures, I don't think they'll last too long.
Yeah. I mean, he's just got past Meshkov. Just lap to Meshkov again.
Moreno's in.
And yeah, I was just about to mention Moreno is always a lap behind.
Yeah.
So
And new
yeah.
tyres on Luis Moreno.
They're a new set of softs.
Or new fronts, at least.
Just the fronts.
I'm not entirely sure if they can do just fronts or just rears, or whether it has to be all four. That I'm not actually certain of. Wes Smith has been in there a long time. That was the GTE lead, I think. Well, that's now in the hands of Spencer Battersby. Yeah, Smith has had that MA in there a very long time.
Is he missing a front wheel, or is that just my viewpoint?
Oh, it does look. Oh dear.
No, that doesn't.
Well,
look
that would explain it. He does look like it actually on my screen as well. That would explain why he's been there. As Moreno now gets back on the way. Where's Liam? Oh, he hasn't got into the bus stop yet, so he's going to be quite some way behind Luis Moreno.
He gained a little bit actually. He's now just 15 by the looks of it. Depends on where he comes out though, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, Will Smith's going. A tyre just popped on this car and he's going.
Well, it was a big old bang then for Wes Smith. He's still in the car.
How he managed to get back with just 3 wheels without us noticing.
Well, I mean, he could have done it on the pit lane entry.
He probably did actually. Wouldn't surprise me.
With the things we've seen in this race, nothing would surprise me anymore.
So where are the top 2 16 seconds separates them, so it's tough for grabs between the both of them. We'll probably see Thygin again later as well, so
yeah, so Rance has gained a bit. A couple of seconds, not a great deal more than that. Still 16 seconds between them, or thereabouts.
Abouts, yeah.
Just looking through the list, the next closest gap we've got is Andrew Home and Sam Van Giel, which is around 12-ish seconds. Oh no, maybe Van Giel and Ross Smith actually. That's 4, 5 and 6. They're still fairly... 5, 6 and 7. They're still fairly spaced out though. No, that's wrong. It's Van Giel, Ho and Bentley is the gap I was looking at. I'm getting that completely upside down. So Van Giel 6th, Ho in 7 and Bentley in 8th. And they've been in those cars a while as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a driver change for those 3.
Yeah.
Ow! I just heard a very big bang whilst I was on board with Sam Bentley. What sounded like an almighty great bang, but I don't know who.
Oh, Peter Hayward's had some sort of
no!
incident.
Oh, that'll be it then.
Yeah, because Bentley's just in front of him. That is huge.
I heard an almighty great, metal crunching noise. And that'll be...
seems fine for the time being. I think yeah.
Oh no, it wasn't car on car, it was car on wall. And Peter, oh dear. That's a lot of wandering off the road then for Peter Hayward.
Yeah.
I think he's just jumping out of the way, realising he cannot get that thing to move very well.
Track? I can't tell.
That looks like Bruxelles to me, so he's got a very long way to go. And he's now steering straight to do Bruxelles properly.
God.
Is that Bruxelles, or is he down at Stavelo?
No, it's Stavelo here.
That's Stavelo, beg your pardon. So he's not got as far as to go as I thought.
Yeah. We probably won't see... I don't know if we'll see a credit. I don't think so. He's nearly there now. We might do.
I don't think so. Like you say, he's well in Sector 3 there.
Code 80.
Oh, no, there it is.
5, 4, 3.
I mean, that was a colossal
code 80.
bang.
Code 80.
I mean, even...
Yeah, it's definitely messed up his car.
Yeah. Sam Bentley was already in the pits when that Code 80 was thrown out. So... Well, Sam Van Giel got the message this time.
I
was just thinking... he realised his mistake, or learned from his mistake from last time. Bentley's in there a long time too, so is there a driver change going on there? Oh,
Elson has spun it in the Code 80.
Oh no!
Turn 1, he just lost it.
That's
completely.
A little embarrassing.
Just a little.
Driver change then for the D.76 76 car. That's gone from Sam Bentley to... come on.
Back to green in 5
Malinowski Maxi is taking that one on as Peter Hayward races the bits.
1. Green flags, green flags.
And the green flag racing once again. Yep, Peter's going to be in there a while. The once clean Infinity Racing car now completely reshapen.
It's probably it's a really good livery as well, which is a shame because it's not really been doing so well.
Yeah.
I mean, Peter's not last in class. There's actually some people behind him, like the Iceberg car of Alexander
Meshkov,
and Marco Bean, the other Infinity car.
Oh, so. Yes. Which is also an Infinity car.
Yeah. So the Infinity car is last at the moment, but this...
He leads the Infinity class.
He doesn't lead in pit stops, though. According to the data, he does, but I don't think he does.
Well, what can you say to that? Luis Marino has gained a little bit. Oh, and there's a lagging Joshua Mayer. That's roughly where that M8 is.
Oh.
He must be doing laps because he's the amount his lap count behind the leader is extending is the same rate as the rest of the GTEs. So he is on track. That car is doing laps. It has just got a very weird connection issue.
Yeah, I'm looking at his lap times now. Actually, he's definitely doing some laps out there. It's interesting.
Very, very odd. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, Peter Hayward hasn't moved yet. Liam Rance getting back into the swing of things. Here's his Stavilo. It's much more difficult than I thought it would be to actually identify where they are in the dark. Oh, that's Campus, so I wasn't too far wrong.
Yeah, the dark's it's getting dark. It's going to get darker as well. That's the one issue.
Yeah, one thing we're definitely missing is circuit lighting. It's a good thing these things have lights of their own. That would be awkward. Yeah.
Without lights, this could
it'd be quick.
Everybody would be gone.
Everyone would be dead. Yes.
Yeah. Everybody barriered at this point.
Oh, I thought that was Marino.
Oh, Nash has had a crash with Yoda.
Yoda, yes, Sean Yoda. They're
the same team as well.
That's third and fourth. They're both satellite racing. Oh no!
Good. I just
Ryan,
saw the same kind of liveries, and I was like, I think.
Uh-oh. They're third and fourth as well. They're on different laps. Ryan is a lap ahead of Yoda, but oh dear.
That's not what you want.
The pole-sitting car that Ryan Nash is in has just collided with the second satellite racing team, which started 11th. Or qualified 11th, I should say.
So, the way it looked like it had to have gone is Nash had to have caught the rear tyre of Yoda.
Yeah.
Because Yoda was spun, facing the other way, and Nash was kind of touching his rear wheel, so had to have been a turn in either from Yoda
Whoops.
or a late accident from Nash. We'll find out if there's a penalty anyway.
Indeed.
Just whose fault they think it was.
Peter Hayward's still there. Andrew Ho is in as well.
Ah.
So that could be a driver change for Ho. He has been in there a while.
He has, hasn't he?
So that would be Rob Timpen if he is, because unless they revert back to Van der Wiede. Milanowski's just taken.
Van Giel and Smith are close.
Oh, they are. Good spots. That is a battle for fifth. And Rob Timpen is indeed in the Visceral eSports car. Ryan Nash is in. So there was probably damage on that car as a result of the impact. Oh, he missed his pit box as well, just to add insult to injury.
Oh no. Sam Van Giel looks like he's going to try and make a move.
Ooh! Wow, Ross Smith was very slow to shut the door and nearly shoved Van Giel off the road.
Yeah.
Oh, that could have got a little clumsy, but all wheels pointing in the right direction at the moment.
Just for the time being.
For now, yes. Give it time.
Van Giel might be able to get it up towards the end of. Well, yeah, the very top.
Drive-through penalty.
Oh. Drive-through penalty for Ryan Nash.
Oh.
So he was. So it looks like. I suspect that was probably for the contact with Sean Yoda.
Van Giel going around outside.
That's going to be brave. He's going to have to outbrake Ross Smith. Oh, he did. He got that move done before they got to the braking zone. Very nice then for Sam Van Giel. Takes that. Yeah, takes 5th place very cleanly. But he's
seemed to appear out of nowhere as well.
Yeah.
Drive-through penalty for car number 64 for unsafe rejoin.
Oh, unsafe rejoin for Ryan Nash. That's 2 penalties that's just gone his way.
That's not good. So,
ouch.
That will put Yoda a lot closer, considering they're on the same
lap. A little bit. And Sean Yoda didn't come in either, so obviously didn't feel like he had any damage to deal with.
Yeah.
So Ryan Nash has got to come through the pits twice.
Like, Yoda might get him here. I'm just looking at the times. I don't know how far apart they are. I can't tell from my data, but I don't know if they're too close.
Yeah, looks like Ross Smith has kind of accepted that one as Van Giel has gone. No, so maybe that could be scheduled though. I've totally lost track.
I don't know when Yoda came in either.
No, I've completely lost track.
Yeah.
Oh, it was an error from. It was a whisper error from the stewards. There's only 1 drive-through for Ryan Nash. Well, that's still an annoyance for him, but oh well. So, Sean Yoda in. Official text announcements confirm 1 drive-through for unsafe rejoin. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for confirming it. No Infinity Racing in pits, clip it. Well, Mark Bream has overtaken one of the GTEs whilst we've been looking away. He overtook Wes Smith. And he's got 2 minutes to close in before he... oh no, big one. He's got 46 seconds to close in before he finds Battersby. And then a further 2 minutes before he gets out of the GTE class. Does Sean Yoda change driver at this stage? I think he's been in there a while. Who will he change to? There's a few drivers there. And he does indeed. It's Zach Roberts that has taken that one over. So from Jones to Yoda to Roberts. Where is Nash though? He's gone past, so he hasn't served that drive-through. He's actually right behind. He's right behind Zach Roberts. The car he's not long collided with. He's now right back behind him. He's still, I believe, he still has that drive-through to serve. Doesn't look like Liam. Oh dear, Liam's got a lot of company there. That's Ainsley and Hayward. He just worked his way past very nicely. Barely lost any time. He kept his foot right in it.
Oh, hey, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hello.
Hey, right. So, has anything interesting happened?
Oh, well, Liam Rance just kind of worked his... He split the tide somewhat as he went in between Hayward and Enslin, putting a lap on them. But otherwise, no, everyone seems to be behaving themselves so far.
Is Nash and Roberts, they're battling for position?
Roberts is... that's a driver change. No, they're still a lap apart. But I don't think Ryan Nash has actually served his drive-through yet.
Oh. He's having to do that soon.
Yes, he won't have long to serve that one.
Yeah.
But he is... It's ironic, he's right behind the car he tangled with a couple of laps ago.
Yeah. Oh, Robert's just turning off his headlights for a moment there. What's he doing?
I wouldn't recommend it. He's flashing his... What is he doing?
He's not flashing.
You are not flashing the car that far ahead of you. And Nash doesn't...
Has he got it on a mode? It's on his weird setting, isn't it? I bet.
It's actually rhythmically he's doing that. It's like every second they're turning off and on again.
I like when he has time to do that while racing.
Well, that's not distracting in the slightest. So either Ryan Nash doesn't know he has a drive-through to serve, or he's already served it and I've completely missed it. Because he's not gone in again.
Do you know what? I think Roberts might have put his lights on some kind of weird setting thing. That's why they just flash.
Yeah, they're just. He's now a Christmas. He's now a 200 mile an hour Christmas tree.
He's probably gonna have. He's probably gonna have a warning coming.
I would think so. Surely that's misuse of lights, because especially when it's pitch black, which it now very clearly is. You can't get away with that.
He's gonna have
Oh, he's getting revenge on that. Well, it wasn't Roberts in the car, but Roberts then taps the back of Nash's car sideways, I'll add, so I'll give you a style point for that.
We also have a yellow flag in sector 3, so something's going on there.
Where's Smith? No, don't know who that would have been. Possibly Hayward again, but I didn't see it. If it was so.
Robert's headlights are still going.
What is he doing? He either has exceedingly good timing, or that is a very weird automatic thing going on there.
Yeah.
Don't know. I would think he's going to get a warning about that.
Yeah.
And again, does Nash come in to serve what I think he still has that drive-through to do?
I think he should do the drive-through.
Just to get out of the way of the Christmas tree lights.
Another penalty,
No, he doesn't. So either he's already done it, or he doesn't know that he has to.
I've got no idea, to be honest.
Ross Smith comes in. That's for the Triforce team in 6th position. Yeah, it'll be interesting to know what the stewards have to say about that.
So I wonder if anybody else has on a set like that. It's just him, right?
Oh! Zach has no control over the lights. They're doing it themselves. I've just had a message.
Brilliant. Of course.
Well, thank you for that. Person that told me that one. Okay.
Well,
that'll be why he hasn't had a warning about it.
That's
bizarre.
That explains the lack of warning, and
that explains the fact that, like I was just saying, he's got absolute perfect timing. This is like literally every second.
God, that's probably more annoying for him.
Probably. Well, again, right on board with him. Oh, he's got someone right behind him at the moment. That's Malinowski that's right behind him. But if he's on his own, it's going to be really... What on earth are you doing in the background there? There's banging away going on in the background of your microphone there.
Oh, I don't know. That's probably something from... I don't know.
Ross Smith in. Is he having a driver change? Because he's been in there a while. I'm just watching Zach Roberts. I'm mesmerised by that. There's actually Malinowski. He's unlapping himself from 4th place Zach Roberts.
He's probably too busy trying to sort out how to get rid of
Yeah.
Because he's trying to stick with him, I think, just so he can see.
Yeah.
I think Malinowski had no idea what was happening because he started flashing him, and he was just really confused. But yellow flag in sector 1 just then.
Peter Hayward again.
No way.
I think he's had another problem up at Les Comps because he looked quite slow heading down towards Bruxelles, looking them up.
It's unfortunate.
Who is Ross Smith going to change over to? Assuming that's a driver change because he's been in there a long, long time. It's the Triforce team. Who would that be? He took over from Zalecki, not necessarily that long ago. It would be Darren Ingram. Would be taken over if that is a driver change. But wow, that is a long, long stop for that car.
Sector 2 yellow flag. What's happened here?
Sector 2. That is
Enslin.
Yeah, Alaric Enslin was slow getting away from turn 11.
Yeah, and was also just completely off track. Yeah.
He could have had sort of coming together with. That's Battersby. That's sideways.
Oh, where's this?
That's 13th, so that is around, I'm assuming that's around campus. Yeah, coming down to Stavilo, I think.
Ross Williams has also just left the pit lane. So, he didn't change driver.
He didn't change driver, no, but he was in there a very long time. But I switched to Battersby as he was very sideways. Oh no, that was Lecom that he was sideways in, so you could have had a bit of a tap there. He gave a flash of the light, so he wasn't happy about something.
Yeah. Maya has disappeared now. This is
finally, the car has given up trying to teleport. And
now it's just invisible.
It's just completely gone.
Oh, that's good.
The perfect stealth technology. Well, how far are we now? I've completely lost track of time. We're on the 5. We're at the 5 hour mark. Fast approaching halfway.
Nearly halfway. It's good.
Let's have a look at Moreno and see what he's done.
To be fair, the time's actually gone by quite quickly.
It has. We've had some very amusing moments from our drivers.
But I think that's what's kept it.
That's it. That's what's kept it going. Oh, what's Peter Hayward doing? That's a very unusual line for campus. I think it might have been too slow.
We did just have a yellow flag in sector 2, so he might have been that.
Yeah, probably that. Because campus is in sector 2.
It's unfortunate to see the Infinity cars not doing incredibly well. Breen is
nearly through the GTEs.
It's nearly there. He can do it.
He's got another 2 minutes just under to close down to actually get the position from Lichten. Lucas Lichten, who is in the Porsche.
Yeah.
So, some work to do there. Oh, as Rance is now getting through more back markers.
We have a couple of drivers in chat talking about some crashes. Peter crash, Fazstream says again.
Again, yeah.
Sadly, Spucky says, I gave him P7.
Yeah.
And Thigor Hemmingson says, he really wants to destroy that car.
He just doesn't want me to drive.
That's brilliant.
No. He's had enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're really at the point where there's no immediate battles going on. The closest gap I can see is just under 30 seconds, which is ironically is Battersby to Breen, and they're not in the same class.
Yeah.
Although, Rance and Moreno are bouncing around between kind of 17, 16 and like 30. Now we put the TCS car on stream. That is Rob Timpen in 7th. How's he doing? 202. Fairly respectable lap time.
P7. Robson.
P7, yes. Oh my god. I tell you what, look at Zach Roberts now. He's got no one in front of him. Well, he has, but not close enough. He literally, when his lights go off, he's totally blind. He is completely and utterly blind when the lights go off. That's such a weird effect. I was looking at his lap times and wondering why he was struggling. Well, that'll be why. If you're blind, that'll do it.
Yeah, no. I haven't seen it. I'm going to quickly go find him.
He's in 4th.
We have Meshkov in the pits as well.
Yes, Meshkov is in.
Okay. I think I got up to him just as he's caught up to a GT car.
Yeah, but it's not going to take him long to get away. That's Wes Smith in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Just keep up. Oh, he's got another one coming up. But he did a 2:12 last time. I bet before he actually caught up to the Porsche, there were just some apexes that were just gone. You literally couldn't see them.
That's gonna be irritating as hell.
Oh,
for him.
yeah. As Meshkov just takes on fuel and gets back underway. Oh, and Roberts is in. With lights off. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, I hope he can turn them on. He's put the car in the pits. For God's sake, fix these lights. Oh, if Zach can't turn the lights on, then that's his day done. Oh no, they're on. And they're staying on. Hooray!
Are they on?
Yeah, he's coming in the pits and they're actually staying on now. Someone just... Basically, he rolled in the pits and someone just kicked it.
Yes. Ah, there you go. It seems to be working.
Yes, we were looking at Rob Timpen by request.
Ah, yes. We were. There he is. Some more view of him.
Ah, now that car's been handed over to Alexander Jones. Alex is back in the car again. Now, let's see if the weird light issue returns. They seem to be behaving themselves.
Oh! Timpton just had a crash as I was watching him with Ilslater spun and completely... Thank you, people, for telling me to look at Timpton then.
That's amazing foresight. Well done.
You're from the future. Thank you. However, that red car of Instant looks quite cool in the dark, actually. Or the orange. I'm admiring that in the dark now, actually. I think the orange really stands out. It's really cool. The Instant has just had a crash, and there goes Breen flying through. He's going to lap him.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah. Oh, Maya's back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's not invisible anymore. He just popped back in his garage.
He's disqualified.
Did he? Is he even disqualified?
Yep.
That's great.
The teleportation is not allowed in the rules.
Oof. Yeah, I could guess why, to be honest. You know what car looks good? The Infinity Racing car, when Peter isn't crashing it. Wow.
Whoa, where's he going? Wow, that was exceedingly wide coming through Blanchimont.
Enslins
campus.
As is Gleischerpech. I don't know. We have the other facts at the one and it's Smith. Will Smith. Or Will...
Where's Smith?
West Smith, yes.
Oh, yeah, that's not a great line through.
I assumed Will, for some reason.
Well, I can understand that, yeah. Him and Sam Van Giel got caught up there at the top of Radion.
Yes.
And Lucas Lichten is in, along with... I didn't see them. Oh, it's Battersby. So 7 of the GTEs now coming in.
Indeed.
And it looks like my time in the commentary box has come to an end.
Ah, okay.
As we have Isaac Barkley in here.
Hello.
Hello. Making your commentary debut, you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know why I was doing this 12 hours ago, but yeah. Everything's gone on its head now.
Excellent. Well, unfortunately, for family reasons, I can actually dedicate no further time. It has been an absolute blast. Josh, you've been great to commentate alongside.
Same with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much that have been with us in the stream. It has been a great, great pleasure. And I shall now hand over to the very capable hands of Josh and Isaac.